Earth, how are you? We are here in the final event here of this Glitch Infinite GSA speedrunning event. I'm joined by Fruitberries and Warning Track here for an epic battle involving 4 of the best Minecraft players in the universe. Not just the world, the universe. Now, back in my day, when I played Minecraft, I had a little fun farming, I had a little fun building a small fortress, having a few animals here and there, and it was not really a rushing thing. I just liked to enjoy myself, building things. And I heard about a dragon, but I wasn't really interested in fighting a dragon. I just wanted to have some fun in the game. But we're doing something quite different than that today, right, Track?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a classic, right? Kill the dragon. That's like a fairy tale kind of thing. That's been going on forever. It's old Mario Bros, all that stuff. But that's the end of the game. That's why it's called the Ender Dragon, I'm pretty sure. What these runners care about a little bit more is the beginning of the game in particular, because this is a random seed. They're going to get thrown into a random world. They've never seen it before. They don't know what to expect. They're going to have to react in the moment. And unlike the kind of Minecraft you played, that sort of beginner, chill kind of Minecraft, that kind of Stardew Valley kind of vibe, maybe.
Yes.
Speedrunning Minecraft, Fruitberries, is a little bit different than that.
Yeah. So the thing about Minecraft is most people play Minecraft just to like build, make farms, whatever. The thing about speedrunning, you don't care about any of that. You want to find the quickest way into the nether to the end, and that's all you really care about when you're trying to speedrun the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna what you're used to is gonna be a little bit different. Unless I know there's a lot of viewers out there watching in the chat right now that know about the speedrun Minecraft, but I know there's many that don't. So hold on your hats here. It's gonna be a lot of fun to watch 4 of the best players in Minecraft try to get that dragon beaten as fast as possible in the next 5 hours. Right? We're doing a format which is they can try as many times as they want. If they don't like anything, they can reset and try to get the best time. The person with the best time after these 5 hours is the champion of the day. But it's all good fun. All these guys are very good friends. Had a lot of fun practicing all weekend. And we're here to have some fun and show how fun of a speedrun Minecraft can be.
And that's one of the things I love about the Minecraft community is that they all are really friends. They all know each other really, really well.
Can you confirm that or deny that, Fruitberries?
Yeah. No, they're not friends. No, they're great friends. Everyone here is chill. There's nothing. We're all in the same hotel even.
Yeah. So then we're about to get started here. It looks like things are just about to get going. So I guess, Fruitberries, let's get with what's your history with the game?
I definitely started playing like 2010. Like I've been playing this game for a while, but right now I'm just uploading YouTube videos, more of a montage style. Speedrunning's kind of like my side thing, but I have a pretty decent time, 1450.
Okay.
I'm nowhere near these guys.
Yeah, as you can see now, our players are up on that screen. We got Feinberg on your top left, Illumina on the top right, Couriway on the bottom right, and Zylenox on the bottom left here. We are just about to get started. And what do we expect to see, Fruitberries, on each of our screens when they get going? I've seen some people doing some interesting things when they speedrun this game specifically, but what are we looking for when we first start?
Okay, so when most of these runners play, there's been a recent strategy called multi-instance where they can run multiple versions of the game. But due to some difficulties, they're all going to be running, as you can see, just one Minecraft. What they're going to do is they're all going to run the first seed that they get, and they're going to try to complete it. After that, they can do as much resetting as they want, and they go from there. At the end of the 5 hours, whoever has the best time is going to be the winner.
There we go.
The crowd yelling, yeah, Minecraft.
Not the most creative yell, but I'll take it. I love the energy here.
Simple, direct.
This is the last game we're going to see this whole weekend.
Yeah.
The hype is appropriate, right? I really think it is. So just from the get-go here, what are we looking for in terms of things to collect, Fruitberries?
So every Minecraft run starts different. The biggest skill of Minecraft is being adaptable. So what you want to see, first of all, you want to look around. You need to find a way to enter the nether. The nether is important because you need blaze rods and you need ender pearls to make eyes of ender. Eyes of ender, lead you to the stronghold, and then you'll fill in the portal, go to the end, and beat the game. So there's a lot of steps. What each runner is looking for right now is iron, food, wood, and a way to enter. You can enter via the ocean if you find a lava ravine, which is what I can see Illumina and Couriway trying to do. Actually, Couriway finding a ruined portal, which they can have decent loot. Sometimes you can complete them, but it's very rare. So usually you'll be seeing most runners doing a lava entry. But yeah, so everyone's trying to get food, wood, iron. They're going to be playing very safe. Obviously, this is the first run that they cannot reset. So you don't expect them to try to do some incredibly crazy stuff, but they're going to be playing pretty safe, making sure that they don't make any mistakes and trying to get to the nether.
Yeah, to that point about, not taking too many chances or whatever, Couriway, I know in particular, is a big proponent of monument strats, and that's not the kind of thing you see from people trying to get like world record. You know, that's not usually the thing where you're going to get a crazy, ridiculous time. But he says it's the safest way in his mind to get a sub 20 at least. So with 5 hours to go, you could go monument strats early on, try to establish a pretty decent floor time, and then try something a little riskier like Bastion, right, and do the more standard kind of like world record pace type stuff to try to lower that time. But I wouldn't be surprised if he kind of gives that a try, and it's something you don't necessarily see some of the top runners do as often.
Yeah, one thing, I mean, for me, speedrunning is in general, right? You try to, RNG is a bad thing, right? Because that's something you can't control. And this Minecraft, I consider to be like, it's that times a million, right? Just trying to catch lightning in a bottle, right? I mean, it's just trying to get the perfect mix of all these different probabilities to happen at the same time. Now, you're going to see this. Usually people, it's just a reset fest when you're trying to get a world record in this game, because you have to find a seed that's, first of all, doable, and then find one that's possible to get a world record with. And the number of those possible seeds, as they're called, when I say seed, I mean like the world that was created for each instance of the game, it's just so very, very small. For anyone that hasn't run this game or hasn't seen someone speedrun this game, it's really hard to comprehend how much, low chance there are of even a world that you can get a good time with, right?
Yeah, so some of these runners, like when they get into the nether, they might be greeted with a fortress off spawn or a bastion. By the way, bastions are where the runners are going to be getting their ender pearls. There's 4 different bastion types. I'll get into that later. But they all have gold blocks, and there's a mob in the bastion called the piglin. So if you trade the gold with the piglin, they can give you a bunch of different items. String will be useful. String, you can make beds, which will you be using to fight the dragon. And the main one is pearls. Pearls, a fire resistance potion, some beds, and then they'll be out. But they need those pearls to beat the game. So the runners will have to find a bastion, or if they're doing monument, they'll have to find piglins. And then a fortress is also a guaranteed requirement. To get 6 blaze rods is really risky. I assume they're going to go for 7, just in case, because when you throw an eye, it has a 25% chance to just disappear. So it depends. Whatever the runners are feeling. If they're feeling risky, they'll get a bit more blaze rods, but
get just enough. Yeah. Well, the same thing with gold, right? Like, what do you want? Like, based on the trading with the piglins, I think it's like 40 gold is usually pretty safe, and if you anything lower, you're starting to get into dangerous territory.
You want to try to get, because each bastion, the runners have set routes. So the bastions have the same layout every time. The only thing that changes is some of them have random gold block elements. So the runners know where those all are. Sometimes you might just get screwed over. You might just have a lot less gold. But on average, you should get everything you need. But sometimes you don't, and that's when you reset. You go again.
And if someone here is just like a casual Minecraft player, like ALT and myself for that matter, you might say seed. What's a seed? You just start up the game and you start playing, but every time it generates a world, it creates this number, this seed, that if you give someone else that same number, they can play the exact same world. And you might, so the reason this is significant is because they're playing random seed, which means they don't get to pick their seed. They don't get to pick a world that we know is good for speedrunning. And after a while, when speedrunning's been going on for a while like this, you get some really good seeds that are clearly better than the others. Right now, the top 25 times on set seed are all with the same seed, the famous 3294 seed now. And a better one hasn't really been found. That is the best seed, everyone seems to agree. But with random seed, you don't get that certainty. You have to improvise a lot more.
Yes.
Yeah, so as we can see, everyone's actually in the nether. What you would want for your first seed is you just want to complete it. It's not going to be the greatest time, for sure. All these runners are definitely going to be playing this a bit more safe. But what you want to see is open terrain, at the very least. You want to be able to move around and actually try to find the structures that you're looking for, which it looks like all of them except Illumina. Illumina might be digging through a wall right now. He might have a structure, not too sure, but it looks like everyone has pretty decent terrain. They should all be able to finish this run.
Yeah, so just to remind everyone, this is the first run of the day. We kind of make sure everyone gets one run in just so we get a good showcase of everything too. I know a lot of people out there are still watching everything and say, what is going on? This is not the Minecraft I know. We're going to explain it more as we go along, so stick with us here. We're going to explain each individual thing they do in this run as we go. We're going to start big picture and then narrow it down to the small strats. I like Zylenox there on the left here, using the boat there to fall down and not take fall damage. Just one of those little strats. There's, I don't know, hundreds of those you have to learn to do the speed run.
Yeah, and the fall damage thing, that's another, when you talked about like you want to have enough of this or enough of that to make sure, you don't run out because there's a little bit of randomness involved. You get the same thing with fall damage, right? Because you don't know like how much food am I going to need? How good is my, blaze fight going to go? I mean, these guys are all pretty good, right? They probably have a pretty good sense of it. But anyone like sub-elite maybe needs to bring a little extra food. Maybe they need a couple golden carrots or something like that, just in case some of those fights don't go very well or they take fall damage by accident.
Yeah, so how these runners are actually going to find structures, obviously you could enter the nether and just see something, but if you do not, basically you can open your coordinates with F3 and you can see on the left it's the X, Y, and the Z. There's 4 quadrants that are something around 300 blocks on each quadrant of 0, 0. You can turn your FOV to 30 and open F3 and basically pinpoint where entities are. As you can see, Feinberg's doing it right now. On the top left of your screen, you have an entity counter. You want that number to be around above 30. You'll know something's over there. If there's nothing, if it doesn't spike like that, you'll want to turn your render distance up. And yeah, that's practically how you find structures. There's not much else to it.
Yeah, really well explained there. And entities, again, are these things inside that area of the screen. Like when I say things, it could be a lot of different stuff, right? A lot of things make up the entity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you see a bunch of them in one direction, you know that's what you're looking for.
So yeah, about entities, like the piglins in the bastions generate. So 30 entities basically means there's a giant amount of mobs. It's like, why is there a giant amount of mobs there? That means it's a bastion or a fortress. That's the only kind of explanation for why that could happen. Mm-hmm. So a runner is like, yeah, okay, I'm going to go this way and just pray.
Yeah, so you see the Couriway there with the F3 up there. There's a lot of information on that screen. Now, you don't have to look at all of it. Just look at certain areas in different times, right?
The runners are mainly paying attention to X, Y, Z, so they know where they are, and the entity counter. Because I'm guessing Couriway's he's probably going to have to dig quite through this wall. He does not have a lot of pickaxe durability, but that's fine.
So I want to direct your attention to Zylenox there. He just started his trade with piglins. Can you describe that a little bit better for Fruit Bears?
Yeah, so Zylenox is in a treasure bastion, just one of the 4 randomly types of bastions. And I'm not sure exactly what Rowdy's doing, but this specific bastion, if you go all the way up on the top of both of the staircases, there's gold in the walls. I can't explain it too deep, but the runners know exactly where the gold is. They make a hole, and they break a gold block so that the piglins get aggroed. So basically, you need to get all the piglins in a hole, and then just throw the gold in there, and then a minute goes by, and most of your trade should be done. And if you don't get what you need, that's where some runners know where backup gold blocks are. It's like the slow blocks that usually if you were to go mine those backup blocks, you just reset. You wouldn't actually do that. But this is a marathon type setting. Like, they want to complete this seed, so they're going to do everything they can and use all of their knowledge to actually complete it.
Yeah, and that's an expression of their risk tolerance, right? Like, if you throw enough gold at them, statistically you're almost definitely going to get what you need. But if you go a little lower, you may or may not. So how lucky do you feel?
Another thing is obsidian. You need at least 10 obsidian. With 10 obsidian, you can build a nether portal and just blindly travel and hope you're close to the stronghold. But if you have 20 obsidian, you can build your first portal. You can do calculation to figure out roughly where the stronghold is, go back into the nether, and then run the amount of blocks you need to. 1 block in the nether is 8 in the overworld. So yeah, you do the math in your head, you get everything done, and hopefully with your second portal, you're actually a lot closer. Mm. You'd only do that because if you're a few hundred blocks away, you just run. If you're 1,500, like some crazy number, you're going to want to do the double portal. And also, double portaling can be very accurate if you do it correctly. Mm. So,
yeah, that's one of those times when you could really use. I mean, I consider this run to be. There's a lot of math going on here behind the scenes and also in the minds of the runners here to find out where stuff is. Because, again, they got to make a lot of choices, but they got to have certain elements have to be done in every single run, right? You got to find the bastion, you got to find the fortress, and you got to get to the end here. And they need that obsidian to make the portals there to get to the nether and get out, and maybe go to the nether again if they have to, if they need to travel that far.
Looks like Feinberg's having a little bit of trouble on the top left. I'm not sure what happened. I think this bastion doesn't have the best route. Yeah, he's just going to dig a 2x1 hole here. As you can see, the piglins are coming to attack him because he broke the block. Only has like 3, but I mean, I guess that's fine. He's just trying to complete the run. And so, yeah, you throw all your gold in here, and you wait. You try to overlap. You like go check the chest.
You go do something else in the meantime. Yeah.
The big arrow sticking right in the head there for Feinberg.
Yeah, I think they've been aggroed. I'm just gonna throw it out there.
Maybe. Oh my.
Got a little Steve Martin thing going on.
All right, so right here's the chance on the bottom right here. Couriway has that pie chart, right? Huge part of this is that pie chart, right?
Oh,
so
yeah.
fruit, I'm going to put you again on the spot. Pie chart. Explain it to us.
Fruit pie. Let's
So
go.
basically, you can use your pie chart and like, there's a bunch of ways you could do it. You can stand in between like chunk borders and like turn your render distance up by 1. And if you see like a mob spawner appear on that pie chart, you can step in and out of like chunk borders to try to figure out a rough direction of where the fortress could be. Or like I said, you could just find it. Like it could just be right there. But some seeds are obviously a lot harder. Like they didn't pick this seed. This is the first seed. They've done no resetting. So on average, this is probably going to be a pretty rough seed and not something they're expected to do incredibly fast.
Yeah, and in case you guys are wondering, as you can see in the bottom right in some of these, I think 3 of the Forerunners, at least, I'm not sure if it's true of Zylenox, they put subtitles on there so that they can hear things they can't actually hear. So, for example, if you're looking for a lava pool, maybe you can't hear the lava pop sound, but it says lava pops in the bottom right, so you know it's close. That's more earlier in the run, but there's no reason not to put that on the same way. There's no reason not to have that F3 on a lot and just take all that information in.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wasn't paying too much attention. I was trying to describe, but Illumina had to reset or something but he just blinded into a fortress, so that's good.
Okay.
Let's see.
There's the pie chart.
You know, Feinberg's looking fine. Couriway's looking fine. Looks like Couriway's trying to find a fortress. Feinberg's also trying to do the same once he gets these last few trades. And Zylenox, I think, is trying to death reset. You can I didn't die. But you can
surprisingly difficult.
You can make this item called a respawn anchor, which allows you to respawn in the nether. So Zylenox doesn't have any food. So how do you get your health back? Well, you die. You set up this respawn anchor, you fill it with glowstone, and then usually you would throw ender pearls, but it looks like Zylenox only has 13. So he wants to keep those at all costs. So, well, fall damage is the next best option. So build up, jump in the hole, you collect your items, and you keep on running.
That's really interesting. That's something like when you're trying to do world record attempts, it would never get to this point, right? It's such an easy reset, right? But we're putting him on the spot here saying, you have to finish this one. So he's going up these strats.
Yeah, so Feinberg's making his way to a fortress. Couriway's doing the same thing. Basically, you hopefully have a bunch of like extra pearls you can just throw. And then when you throw a pearl, eating food gives you a ton of your health back. So like, for example, a cooked pork chop gives you 4 hunger bars. If you are 4 down or less, it will give you this like health boost. I don't know how else to explain it, but a saturation boost. And you get a ton of your health back. So what that means is if you have a lot of food, you can pearl over and over and over to just make distance. And as you can see, Feinberg, you get fire res from the trades. So he's just kind of swimming in lava, pearling to a fortress.
Yeah, the fire resistance potion there, huge for Feinberg to be able to do what he's doing here, which is impossible unless you have that potion.
So Illumina on this reset, he's actually doing fortress first, which is a bit harder. If you have a shield, it's pretty easy. For these guys, it's pretty easy, let's be honest. Okay, no, but yeah, a shield, as you can see, he just crafted one. If you're holding it and a blaze shoots at you, it does nothing, so.
It's like if you have the extra materials. If you happen to happen into them, like you can do it without the shield, but if you have it, you might as well.
It's a very good safety precaution. You can kind of like turn your brain off a bit.
So Zylenox here and Illumina fighting these blazes here, trying to get the blaze rods, which are another essential part of the run here.
Oh my gosh, Feinberg pearled up to the fortress, almost died, and then pearled as he was falling back down. That was amazing.
Wow.
Dang. So Zylenox and Feinberg, pre-Bastion, once they get these rods, oh my god, Zylenox on like 1 heart just got hit off by the Wither Skeleton. I think he's good. I think he's half a heart.
Oh my god.
Oh, let's go.
Jeez.
So close.
I'm not sure if he has enough Crying Obsidian to reset. It looks like he does, but we'll have to find out in a moment.
This is the kind of fun stuff you wouldn't see except for the no first
reset.
reset.
Yes.
And we
This
get to
is
see
scary.
we get to see some fun stuff.
We're getting in the weeds here. We normally
Feinberg,
wouldn't.
though. Feinberg in a commanding position to finish up this first run. Couriway, I think, still heading to the fortress. Illumina doing Fortress first, as I said. But yeah. Okay, Zylenox can make another anchor. So as you can see, he's about to get his health back. He just needs to throw a Pearl, respawn. Yeah, there you go.
You know what's particularly scary? The photorealistic graphics.
Yeah, Minecraft well known for its graphics.
Yes, yeah. My PC can't even run this, man. Look at all the squares.
Because the thing is, anyone can run Minecraft, but the speedrunners, you upgrade your PC more and more, you can fit, like I said, multi-instance. You can run like 9 games at once, 6 games at once, which allows you to look for better seeds instead of spending your time cycling through all the bad ones.
Yeah, I mean, the more RNG plays a role, the more laps you got to get in, basically.
Of course.
One thing I want to try to make you watch for is really quick, but it doesn't happen much. But when these players are crafting, it's incredible how fast they can put it through there. I love watching that happen because it's just so fast.
Also, Couriway with the blaze bed, that was nice. So you can put a bed next to a spawner and put 1 block down to basically clear out more room for the spawns. Because if a spawner's crowded and there's a lot of blocks nearby, it's just probability, you get less spawns less frequently. But if you use your explosions, you use some of your beds if you have extra, you can clear out room there to make getting blaze rods a whole lot faster, which is something you will see.
Yeah, I think Couriway has 5 blaze rods now, I think. It's a little small on our screen. So he's getting to the point where if he wanted to move on, he could, but I guess he's hanging around because he wants more, right?
Yeah, 100% this is the right play from Couriway.
To have 1 or 2 extra.
Yes.
Zylenox
doing the same thing, as you can see. Bang.
Making room for those blazes to come out a little bit faster, just a little small optimization there. Want to get those blaze rods as fast as possible, obviously.
I'm not exactly sure what Feinberg's doing. I think he might not have enough obsidian. I'm not too sure. Yeah, he only has 6. So he found a second bastion.
Wow.
So
and
that's
on fire.
really unlucky.
And he's on, I think anytime someone's on fire, luck has failed them.
He's going to have to do another bastion run. Like, this is something you don't do in like a normal run. Obviously,
he would have
reset
before,
like 10 minutes ago. But
Feinberg's been in the bit of an adventure here with this first
Yeah, he's
one.
having a real adventure.
Yeah,
now, ALT, this is looking more like our runs.
Yes.
Now, when you're on fire and you're running low on obsidian.
Illumina trying to find a bastion. I'm pretty sure he has all his blaze rods. Couriway actually coming back to the overworld, or coming back to the nether. I'm pretty sure he has 20 obsidian. So what you want to do is you go into the overworld, you do triangulation, which is really hard to explain, so I'll leave that
We'll save
later.
that for a little later, yeah.
And you come back, and basically, like I said, 1 block in the nether is 8 in the overworld. You would do the math in your head, go to those chords, and hope you're there. Hope you're closer to the stronghold.
Yeah, I mean, like, literal triangulation, like, done from scratch is, like, way too much math. But I know that there's, like, a shorthand. There's, like, a table people consult.
Yeah.
And it's like, if it's this many, it translates to roughly this many blocks to give you a rough idea. So it's not as intimidating as it sounds, people. You can do this without being, like, a math major. Because
Minecraft speedrunners have a lot. They usually would have, like, a second monitor. They would have, like, charts on it and stuff. They don't have that. They're going to have to... They might have to bring out some primitive strats. Not too sure.
Some primitive paper, maybe?
Yeah.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't make me.
They thought about it. That's all I'll say.
We seem to have lost Illumina here, unfortunately. But 3 other runners do concentrate on now.
Not too sure what happened. Unlucky. That's all I can say.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at it, but plenty else going on in the meantime.
Yeah, there's been a bit of PC issues, so that makes up for some of that's part of the reason there was a delay.
Couriway here getting some blaze rods again.
Yeah, I think he's
down to 2.
I think he's just being safe. No, he has nine
oh,
eyes.
Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
And
Yep.
he has 2 rods,
Yeah,
and I think he should be good to go in a bit.
Okay.
Really wants to make sure he finishes this run, which is, again, we're asking all the runners to finish this first run. And for someone like Feinberg, it's been a bit of an adventure, but he's going to make it happen, I'm sure.
Feinberg, I like this. He's going to mine some of the corners of his nether portal to get more obsidian. This is...
Use the tools at your disposal.
Because he has 7, and he needs 10 to make another portal, and there's 3 more pieces luckily left.
You don't need the corners.
You don't need the corners, no. Zylenox, as you can see, opening F3. Can't really explain that right now. Just doing triangulation, trying to figure out roughly where the stronghold is. But I'm guessing he only has 10 obsidian, so he's just going to book it.
Okay.
He also needs food. He's like 2 hearts, 4 hunger. He's in a bit of a rough spot. Yeah. Not much to talk about right now. Couriway is just running to his second portal location. Feinberg getting obsidian. And yeah, it's just kind of a dry spot right now. Everyone's just kind of brain off, doing their thing.
Yeah,
Not a lot to focus on.
You mentioned only a few hearts there. Like, I mean, how many do you feel comfortable with proceeding there, right? Like, I know everyone's different. Some of these guys, like, it seems like they never get hit or whatever. But, like, are all these guys good? Oh, and he died. Oh. As I was asking about what amount of health he should be comfortable with, the answer is more than he had.
So you can do the whole death reset thing in the Nether in the overworld easier, because obviously you can use a bed. You sleep in a bed, you just throw an Ender Pearl, die, and you're back. So Zylenox might even not get any food. He might just keep dying over and over until he gets to the stronghold, which is, I mean, honestly, a very good option. Ideally, you want your stronghold. Oh, unfortunately, he had an eye break there. But if your stronghold's in the ocean, that's really good, because obviously you can see it. You don't have to dig. You don't have to be like, oh, hopefully it's here. It's so much faster if your stronghold is completely ocean exposed, which is nice.
Yeah, and you can see they're holding their camera down just enough. There's kind of like this in between where you don't see the water and you're not above it. You can just see everything clearly underneath really easily. This is something they're all going to do because why not?
Couriway, I mean, like, so you can build nether portals, and sometimes you're just thrown underground. Like, most of the time you spawn on the surface, look at Curry. Curry just has to, like, painfully dig up. And it's like, that's a thing that can happen. It's like, there's some things you can do about it. You can, like, try to build your portal higher up to, like, decrease the chance, but sometimes it just happens. That's part of the game, honestly. Yeah, Feinberg trying to get closer. Feinberg opened this thing, as you can see all the squares around his screen. Those represent the chunks, each like little square. So what Feinberg's trying to do, he threw an eye, he moved a bit to the left, and he threw another eye. So he's like, okay, where those two lines intersect, it's like triangulation. You go to the point. And once he sees his eye, go down, just like that. It is guaranteed that the stronghold is in this chunk. So you can open F3, you can set your, you look at your chunk position, and you go to the 4-4.
Yeah.
And you dig down, and there it is.
I think he figured it was close enough. It looked like when he went there, it was 4-5, and he's like, yeah, good enough.
Yeah, it can be 4-5. It can be
You're still going to land
5-5.
where you need to.
That's starting staircase, right?
Yep.
Yes. And I guess the way strongholds work is there's a starting staircase, which here it is, where the eye brings you. And then from there, there's the portal room is not going to be too far away most of the time from the starter staircase. So usually, it's a good play. You just send it down the middle. You give it a quick check. You don't want to go too deep. See, look, he's kind of F5ing around these corners, but he's probably, he's going to run right back, check a different hallway, and this is the optimal way to do it. You play for the luck.
ALT, did Fruitberries just cast his first commentator's curse right there? Was
Possibly,
that it?
but I think it was a slight one. Slight one.
You're gonna be a warlock by the end of this.
But this is just a good example here. Feinberg here having a little bit of trouble finding another example of this RNG aspect, right? You get right to the fortress, right where you want to be, but the portal is farther away than you want, right?
Because it's absolutely not his fault. It's just the way generation works.
Yeah.
He's trying to optimally look slightly into each direction. As you can see, getting food from these chests, which is pretty clutch, actually.
Yeah.
And
still on the search here.
Yeah.
This is long.
This just happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes ideally you insta-find it, but what is a dungeon? Okay.
Seed happens, man. Yeah. I mean, Feinberg got in there first, and I was like, well,
Zylenox at the portal room here.
Okay, out of nowhere.
Exactly. Feinberg was in there first, but Zylenox found the portal before him just because of the way it was laid out.
Zylenox just dug down like very recently, and there was like 3 eyes in there. So
oh, wow.
The way the portal works,
we are in the dragon fight.
It is a 10% chance for a block of the portal to be filled, and obviously, like some of the set seed runs are those like 1 in trillion seeds where like the entire portal is filled.
Right. Yeah, I heard
but
like 1 in 1 trillion or something. Yeah.
On average, you'll have like 1 eye in the portal, or like 2, or just.
And he got 3 on a random first seed.
Yeah, that's.
So it's a shame it was wasted on the first one in a way.
Important to talk about how beds work with this dragon fight.
Because it's not intuitive.
No, it's not.
This is totally video game glitch logic, and that's why I love it.
Yeah.
Okay, so beds.
Dangerous weapon beds.
Very dangerous weapon.
Morning Track's bedroom, yes.
So there is a fountain in the center. The runners will save a piece of obsidian, whether it's normal obsidian. Wait, Feinberg? Feinberg's going for a 0 cycle. I did not have time to talk about this. But
Still using the
let's
beds.
see if
Go
he
ahead.
hits
Go ahead.
this. Basically, a zero cycle is this very, very recent tech that's been found out where, oh my God,
He might
6.
get it.
Wow.
There it is. Give it up right
Whoa.
there.
That was really
crowd.
impressive.
Feinberg.
The crowd knows.
Coming out of the gate hot.
But the second you enter the end, you can see randomly kind of where the dragon is going. And recently, runners have came up with setups to bed the dragon while it's in the air. Like, I don't know how else to explain it.
That is my favorite
I love,
sentence
yes,
in the
I love
world.
betting
All
the
I can
dragon.
say-
Bed the dragon in the air.
All I can say is it's really hard, and that is very impressive. And he's on to resetting now. Like, wow.
All right, our first run has been
insane.
officially completed. Feinberg, that was not an easy run, right? That was not an easy seat.
No.
Feinberg made it
Yeah.
happen. Feinberg fans got to be impressed.
Okay,
with
so
him.
now we can talk about why beds are dangerous.
Yes. We still need to hear that.
Okay, so beds, you're not supposed to set your spawn in the end. So they just, Mojang was like, let's make them explode.
If you try to set your spawn.
Yeah.
They do a lot of damage, like a lot. So you can set a piece of obsidian in the fountain, and when the dragon comes to perch, you time beds correctly and you can kill it. That's as simple as it gets, I guess.
Exploding beds.
It's like so interesting how, imagine Mojang, the creator of the game, obviously didn't
Yeah.
make that decision to make them explode, right? It's so easy just to say, like, all right, they don't do anything, right? It would have been such an easy choice. Like, you put your bed down, you try to sleep, it doesn't do anything. But
Yeah.
they made it explode, and that is
It's funny.
why this speedrunning can be so fast, is because of one of that just, those kind of, I don't know how much they thought about that decision, but it was a decision
The
they made.
unintended consequences.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we couldn't focus on Zylenox. I'm pretty sure he absolutely crushed the dragon too.
Yes.
But Feinberg with the 0, that is insanity. I'm very surprised. Not only that he went for it and he hit it. Couriway, as you can see in the stronghold, doing the same thing. Illumina is back, everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Illumina fans rejoicing
Let's
there.
go.
It's not the way you want to reset, but yeah.
Yeah. Get some hype for that.
Sorry,
Illumina
yeah.
has returned.
I mean, he's still got a lot of time.
Yeah.
you know.
Yes. It was
He,
a
lo-
marathon.
he lost the first run, but he's got.
He's not going to be playing his old seed. What, his PC probably just like died.
It just hated the seed that much. I'm not running this.
So yeah, Illumina's off to resetting, Feinberg's off to resetting, Zylenox is off to resetting. Couriway, our man Couriway is here, just having fun in the stronghold.
Pulling up the
Like,
rear. Yeah, here we go.
Where is it? Cannot find the
I'm
portal
not
here.
sure. I'm pretty sure he went down middle, he went left, he went right. Who knows? It's just one of these strongholds where you're just like, you don't know.
It's always in the last place you look. It's like your
Yeah.
car keys.
Strongholds also have hidden rooms, but I don't know how to explain it. This exact area Couriway's in, sometimes a wall's sealed off and you can dig into the middle of it and it'll reveal a hidden room. But there doesn't seem to be any. But yeah, this is
Yeah,
Wow, this is
these
unlucky.
runners here play the game so much. Like this again, the ending unfortunately is all random, but there
Yeah.
is like elements that are repeated, right? So like you know about where it could be, what the options could
Patterns,
be.
yeah.
Yeah,
Illumina strolled up to this rune portal, got 3 obsidian. That's pretty lucky, but still can't complete it, so unfortunate. What rune portals can contain? If you're really lucky, you can get like a flint and steel or a fire charge and obsidian. So you can enter the nether like 20 seconds off starting a seed, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you don't have anything. You don't have iron, so you can't get the gold. You don't have food. You don't have wood. So it's like often if you have like a 10-second enter, you want to take some time, maybe make some tools, see if there's like a ship or something nearby.
Well,
Some way to
Illumina
get
just found a shipwreck. Like,
Oh, yeah.
how does it change your run to find a shipwreck early like that?
You want to play for oceans. Oceans are just the most common and easy way to enter. So if you shipwrecks are pretty common, as you can see, you found a second one.
Second
Oh,
one.
wow.
And it's like it's barely even wrecked. It's like it's just starting to go down.
Yeah, it's just like
It's right
hovering
on
in the
there.
water. But basically with oceans, you can find ships and you can find these magma ravines. And the magma ravines, you can craft doors. As you can see on the right of his hotbar, is 3 doors. You can basically make an underwater nether portal. So you get this access to iron, access to food, and access to lava. So that's why most of the time runners hard reset for oceans.
if you're going for the world record, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And another way is there is an item called the buried treasure, which in those ships, there's a map which shows you where the treasure is. But that takes too much time.
You can go mapless.
So speedrunners, yes. Basically, you can do some more F3 pie chart shenanigans to figure out where exactly the treasure is. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but the treasure will always be on the 8 block of the chunk. So they have that, to know. So it becomes a bit easier, but it's still tricky. Not every seed do you spawn on an island with a treasure under you that you can get to.
Right, knowing that it's on that block means that if you're near there, you can at least rule it out real quick. Right?
Yes.
You can't see it, so it's not here.
And one thing worth mentioning, this event is called Glitch Infinite, so I want to say it. I see you YouTube commenters. You're going to say they're glitching through this game. There is no glitches happening right here, right? It's just using the game
in ways that were never
never intended, right? There's no glitches happening.
But it is all functioning correctly.
Yes.
The runners have tons of performance mods. There's no glitches happening.
Yes.
As you can see, Illumina doing something cool. Some of the ruined portals have just a ton of lava, so you can actually just turn it into a full portal, which is cool. I think he messed it up.
Yeah.
I think it's one thin.
Construction a bit off there. He's smiling himself.
Yeah.
He's a little bit off there.
But you get the point.
Yeah.
Basically, you reconstruct the portal. Okay, I thought he messed it up again. Thank you.
There you got it. I think he's got
Let's
it now.
go. Let's go.
Give it up. There it is, Illumina.
That gives himself the high five.
Love to see it here. Couriway, by the way, if we haven't been watching, still is on an adventure here in this fortress.
Wow.
Still there.
I wasn't even
He's
looking.
camping now.
This is.
He lives here now.
Yeah.
I think he's got squatter's rights now.
This is how I would do a stronghold. I spend 15 minutes.
Yeah. There is a portal here, we promise, but we just have to find it.
I mean, he must have walked by it by now, right? And thought it wasn't looked too quick or
He definitely might have just not went deep enough in a hallway and turned around to just try to get lucky. And he might have forgot, and now it's just it gets to the point where it's oh my God, where have I been?
Yeah, it kind of looks the same. So
yeah.
It looks like. Did he put down a marker there to say I've already been here for
At
himself?
this
I think it
point
looked
you
like that.
should,
Yeah.
You can block off doors and stuff.
Yeah.
No, guarantee that. It's
Yeah, there it
not
was.
over there.
anti-breadcrumbs.
But yeah, that's practically it. So, oh my God, Zylenox beat out Feinberg by 3 seconds.
Wow, there it is. First runs up on the
Wow.
board there.
The Feinberg did the swag ending, so
Yeah, but you figure by the end of
Props
this,
to
we're
that.
going to be seeing runs closer to half that, I'm guessing.
yes.
Even on random seed.
It's going to be a lot harder because the one instance,
Yes.
but the ending time probably won't be around the 26. It will probably be low.
Ooh, he's smart,
Yeah.
ALT. He knows to make the nice mods prediction, because anytime you say speedrunners can't do something or whatever, they do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so on the average, if you're trying to go for a world record, you're trying to get in the nether with what you need under 3 minutes. Obviously, the sooner the better. 3 minutes is you should probably reset. You probably shouldn't force it out. Zylenox entered at 2:10.
Yeah.
That's a good enter.
He's flying.
On one instance especially, it's getting those is tricky. It's a lot trickier than having 9 possible screens on your screen that you can select from.
I can't. My attention is being split here. Zylenox amazing run going on in
Yeah.
Couriway. Still in this fortress here. He is in his
Yeah.
own personal hell right now. He can't find it.
He's having a lot of fun. It's wait, I think he's relogging? I'm not sure.
What's the play
Yeah,
here?
he's rejoining the
It's
world.
looking
I'm
like
not
a
sure
really
what
good
happened,
run from
but
him, isn't it? I think he's the only one of these runners who's not in the top 30 on speedrun.com for the random seed too. But you can see,
Yeah.
this could be a statement.
I mean, Couriway is a great. Oh, he found it!
There he is.
Oh my God, it's real. 'Cause he has tons of eyes. I think.
Yeah, no
I
problem.
think he's good. So yeah, Zylenox entering a bastion at 334,
All right.
which is
Hype rising.
good for one instance. That's great. That's a great. I don't know if he has a fortress. We'll have to figure that out. If he does, that's a good, promising start. Illumina in a bastion as well. Obviously, because look, it's they're both in a bastion. One of them's in the 3 minutes faster. That's just, and it's
That's
not
nuts.
saying he's the better player. It's just Minecraft.
That's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
Minecraft, yeah.
Yeah.
So for people who are not familiar with Minecraft speedrunning, just Minecraft in general, the jumping slightly faster, right? Because they jump everywhere they go.
Yeah, you want to. It's such a simple mechanic, but it's very in depth at the same time. You just hold space bar and you go faster, and optimizing your movement's cool. It's a fun little movement game for sure. As you can see, Zylenox breaks the gold block and then starts spamming gold, and all the piglins are trying to file into this small hole.
So did he not do a hole?
I know. I think he.
Because they're standing around it, like.
He
And,
might have not dug. He might have not dug it deep enough.
Yeah, right.
I'm not sure.
You want to keep them as constrained as possible because you want to make this trade as efficiently as possible.
Well,
you
and
run
you
through
don't, and
pick
if
it
they're
up.
aggroed, you don't want to.
You don't want the
Yeah.
stuff spilling everywhere. But yeah. Couriway in the end. Yes.
Wow. Oh, look at him.
Oh,
He's
yes.
styling.
Let's go. Let's go.
He knows it's good. He knows it's good.
Our short king.
So staying far enough away. They want the dragon to perch here. Get close to the perch.
Yeah, so Zylenox just made a new hole. You just get the figs in the hole, you wait, you'll loot chests. And so perching is another thing I guess I can talk about.
Yeah.
You want to do what Couriway is doing. You want to set up your obsidian in the middle and then just run to the side of the island because the farther
Oh, there you go, chat. Give it back to him. Come on.
Oh,
the
the
farther away you are, the dragon. It's just easier for it to get into perch. But with breaking none of the towers, like he doesn't have a bow, obviously. He's broken none of the towers. It's a 1 in 13 every whatever few amounts of seconds for the dragon to be like, okay, time to perch. So
More RNG.
Curry
Yep,
could be
it's
here.
endless.
He could be here for minutes. He could be here for seconds.
Some great runs have been ruined that way, and it's heartbreaking.
There's some other safer strats which we might see. Like we might just see people loot a bow and some arrows and just rapid fire the towers. Try to just go crazy, which will, if you break all of them, reduce it to a 1 in 4. But it's hard. I don't know, and it's not perfectly consistent. Nothing is.
Looks
Yeah.
like his dragon.
He got the perch, though.
It was. There it is. And see, they put those
Finally.
blocks up to be able to put this bed on here.
Yeah.
There's the bed placement.
1.
Begins to bed the dragon.
Okay.
Let's see. Nice, solid. The lowest amount of beds you can use is 4, which is pretty tricky for most people.
You usually get 5 or 6 to right.
Yeah, speedrunners are pretty crazy. You'll see most of the top runners getting 4 or 5. It's usually nothing more than that.
All right, Couriway there officially finished his first run through there. And he also had a bit of a adventure, but let's see his first time at 37:32.
Adventure is the polite way.
Yeah, he's
to
gonna.
put it. It didn't go great.
He's gonna get
Yeah.
a time much less than that throughout the
But,
next
like,
4 hours and 21 minutes.
Zylenox has been in this bastion for quite a while. No food again, which is great. I don't know. Some runs you just can't get food, and you have to rely on the nether mobs or just spamming. As you can see, there's a hoglin over here, so he's gonna build a tower. 3 blocks up, or maybe 4, and you just lava it, and you get the cooked variation of its food as long as it's on fire. So he's just gonna,
pre-cooked. Nice.
Yep, safely killed. It can drop 2 to 4. You got 2, so unlucky, but there you go. It's gonna go back to full health.
I don't think we've seen any villages. Because when you talked about the blocks there, I immediately flashed back to the Iron Golem.
We
and the
had
whole
1
3-block
village.
Thing. 1 village, yeah.
It was the first seed on someone.
That's right.
But yeah,
Because I expected the Iron Golem to be a much bigger part of this, but it hasn't yet.
villages can be good. You can find blacksmiths, which is the main thing that makes them good. You could, in theory, rip 10 obsidian, but like realistically, you could get full iron. You could get your pick, your bucket, your flint if you get a blacksmith. Otherwise, the golem only gives you 3 to 5.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be entering with a pickaxe. So you'd have to rely on the bastion to give you the iron pickaxe for the gold.
Yeah.
So it's a bit risky. A lot of people just like the ocean strats.
But all the
they're
beds you can
good.
handle, usually.
Yeah. All the beds and all the food. That's the benefit.
Yeah. Yep.
So again, this run is really about solving a problem, right, in the most efficient way possible. And there's so many ways to solve the problem. And the
Yeah.
problems are different every single time, too. That's the thing that makes it really interesting. And why usually speedrunning, we don't want a lot of RNG, but this game is just so much RNG that it's popular because it has so much, kind of, you know?
It leads to a lot of judgment, a lot of choices.
Yeah.
Because most speed games are incredibly like linear. Like the runner has a
Yes.
route and they copy that route and they do that route every time. But Minecraft is the complete opposite. It's like there's routes for structures.
Yeah.
And there's routes for like you bed the dragon, but like you are constantly thinking on your feet. Like that's the name of the game. Smarter players can like save time in crazy ways. Like it's not about full mechanics. Like some speed games are like mechanic driven. It's a mix of both. But knowledge is a strong thing in this game.
It's like a randomizer for another game. This, you
Yeah.
know, it's kind of like the more you know about the game, the faster you can do it. The problem that's given to you with these, like other games, I could say Link to the Past randomizer, right? Every chest is randomized. You don't know what you're going to get, and if you get a different item, that opens up different pathways. And this is kind of like that.
It's cool. It's a really, it's a crazy game. It like came to prominence like out of nowhere. It's like 2-3 years ago, very little people were speedrunning Minecraft, and then it just skyrockets to like #1 speedrun.com game. Like
yeah, it's definitely up there. In
this
the
game's
listing,
everywhere.
Yeah. I think personally, a big part of it is like anyone out there, right? You don't have to be the best player, but you can catch lightning in a bottle, right? If you get that perfect seed, right? You still have to know how to play the game and know the mechanics very well, right? But you could win that seed lottery, right? And get yourself a great time.
Yeah, I mean, the games that tend to be the most addictive like that for speedrunning are the ones that are a mix of mechanical skill and chance, right? Because it's exciting to see what you get, every time.
Super exciting, yeah.
Every seed could be the best seed. It could be the next 3294. It could be the one that everyone starts running for set seed too. Like you might just discover it one day.
And most speedrun games are not like that, right? Super
No.
Mario 64, you're not going to get any random seeds.
It's,
right?
it's execution.
No.
The stars are always going to be right there. They are, and you got to learn how to do it.
Are you sure? You don't think they're going to come out with some DLC 30 years later?
There is randomizer though.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, there is randomizer now, but.
But yeah, this game pretty unique in how it works for speedrunning. Very unique.
Yeah,
For
it's
sure.
extremely popular. I mean, so many people run this game. Again, like you said, top 5 in
Yeah.
played games on speedrun.com. I mean, there's a reason for that.
But as you can just see, kind of like how Nether works, Couriway instantly enters the Nether, 30 FOV, as low as possible. You spin around. It kind of condenses. It's kind of like taking a like a telescope and just like looking around. And when you see the entity spike, you go that way and you pray or you reset. Like that's it. It's kind of just like you hope something's over there. If it spikes.
I like some of the little tricks because I know there was one with the pie chart, for example, where like as soon as it spikes, you actually know that the farthest right bit of your camera is where you want to aim because the second that chunk comes on, even by a pixel, is when the pie chart shows up. Right?
So that's how the mapless strategy works, where you are trying to find this underwater chest that's completely buried on the 8-8 block. You would go to like you don't go 30 FOV, but you go somewhere like 70, and you look around, and the second the edge of your screen is even remotely aiming at the chunk, that it will update. That's just how the game works. As you can see, Feinberg is actually getting a map and going to a treasure, which is really cool. Usually, that's like very rare for that to be optimal, but this looks fine. Like this looks... It was not slow at all. Like the ship was like
right there. He's still under a minute right now.
It's right there.
Yeah.
So that's why the RG is fun too, right? Because you're saying these things aren't good in general. Like this doesn't usually produce the best thing, but sometimes it does.
It could.
So like you could see a great run with like any combination of things if they line up right.
So yeah. Also, like if you don't have to stress incredibly hard if you don't get like wood when you enter, because there's nether trees which you can get wood. There's a few different ways to get the same item, and you just kind of pray that you can get it in some way.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's some items where you're way more confident I'll be able to get this somewhere along the way.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's pretty much it. It's like I'll have a bucket most of my runs, but like, well, how am I gonna get food? Am I gonna burn like 2 hoglins? Am I gonna loot it from a ship? Just something you have to think about. Lots of thinking.
And I'm going to, this is one of those games, too, where everyone can speedrun this game. I know people say that for a lot of games. Everyone can speedrun this game. But this game, you really can. Everyone can speedrun this. Of course, we're watching the best players. They're doing it super fast. But you don't have to finish it in 12 minutes to feel like you had a good run, right? You can just, even completing a run is fun. I think everyone can do that if they really put a little time into it. You can get a run, of, let's say, 40 minutes, right? And then you can have the next goal of 30 minutes, right? And then you have the next goal of 20 minutes. And then, you get into, real digger of your time there. But everyone can really speedrun this game. Another great part.
It really seems like literally anyone, if they put a fair bit of time in, could get a sub 20. Right? Like after that, it gets way tougher, of course. But if just like to be in that conversation and to be in like the 20-minute range, it really is just a matter of practice and effort.
This is like such a it's so knowledge based. Like you don't have to be consistently the most like insane mechanical player. You just need time. Just put the time into it, and you will eventually get rewarded in Minecraft, which is weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird little game.
Seed lottery will hit you eventually.
Eventually. But yeah,
But yeah,
Couriway doing a route.
You're right. Like, there's just so many games that are like they're nothing but mechanics. And but I still do think the crafting, how fast they are with the crafting, is like the one place it shows through that like blows my mind. Because like I'll blink and I'll miss the menu. Right? I'm like, when did they craft that? Oh, I blinked. My bad.
Some people are so standout when it comes to like just speed crafting. It's crazy. And like this is a computer game. Everyone's on their different like sensitivity. So like, and it's just it's amazing just to see it. Some people just are crazy. There's not much to say.
That's a great point though about the sensitivity, right? Because like that creates a higher skill ceiling for the crafting.
Like someone like Feinberg is one of the most consistent players in the entire game. And his sensitivity is really high. Like really high. He's just like, he's such a standout player when it comes to this game, for sure. Everyone in this event is. Everyone in this event is pretty legendary when it comes to Minecraft.
There's a reason we invited them.
Yes. And Minecraft's a weird game. Like, a lot of these people, like, you can get, like, a world record. Like, Couriway, like, getting this 1436 back in the day, it can, like, kickstart your career.
Oh, yeah,
Like,
definitely.
That's weird. That's crazy to think about.
This is one of the games where you watch the world record video, and it's like, oh, that is definitely highly skilled, but it's like, wow, that kind of came together pretty well. It's just all like the RNG lined up was a nice, smooth little jaunt through Minecraft. But again, we didn't get to see the thousands and thousands of times it took to get to that smooth run through Minecraft. But
oh, that's just a constant speedrunning thing, right? Is that it looks easy by the end, and you don't see the months and months of grinding behind the scenes. And even more when you have something like the random seed thing, it's so much of that. And that's why I think Feinberg's consistency that you mentioned, Fruit, is like the biggest thing about him. Because if the whole thing is about getting in a bunch of seeds, consistency matters more. Because eventually, if you get a good one, what if you happen to have bad mechanics that run? Like, it's wasted.
Yeah, Feinberg is like, he plays a lot of tournaments and he does very well. He's won, I want to say, like most of the tournaments he played. He's very consistent tournament player. But all these players are like nuts. Like anyone at the end of the day can win this. Anyone.
I see Illumina here still waiting to get Illumina's first run finished here. Triangulation started.
Illumina triangulating. He could beat the 26. He has like 6 minutes. 6 minutes to go.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's literally right here
on
this mountain.
Looks like he has a great chance now to get the top time.
Illumina could snag the top time here.
Ooh, and Couriway taking a quick look at Illumina's screen there, feeling the moment here.
He so like the eye didn't go down, but like he threw an eye, ran like 2 chunks and went backwards. So he's just gonna guess. Like it's probably here. So you just dig.
Yeah, close enough.
You pray.
Yeah, so look at this Illumina screen there. You see that chunk number 545. The ideal one is 4x4, right?
4x4 will throw you straight into the middle.
Yep.
And yeah, it's the faster one, but like it doesn't matter. It's what you lose like 1 second.
So yeah, remember we saw Couriway with that crazy fortress. Let's see how long it takes Illumina to find that portal.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Look at that. So fast here. Less than 26 minutes. Definitely possible now.
Yeah.
You said pray a lot. Like, just pray. Just pray. This is a very religious game, by the way. It is Sunday. So why not? A lot of prayer involved. It's one of the major mechanical skills.
But yeah, there is also another thing that you might notice. I think Couriway is doing it, and Feinberg, maybe Zylenox, not sure. But the subtitles on the right of their screen, as you can see, they're not in English.
Yes.
Basically, they're in Bosnian, and the reason why, you're like, why? What's the reason? You can craft an item normally by just dragging it or hotkeying it, or you can use the crafting book, which is like not recent. It was added a few years ago, and you can search things into there. And if you change the language, you can type like 1 letter and like a bunch of like key items can appear because you're in Bosnian and like it's weird.
This is speed running at its best.
Yeah,
I love
it's
this
great.
stuff.
It's great.
You know, we're used to Japanese being the fastest language to use in a game, but not Bosnian. This has to be the only game.
It's the only game where the word
crazy.
Bosnian was going to get used.
You change the language and the name of the items is different. So when you search it up, It's crazy.
And I want to know, I want to give him the strats. Who found that, right? We need to call that guy out and give him credit, guy or gal or anyone else.
Yeah.
But who found that? Who
I mean,
searched that?
That is my favorite bit of trivia
Yeah.
about Minecraft speedrunning is the Bosnian thing.
Yes, they deserve the
Not
name
close.
of that strat.
So yeah, Zylenox out with another, doing the death reset. Zylenox usual. No food.
He
But-
doesn't seem to care.
Not sure how far away he is, but yeah.
All right, Illumina here. One last hit on that dragon should do it, right?
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Oh, what happened here?
I
Ran out of
think it
beds?
flew away. I think he messed
flew,
up the
yeah.
beds.
Oh, no.
Shoot, now we got a question. Will he be able to do it in less than 26 minutes and 21 and 18 seconds? Excuse me.
So how common is this for guys at this level to kind of mess up the dragon fight at the end?
Not very. I'm not sure how many explosives he had. That was probably the reason he messed it up. He probably only had a few. And yeah, as you can see, he just reset.
Yep, look at so you think he's so close to the finish, just finish it, but there's no
Yeah.
point, right? If you know
Yeah.
you can't
It's
get it in less than
impossible.
time. Yep.
When you say explosives, you mean like pillows, right?
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
Explosive pillow talk.
Of course.
So you can damage the dragon with a bed. You can damage it with a respawn anchor. Yeah, those are the two main things. And if you still haven't killed it, you can turn on hitboxes and hit its head and just pray, which does a little bit. But if you hit it too many times, it flies away. So you want to be as good with your explosives as you can, which is quite a skill.
So we probably won't see that too much today then. Usually you get to the dragon fight, it's all about the perch, and then from there it's pretty routine for these guys because they've
Yeah.
got it down.
But some runs are crazy. You can have like 3 explosives. Some runs you have like 8. So that's like a guaranteed dragon kill. But if you have 3, it's really hard. But sometimes like that's what you gotta do. You don't have time to get more on like world record face. Like you gotta go. But yeah, Zylenox entering the stronghold here. Yeah, he's just gonna, as you can see, dug through the hidden room, and it's right there.
Oh, there he is.
Wow.
Nice
that was
call
a
here.
lot quicker than before.
That was amazing. 21 minutes. I
All
can't see
right.
his actual time, but yeah, this is on pace. This is on pace.
So that's going to be a real question here, the strategy behind like when to reset, because obviously if you're grinding for world record, you have a pretty good sense. Oh, 1 or 2 mistakes, that's it, right? If even that. But here, you have to figure out how fast are these other guys going to get in just 5 hours. What kind of time is likely to be the kind of time that wins? And that's nobody really knows that, right? Are they all going to have good days, bad days, or whatever? So maybe you're grinding for a 16. Maybe you're okay with an 18. Like who knows?
I expect the farther we go into this, less time there is on the clock, the more aggressive people will be with resets, but that's just my guess.
Like if
right?
one of those guys comes out with like a 16, like it's going to change the strategy for everyone
Oh,
else.
yeah.
So
if
as
they
you can see, what
notice.
Zylenox just did is he pre-set up 3 anchors, because I'm guessing he doesn't have maybe no beds, maybe he has 1 bed. Yeah, I think he can craft 1 bed.
Okay.
So he's 1 bed, 3 anchors. So he's gonna have to time these anchors as the dragon gets above, and it's a bit tricky. Anchors are a bit more tricky than a bed is, just a little bit.
How's he end up down here with so few beds? Like, what kind of decision do you make that puts you in that position?
Oh no, he is beds.
Boy, he's 4 beds.
chilling.
Yeah, it's absolutely fine, yeah.
He's chilling. Never mind.
With the anchors anyway, then.
Yeah. And anchor's the same principle as
It's
beds, right?
safe.
They don't
Yeah.
want you to be anchoring in
so
here,
safe.
so explosion.
Just why not? Why not
Yeah,
have
like, why not
fail-safes?
put the anchor? Like Zylenox is just guaranteeing
If you have
this. He should realistically, as long as he doesn't get really unlucky, finish this out by this dragon. He's just
He
waiting.
said it out loud. As long as he doesn't get
Yeah,
really
yeah,
unlucky.
yeah.
As long as.
Just wait for it.
He's just waiting. He's just waiting. Couriway digging down.
We're at the mercy of the dragon.
I think Couriway's just looking for lava. Nothing special.
Illumina still looking for that first finish, too.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's
you
a lot of.
Sorry,
as you can
Illumina. I'm
see,
going to say it wrong.
there's a lot of like wacky ways you can build portals. Like Illumina's like kind of like in a door that's on fire.
I
It's
feel
just
he's
like,
been sitting here holding this carrot for a while.
It's really interesting how, like, to make portals, there's so many different techniques to make
Yes.
portals. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
There's a million different ways you can make portals. It's kind of ridiculous. But as you can see, like, this can happen. Like, Illumina's just on this, like, tiny island with no blocks. Like, how do you get off of this? He made 48 slabs. He's going to go crazy.
Well, he doesn't
But-
have fire res, does he? Like,
No, he
Fire
does
Punch
not.
done. Can't have that yet, yeah. Just make it a little bridge here.
As you can see, he's also, there's something you can do called, you can just bridge normally by holding shift, and you can also speed bridge, which is you shift, you unshift, and it just gives you a little bit of a speed boost, a little bit. You can also do it diagonally, as you can see. Very, very good.
it's slow going.
Zylenox
though.
with the perch, 1 anchor, 2. Not getting a lot of damage,
No.
but he has the beds. He should realistically,
Zylenox on the main stage
be
here.
fine.
One more. I think one more.
Oh, he pre-exploded it.
No, too early there. Now
Oh, he
got
got it out. Wait.
Now we're in trouble.
Oh.
That was going to be a new mark.
What can he do? Look at the menu here. I don't think he has any options, right?
No.
And one heart. Oh, no.
Oh.
Okay.
Another. So we've
Oh,
seen
man.
two dragon failures in a row.
That's crazy.
Wow. And you were even talking about, like, he's got the explosive set up, right? Like, he's totally fine here, and then just mistimes it.
I'm not even sure what happened. I'm pretty sure he clicked 2 beds at the same time accidentally.
Oh.
And wasted his last bed. Unfortunate. Yeah, Feinberg. Feinberg got a blaze at 12 minutes. That's good.
Oh, yeah.
Times 26 at the moment, so.
4 rods and says, see ya. Going to find some
There we
random
go.
blazes to get the rest.
There's the one you're looking for.
But yeah, Minecraft does a lot of different tech in like every situation. Like there's movement tech, there's like routing. There's no like defined route for this game, so you just make little optimizations and stuff for every part.
Yeah, and we should say the blazes dropping those blaze rods are not guaranteed either, right? That's another element of RNG. How many rods you get from?
Yeah.
If you get 10 blazes, you might not get that many rods.
It is a 50-50 chance for blaze rounds. 50-50. So you kill one, you might just
Okay, that kind of math I can handle.
Look like he's killed like about 4 in a row and has not got a rod yet. There's one.
Yeah, that's
There's
pretty.
5.
That's pretty rough.
What a lot of people like to do if they're doing the double portal is, or even just one portal, you don't get enough rods, and then you just go check where it is, and you come back. So you kind of reset the spawn a little bit. But yeah, you just it's just like overlap. As you can see, Feinberg got unlucky in this water, but he can get back to his portal, so that's fine. He's gonna just try to
Tower out.
figure out where it is. He's gonna go back down, and then build another portal.
Every time I look at Illumina, it's carrots and lava. Carrots and lava. It's been going on for a while. I just want him to finish, man. Just get that time on the board. I don't care what it is.
So yeah, Feinberg 30 FOV is looking at. Right now he's just looking at a specific part in the eye, and then he's gonna move a certain distance, try to figure out where it is, and then go back down. It's a pretty tricky thing to explain.
Yes.
The triangulation is.
Go to a certain distance away from that first throw, and then throw again, and then put those 2 numbers together and figure out where.
You boat a certain amount of blocks, or it's usually like 4 sprint jumps, but with a boat, it's a little different. But yeah, he threw 2 eyes. He knows, and
Feels confident.
He's gonna go back.
Yeah, the angle difference determines how many blocks away you are. And like again, the underlying math there is pretty complicated, but there is like shorthand to make it a little more accessible to someone who maybe is interested in getting into this, but doesn't want to have to do a lot of crazy math either.
Yeah, so it's like this game is interesting. Like Zylenox, he's gonna try to make a bucket list portal, I assume, which is it's a hard portal to build, and it requires you to find like a very deep lava ravine. Like it has to be a certain amount of blocks deep, or else it's just impossible. Bucket list is also a kind of like a semi-recent thing, but it's very hard to do consistently.
I mean, it sounds like tech is just coming out all the time. Like when it wasn't too long ago that 1 cycle of the dragon was, oh my god, 1 cycle of the dragon, and then 0 cycle, we saw it on the first run today.
We're watching Feinberg. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, puts his Zylenox here. He was just on his
there we
fortress
go.
run. There we go, all 4 again.
There we go.
Couriway just spawned in an igloo.
And we're on there we go. Feinberg's down.
Feinberg with the hunger reset.
Yep.
Couriway spawned. I think he spawned in a house. I wasn't looking. Illumina doing. I think this is bridge, throwing in some gold. But yeah.
Hey, village from Couriway.
There we go.
Yeah.
Old
this is our
school.
Second village of the day. The snow is not ideal because with some villages it's harder to get food than others. And like snow, I don't think the hay bales spawn, so that it's gonna be a bit trickier. You can like find some food in houses, but I don't know. It depends.
I just like the village because I like to imagine, what are these people thinking about this guy? He just busts
Running
in,
your town.
destroys your bed,
Yeah.
takes your
Picks them all
hay,
up.
kills some chickens.
Kills your
terrorizing the
protector.
village.
Yeah, kills your protector, and then just leaves.
Yeah.
Brutal. Steve.
Why did he want our beds? There's the Iron Golem, the 3 blocks, I believe it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
so they can't quite reach you.
Yeah.
It's a simple strat, but that's the best thing about it.
Sit here and you just jump.
Yep.
can drop 3 or 5, 3, 4, 5, and he got 5, but
Ooh,
it just
okay.
wasn't worth it. He just reset.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not enough there. See Illumina here with his trades. Ever getting those piggy wiggies in the hole there, throwing the gold down? I love the animation when they're looking at the gold too, like they're really analyzing
They're
the
thinking about
quality.
it. Yeah.
Analyzing the quality of the gold before they give you
Yes.
your treat.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, Feinberg is on the run. He's
Okay.
trying to build his second portal. Not sure how far away. Only time will tell. But when he builds the second portal, the thing about 2 portals is there's not a lot of running left to do. Or you could, if you're super good at it, you could be in the stronghold with your second portal. Who knows?
Yes, you never know.
Oh, are we going to get a finished run soon from Illumina? He's
we
coming
wanna
at
see it.
9.5. He's got the piglins, and he's not doing anything else in the meantime. He's just like, I'll just wait for my trades.
Yeah.
Rub his hands together, just like the piglins.
All right, so Feinberg here still
He's building the portal right
Yep.
now.
should be okay here. 18 minutes on his clock.
That's good. That's good. That's really good. He could definitely beat this 26 if he's close.
Oh, yeah, we know this 26 isn't going to stand. I mean, twice already, though, we're
Yep.
like, oh, here it comes,
Oh,
new mark, and
gosh.
then both times, Dragon Death.
Shooting those eyes out. Again, trying to find the fortress location.
Yeah. Couriway trying to like there's a lot of cool ways, like such a simple thing like getting wood. Like he's standing in this certain part of his ship. He knows what logs he can break to get wood. He knows like all the ways to get around the ship. It's cool. You learn a lot the more you start to speedrun this game. Knowledge really is like most of what you need to be a top runner.
I mean,
For sure.
with most of these games, it's like when you learn more, you suddenly realize how little you know. You realize how much
Yeah.
more there is to know.
Yeah, Feinberg on the run. He's placing blocks to remember his angle. So he's probably going to, I'm guessing it's right around here. He's going to pearl over here and eventually throw us another eye if it's close to try to, you just figure out where the 2 points cross.
You just eyeball it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Illumina here in the sea of lava, which might look strange. But again, he has a fire resistance here, so no worries there.
Yeah, so he moves a bit. The eye goes that way, so it's wherever the 2 corners were is where it should be.
Oh, no, Illumina. Oh, no. We're on fire. We're very on fire.
He's okay.
he's only a little
He's
on
having
fire.
a fun time.
He's only a little on fire.
Another cool thing is if you are lucky enough to get carrots, you can turn them into gold carrots with some of the Bastion gold. And golden carrots are stupid. Like, they're so good for food. They're, like, probably the best food item in the game besides, like, a golden apple that you're realistically going to get in a run. So, yeah. Yeah, Illumina approaching a fortress, I'm pretty sure, right about now.
Yeah, let's stick with this Illumina run.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can see some action there. Hopefully we can
I'm
see his
pretty
first
sure-
time done.
Yeah.
That's what we want to see.
Feinberg digging down the stronghold, 20-29. That's possible. It's very, very, very possible if he's digging on it. Oh, heart and a half, though. It's the bucket.
Looking shaky.
Yeah, and then sometimes, like, look at this stronghold. It's, like, mangled.
Yeah, this is not as clean as we've seen before.
No. Sometimes it just happens, and it's like you have to, like, parkour over ravines and stuff.
Parkour.
He's on half a heart. Oh my
Parkour!
gosh.
Half a
Yeah,
heart,
but he's
parkour.
fine. He's fine. Just gonna
There's a bed now.
do the whole classic
Yep.
bop.
Yeah.
He's done that many times, right? I mean, more than average I've ever seen. He's doing that death health reset a lot.
It's ominous. You see him build a
It
bed in the
is-
middle of nowhere, and you're like, uh-oh.
It is a very consistent way to get your health back, but it's not fast, which is why you don't usually see it in a world record.
There it is. Looking
Hey,
for not a
alright.
single eye vendor inside there.
Yeah,
What,
worked
what,
them out.
what are the odds on that with the zero?
Zero-
I know filled is
zero's
1 in
pretty
trillion.
common.
Okay.
It's like 1 is the average, or yes, and
Common
then
enough that
0 is after 1, and then it's just a bunch of.
Common enough that, like, they got to go in with enough to cover it completely.
Yes.
Yeah, no one's going to go in there just hoping for one, really, unless they're really desperate.
But it's like there's like risky strats. It's like you could leave on 5 blaze rods if you don't have enough time to save to get the world record. It's like you can think about that. It's all up to just adaptability and like thinking.
I love when they have to boat the Enders, the Ender Band. I love that. I love that.
It is super cool. You can just place a block next to a mob, and you can just kind of nudge it into the boat, or you can get it angry like Feinberg,
Yeah.
and it just runs
in there. There it is. He has his own little boat now.
And as long as there's like a block there, and then the boat on the block, it just kind of like TPs in. I don't know. Super simple. Feinberg has like 9 beds, so
Should be no problem.
fantastic.
Yeah. Feinberg's
Hey,
gonna
wait,
finish
hang
it.
on. The last two
Yeah,
Dragon
yeah,
Ball-
we can't do that.
We're all
We
like,
can't
oh,
do
he's
this.
fine.
He's definitely going to finish this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, the reason he's trying to
Have
get
we
a
learned
pearl is because he wants to, once he sees the snap of the dragon, he wants a pearl at the fountain. Because running is, you could miss it. You could. So having the pearl is that safety net. You want to make sure that once you see the snap and you confirm that's a perch, you just go. You go.
Dragon not playing nice so far.
No.
Deciding to stay up. I don't blame him, but
Come on down. We're not going to hurt you.
Yeah. Illumina building a portal under the lava. I've never
Every
seen this in
time
my
I
life.
look over, he's on fire.
He's gonna barricade himself in the lava.
Wow, look at this.
That was beautiful.
Ooh.
Feinberg with the perch.
here we go.
Let's see. And
Come
it
on.
should be.
Straight in.
You got it. I know.
Not the most damage there.
He's 4.
There it
is.
All right. All right.
All right, guys, it's a 5-hour run, so we have to switch some commentators sometime
Yeah.
as well. We're going to switch out here and bring in some new commentators, and we'll be right with you in a moment.
Yes.
And we are back here. I'm joined now by Algorithm and 360 Chrism here. And I'll start with you, Chrism. What do you know about this game? How long you been playing it? Tell me all about what do you know about Minecraft speedruns?
I've actually first played Minecraft just casually, just last year, I think. So I'm like very new to the game, but as soon as I saw the speedruns, I got so into it. I watched speedruns of it every day, and then I eventually started running it myself as well.
So you found the magic, right?
I found the magic, but couldn't get a good time going because the game is just too hard not to die in.
you play a game already. I mean, you play a lot of games, I know, but Pokemon's one of your big games, and that game has some RNG, but not this much,
Yeah,
right?
it's not this much, for sure, for sure.
All right, so how about you, Algorithm? What do you know about this game? I know you've been playing a lot. You know a lot about it, too. So tell us about what's your history of the game.
Well, I first started playing somewhere around 2016, actually, but I didn't really pick up speedrunning. Well, all right, I speedran 1.7 SSG, or Set Seed Glitchless, back in like 2017, but I didn't really get into speedrunning until about a year ago, a little over a year ago now. And since then, I've been playing it pretty actively. I have improved from pretty much playing no reset runs in the beginning, where I would just try to complete them, because that's kind of what you have to do to get into it, to gain experience with making the decisions that you need to make to beat the game.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
now I've progressed to have myself a pretty reasonable time. So
Awesome. Yeah, it's a good story there of how long, if you want to give this game a shot, you can do it. It's not the hardest game in the world to run. It's a hard game to master, but anyone can kind of play it. As we see here, Illumina still looking for his first time here, but right now in the lead is Zylenox, 26-18. Second is Feinberg with 23-09. Couriway at 37-32, but I know that everyone's going to improve on that time, I would say, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm hoping to see all of them get sub 20 at the very least. That'd be awesome. It's a lot harder though without their 9 game at once setup, but I'm sure we can see at least one sub 20 today.
yeah, and I expect we'll see times even faster than sub 20.
Okay.
Because these runners are really quite experienced at the game, and if they were resetting a little harder, I know a lot of them are just trying to complete runs right now. But after we get a little bit more into the event, they might start resetting harder, and by then they may be able to achieve faster times as well.
Yeah, I've watched pretty much all of these runners hours at a time, and pretty much every session they start, they should get at least one sub 15 in even. Might be a little different today if they're playing a little safer.
Yeah, it seems like I'm kind of surprised at how few resets we've seen so far. I think the first, of course, we started with a no reset run, but after that, everyone's kind of been very loose with their choices of seeds so far, But I think that might change, like you said, as we go on here.
It seems they're going rather for like an event PB rather than an amazing time.
Mm-hmm. And that's good, because we do want to see people play the game. And if you, as you guys said, if you watch people try to get more record of this game on Twitch, of course they have the 16 instance going up, and they don't get a lot of runs going at all. So it's fun to see people play the game.
Yeah, often you'll see streamers with many hours long streams and they don't finish a single run during that time. So especially ones who reset for world record, which there aren't too many people who do that at the moment, but there are some who do. And they complete very few runs. It's very rare that you'll see them actually finish a run or even make it to the end.
That takes a special kind of person, right, to go for the world record in this game? Because, I mean, you are like signing up for, like, resetting what? How many thousands of times to get a possible run,
Yeah, it takes a lot of persistence. And with the wall setup that these speedrunners typically have, they go through thousands of seeds per session. Like, it can reach, like, tens of thousands sometimes, although that may be unusual depending on how long the session is.
Yeah, Chris, what was the number you shared with me earlier? Like to get a PB, how many thousands of runs?
I've seen runners with a reset count on their timers, and it was like in the hundreds of thousands, like easily 500,000 runs, especially with the latest setup. They just see so many seeds.
Yeah, and that's something that's really progressed lately is the ability to reset. People never used to play more than one Minecraft at once, and also there's been some performance changes that have helped with faster loading times, and that's really been a great improvement because before you had to wait quite a while for each world to load just to even see if it was possibly playable, and a lot of the times it wouldn't be, so you'd have to immediately reset.
A lot of speedrun mods they started to allow just to make the game a little more enjoyable, and I'm so glad that that's actually a thing, because looking at the loading screen at the start of the game for like 15 seconds before you actually get to see a seed, that was always pretty awful.
Yeah, here we can see Illumina has actually entered the portal room at this point, so he might be on the path to finishing his first run here.
That's what we want to see. Illumina fans have been waiting a long time to see this run and get finished here. Got the beds he needs, got the Eyes of Enders he needs. What is he trying to build now?
He's crafting respawn anchors, it looks like, just for safety, and he might be going for a zero cycle.
Maybe it's enough for a zero cycle with the respawn anchors, Yeah,
and if he does zero, that's on pace for the fastest run so far that we've seen.
Oh, inside, yeah.
I don't think the zero cycle is possible when you're in a wall like this.
It is possible, although it requires some really good RNG, and also it is much more difficult. So you don't really see speedrunners go for that.
Let's see here. Illumina fans hoping this is the run he can finish, even if it's not to be zero cycle, just to get a run in.
Could be the #1 time here if he gets a quick perch.
Yeah, it certainly can. Perches can vary anywhere from under 1 minute, which is just about as fast as zero cycle is, to, well, I mean, they don't really have a time limit, but you usually don't see any more than 2 or 3 minutes.
It's all about when that dragon decides to take a perch. So let's see how long it takes this guy to decide to come down.
He's got 15 minutes.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, chances of a event best are dwindling, but any time be good to start with. Let's see what else is going on. Zylenox on the desktop here. Feinberg, though, seems to be in the nether, searching for Bastion.
Zylenox might have had a game crash there. I'm not entirely sure what happened. But, yeah, it looks like he had to restart his game.
Dragon's still not playing nice here with Illumina. Has not came down yet.
Nope, he still has a tiny bit more time before the event best will be unachievable, but it's not looking great for him at this point. Unless it goes, like, right here.
Yeah, event best now is now impossible, but still, he just wants to get a time up there, I think, just for the mental side of things. Just get a time up there and then feel good, and then we can start farming for better seeds.
Yeah, and obviously it can still be the second best.
Yes.
Which is a pretty nice thing to have.
As we see here, still, we were wondering earlier, how long can he stay up there? What's the kind of? There's no maximum, of course, but You had to have a worse time, you know, that algorithm. Like, how long does he stay
God.
up there for you? Where are you, Chrism?
I think my longest perch is, I think, 12 minutes. So
Yeah,
But-
something like that for
Wow.
sure.
I've also been in the end many, many times. So that is obviously something that is really rare. I almost never see them over 10 minutes, and
It looks
even
like,
over 5
it looks
minutes
like
is really
Couriway
rare.
has a really fast enter for the event standard right now.
Yeah, Couriway is entering sub 3, which is a relatively good time to enter.
That's a time they would like to accept for their own runs.
All right,
And
here
we go.
Illumina's got his perch. And
Yeah,
it
there
looks
we
like he
go.
pulled off a 5-bit, I think. Yep.
And got the 24.
That's a nice sub 25 right there.
Nice there for Illumina's. Got to feel good now to get a run in. Now we can start trying to get a better time and get that top time here. That's all our runners are trying to do here. 3 hours and 43 minutes left. Who can get the best time here? That's what we're after here. The best time to defeat that Ender Dragon.
Oh no, looks like Couriway spawned inside a wall, currently swimming through Netherrack.
Not ideal, but he's sticking with it. He got it here so early, right? He has some time to mess with here.
Yeah, and actually going diagonally like this is the most efficient way to dig through a wall because you can break blocks much faster than you can move. So he's actually, by going diagonally like this, he's able to break more blocks more quickly and cover more area. So that's just a little technique there.
Well, Lava's going to block his way there. Seems like he's been digging for a while.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate. Usually when you see a spawn like this and you dig for 20, 30 seconds or so, most runners just give up and start the next run.
Yeah, but he also did have a relatively good enter on the seed, so he
That's
is
true.
still on pace for at least a good time.
Yeah, especially for the event time.
Yeah.
This is definitely still really good pace.
You can see there he used a boat, and when you get out of a boat, it tries to place you somewhere around the boat, and if the boat is facing the right direction, it can actually crouch you down underneath a block.
Oh, there you go. He dug
Yeah.
right into
He
the
dug-
bastion.
Right into the
there you
bastion.
go. That's some good luck for him.
Looking like stables, I believe.
Yeah.
So again, these bastions there's 4 types of bastions, but they're all kind of randomized, but kind of in a set pattern of randomization, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So here he's got a good gap on this side. There are, in the bottom part of the ramparts, there are good gaps and bad gaps. The good gaps contain many gold blocks. I think it's like up to 10, but there is some randomness in that, so it's not always 10. And the bad gaps have a chest and not much else. So speedrunners often look for these good gaps, as it's called, and then they will be able to trade all of the gold in it with the piglins.
Yeah, really, for people that haven't run this game, they can pick up on the patterns of like, okay, I know what kind of bastion this is. I know where gold can be. It's not always there, but it can be there. So that's why it seems like they're just digging. There's gold right there because they know where it can possibly spawn. It's not always there, but they know, okay, in this type of bastion, in this area, in this good gap section, gold's got to be here. You know?
Yep.
Yeah. The good gap always has enough gold. It's just the treasure bastion, I believe, that has coin flips for each of the gold blocks in the upper area.
Well, Stables does, but it's it's really rare. I've actually never gotten like too few gold blocks in a Stables to complete like a reasonable run, as long as you don't get completely bad RNG from your piglin trades. But
it looks like he only got 2 obsidian, so he'll still have to go to the upper area and check for more in the chests.
yeah, and there's also some backup blocks that he might end up going. Oh no, he got more pearls, so I think he'll probably just
pearls
go
are
up and
good already, yeah,
check
yeah.
the chest. Oh no, looks like he's going and getting the backup blocks anyways, just for safety.
Might want a little bit more string or glowstone here.
Yeah, and it looks like he also got some more pigs at some point,
even
so
more
he's going to
pearls.
let
Wow,
those
yeah.
go down into the hole. Here we can see Zylenox is entering the nether. His enter is really fast. It looks like he got a completable ruined portal off spawn, and so
Oh.
he's entered low 1, which is a
Super
really
fast.
good time.
Yeah, super good time.
The
there.
downside to this enter is he does not have an iron pick right now, which means he won't be able to mine the
Right
gold blocks
next
in
to
the
a
bastion.
bastion.
Ooh,
Wow, okay.
that is a really
Heat
good
it up,
spot.
heat it up.
This could be a good run right here
He
for
just has to
Zylenox.
find a little bit of iron in the upper chest.
Come on, you got to be there. Come on, RNGs, let's see, we need you. Need some iron.
Yeah, and I'm sure if he doesn't get it in the upper chest, he's going to try his best to check out the lower chest as well. Although that can be a little difficult and it does lose more time.
Looks like he does have gold armor too, so it's pretty safe to get up here.
Yeah, having gold armor for getting iron into treasure bastion is actually really nice. There are some bastions where it doesn't matter so much, But in a treasure bastion, it can be really difficult to get in and loot those chests if you need iron without having gold armor.
2 nuggets so far. Doesn't seem to be enough.
There's a few more iron nuggets in that chest. It didn't look like he actually took them. I'm not sure if he noticed them. Looks like he's gotten them now.
So he's probably just trading for get pearls and get out, or the iron trade, but it's extremely unlikely. But there's nothing really else he could do right now.
Yeah, so he's gotten a couple gold blocks from the chests, and piglins will trade iron nuggets every so often. So that's what he's hoping for at the moment. And if he doesn't get it, you might see him go down to lower treasure and try to get it down there. Oh, Piglin almost hit him into the lava.
This mechanic is so interesting, right? You're trading with pigs to hopefully give you the stuff you need to complete your run here.
Yeah, it can be frustrating sometimes because
it's
it's completely random.
Does not get it?
He did not
get it.
Yeah,
So
he
he has
did
to
not
go
get
searching
it.
here for that iron still.
Yeah, I mean, his time is still decent. He's still under 3 minutes still.
No, that's true, because of the
which-
completed one, yeah.
Yeah, that's still a decent time. It looks like he is heading down to lower treasure, so we'll hopefully see him get some iron down here. And runners do also learn how to identify where the chests are in the bastions, because that placement is random. So there's certain patterns of basalt and other blocks that you can look out for to try to identify where those chests might have spawned. On the bottom here, you actually look for the height of the lanterns, and if the lanterns are tall, then that means there's a chest. And it looks like he's actually got a few sides with tall lanterns. So he's got a couple more chests down here, which he can get iron from. So that first one.
There. You went under the chest there to avoid the piglins getting him, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
If piglins see you open a chest, they will become angry at you. So digging under the chest is a way to avoid that.
Yeah, start out neutral, but they don't like you taking their stuff, so then they get angry.
Looks like Feinberg is also looking really good on the trades right now. Getting started. Already has 5 obby.
Yeah, Feinberg is also doing a stables. Wait, no one else is doing a stables at the moment. But Feinberg looks like he's got quite a few pigs in there, so he should be exiting pretty soon as long as he doesn't get bad luck with his trades. I'm not sure if he's seen a fortress yet, but it's relatively easy to locate fortresses using the pie chart, as I think Fruitberry's discussed.
Yes.
That's also some newer, it's not new anymore, but within the last year that has been discovered, and it wasn't in use before that.
Looks like he's working on it right now. Yeah, you pretty much want to... Has it been explained yet?
Yeah, well, please, we could always explain more,
Okay,
because this is, there's so much going on
Yeah,
here.
pretty much. You open the pie chart and you increase your ender distance until you see a spawner, because every fortress has to have a spawner. And then you go 1 lower and you touch the cornering chunks, basically. And then wherever the spawner appears, that's the general direction where the fortress will be. Or, if you're unlucky, a treasure bastion, because those have spawners too.
Yeah, treasure bastions, people usually just don't bother using the pie chart in that situation.
Yeah.
Although you can go down and break the spawner if you're in the bottom of it, like Zylenox. I'm not sure if he did end up breaking the spawner there, but many runners will break the spawner so that they have the option to pyrite if they need to.
Yeah. I've seen some really fancy strats where you pearl hang down to the spawner. Like you're at the top of the treasure bastion, you pearl down, then decrease your render distance, do your trades, then increase your render distance, the pearl loads, and they're at the spawner to break it.
Yeah.
That's a really cool strat.
Yeah, there's some cool strats with manipulating your render distance to actually unload pearls and reload them when you want to. And that can save a bit of time. And also, like if you go down to lower treasure, runners almost always will hang a pearl, as it's called, up somewhere so that they can just immediately teleport out without having to build all the way back out.
Yes, you said hang a pearl there, and Chrism, you explained a little bit. So just so people know, the pearls are used to travel. You throw it there, and you can travel where it goes, right? So you're saying throw the pearl, lower your field of view so it's not in view anymore, and then turn it back on, right?
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
And then once it loads, it continues its trajectory, and once it lands, you teleport there.
Here, I believe Feinberg actually did just hang a pearl, which is why he is on low render distance. And that's just so that once his trades finish, he will be able to exit the Bastion a little farther away and perhaps have a better opportunity for terrain and be able to finish his run a little faster. Because taking the piglins can take quite a little bit of time to trade, and so if you overlap hanging a pearl with that, you can perhaps save the time. And it looks like he's actually got enough pearls now, so we'll see him raising his render distance here.
And there it is, yeah.
And there it is, yeah.
Really cool strat to see. So I want to talk at some point about, the use of calculators and stuff. It's kind of a hot topic, right? And we're not using any calculators here, but I know they are allowed, right, in the world record. And what do they use for exactly?
Well, calculators typically at this point are only used for locating the stronghold. There are several other uses for them. However, the stronghold is really the most effective use of them, and usually people can get through the rest of the run without needing a calculator, and it doesn't really save much time anywhere else. So pinpointing the stronghold can be a really difficult task. Obviously, these speedrunners are very experienced with it, so perhaps it's not so difficult for them. But calculator use is allowed so that you can pinpoint the stronghold more accurately and then do things like build a second nether portal and end up directly in the stronghold in the starter staircase, which saves a good amount of time.
Yeah, it's always, speedrunning, I don't want to get too much deep in the topic. Like turbo buttons, kind of like that. How much should outside tools be able to be used? And Minecraft's kind of interesting how, they're not using any outside tools for sure, and especially in this run, but they're using, so much information you don't normally get in normal games, right? You see the F3 screen, there's so much information on the screen that it kind of is a natural game to use maybe a calculator to make it at least more accessible, right? But I don't know.
Yeah,
That's a deep topic.
It's still up to choice for the runners.
Yeah.
There are runners that don't. Top runners like Raynex, he does not use a calculator. And many of these runners didn't for quite a while, although they were only allowed recently. So they're all quite experienced with not using calculator. And Illumina didn't even use F3 for quite a while.
Oh, wow. So Zylenox still under 10 minutes here. This seems like this run's been going on a long time, and it has because he got in here so early. Still less than 10 minutes here.
Yeah, he's been in the nether for over 8 minutes at this point. But he's still under 10 minutes, which is actually crazy. Those ruined portals off spawn, the completable ones, are rare, but they're really, really good when you get them. So they save quite a bit of time. And you can actually get iron in them as well. And if you get enough iron for a pickaxe, that's even better. I believe the fastest nether enter with a pickaxe uses that, and it's something like 30 seconds to enter the nether with full tools and an iron pick.
Could even get food in there too. Full setup and a completable portal right in front of you.
At some point, it becomes a little too wishful thinking and not quite as realistic. But, especially with certain portal varieties where you only need one obsidian to complete them, or one or two maybe, then you might see that kind of thing.
All right, Feinberg has plenty of obsidian to build a second nether portal, so I'm assuming after this spawn he's going to check for an angle and then do a calculated travel.
Ooh, it looks like he's not getting good rates though.
Yeah, not getting good enough rods here.
He blaze bedded, so he's getting good spawn rates. The blaze spawners can spawn up to 4 blazes at a time, and it looks like that's what he was getting because he cleared out the spawner so completely.
Yeah, 4 at a time this time. Oh, looks like this might be his last.
Yeah, there go the rates.
He got 4 on the last 4.
That makes up for his
Wow, yeah.
slightly less than average rates last time.
Happily entering there.
And a sub 13 blind there. That's a pretty decent time, especially with the current best of the tournament, and also because he has calculated travel, so he'll be able to end up much closer to the stronghold after traveling through the nether.
And so calculated travel is possible when you have enough obsidian to make 2 portals, right? That's the key thing there. You need 2 portals to make that happen.
Or I guess rather, we should call it educated, not calculated.
Yes.
So
Well,
they're getting an angle.
Calculated was actually what it was called before calculators were allowed, as much as that is confusing.
Oh yeah,
We
exactly.
need a new name.
The calculators.
With the calculator, but they call it now perfect travel.
Okay.
Yeah. The calculated would just be done in their head, so they wouldn't actually use the calculators, but they would do some complicated math, it would be a lot more mental overhead. Many of them would try to overlap the math with the blaze spawns, which Feinberg, I believe, would have done there if he hadn't gotten blaze spawn so fast. But yeah, so calculated travel is typically where you estimate the distance of the stronghold as well as the angle. And educated refers to only getting the angle of the stronghold.
Yeah.
And usually educated is reserved for when you spawn in a cave or something, or some other unoptimal position where you aren't able to throw a second eye and gauge the distance of the stronghold.
Yeah, it'll just disappear in a wall. You'll go a couple hundred or maybe 1,000 blocks down that line and hope you're closer than you were before.
So it looks like Feinberg got angle change of a little over 1 degree. Actually, no, exactly 1 degree, which means that the stronghold is around 1,000 blocks in that direction. So we'll see him travel about 100 and... Oh,
no.
Oh, that's not good.
Okay,
Oh, wait,
so
no,
we're
it's
back. We're back.
We're
We're back. Back live.
We'll see him travel about 125 blocks in the nether.
Yeah, this would be
in
good
the
to see
direction of
what
the
that
eye.
looks like. Yeah, because again, nether travel is so much faster than overworld. Let's see how far he has to travel in real game terms here.
Yeah, and he typed the angles that his eyes pointed in chat so that he wouldn't have to remember, and he'd be able to do a little math here without having to think about all the numbers at once, which can be pretty difficult. Yeah, you can see he's working on the math there, and he is putting the chords that he needs to go to in chat so he can remember them more easily.
He put 3 chords in his chat. Does that mean once you know where one stronghold is, you know where the other 2 of the first string are, or how does that work?
So I believe one of those was just an intermediate step. One of those, I think, was the coordinates of his first portal. I'm not sure what one of them was. Although now that you mention that, that is a very rarely used strategy, that once you know where one stronghold is, you can actually predict the angle from 0, 0 that the other strongholds are.
Yeah, because they never spawn next to each other.
Yeah, they always spawn. There's 3 strongholds in the first ring. They spawn in rings. And the first 3 strongholds are 120 degrees apart from each other. So they're evenly spaced around the ring.
Yeah, it's super interesting. There's so many resources. There's so many runners in this game, which, like in most games, there's a lot of resources online if you want to learn this stuff. Because I know there's a lot going on here for anyone that hasn't played this before, but there's so many resources out there to learn about each individual strat we're seeing. I guarantee there's a good YouTube video about it. Some of them made by the people that are playing right now. And yeah, so if you want to learn about this, it's definitely possible. It's not unattainable to get a run going at this game and to learn these strats and the math involved in these runs.
Yeah, it looks like Feinberg did hit his calculated travel here. His eye is going to go down in this chunk. He got around a 20-something degree angle change off his second portal, which means you're pretty much right next to the stronghold. So hopefully he'll have decent nav here, and then he'll be able to enter the end and maybe get the event best. He's
Zylenox also just started trading at around 3:30 in another stables, which is also one of the fastest times I've seen anyone start trading today.
Yeah, and he's also doing the triple chest stables route, which happens to be, although it's a little bit more rare to get the trades that you need, it happens to be a really fast route if you do.
Ooh,
so we might see him leaving the Bastion at a really good pace here.
Feinberg already in the end here. That was a fast find of that portal.
Oh,
Yeah.
might actually still be able to get sub 20 here.
Yeah, Feinberg has entered the end on sub 20 pace. Usually, on average, this would be sub 20, so we'll see what his RNG is here. He had to bridge a little bit to get to the middle, which can be bad if the dragon perches immediately, because then it will perch incorrectly and it can make the one cycle a little bit harder. But he's also got plenty of beds, so I don't think that should really be an issue for him.
Oh yeah, he's overrun with beds here.
He has a single pearl, so if he doesn't misread the perch, then he's in a good position to one cycle. But it would be a bad thing for him to throw that pearl and have not actually gotten a perch.
Second high we've seen today. You love to see it. And we wait for that dragon to decide that he wants to come down. Now you can affect that a little bit, right? How far away you get?
Yeah, so as Fruit mentioned earlier, at some points it picks a 1 in 13 chance of perching, but I think it's at the same time it actually can also choose to fireball you. And if you're standing farther away from the fountain, then it is more unlikely for it to fireball you. So you're more likely to get a perch faster, because obviously when it does come to fireball you, it takes a good amount of time. So that's a big time loss there. But it's really just manipulating the RNG to get it as much as you can in your favor, because you can't force it to perch quite as easily.
Yeah.
Looks like the Dragon is not cooperating with Feinberg over there.
He's in an ordinary mood here. Does not want to come down. Sub 20 becoming more of a fantasy tale here, not reality, I do not think, anymore.
Well, his RTA time, his real time, is just
Oh, yeah.
barely
Oh, he's
under
yeah.
sub 20, but his in-game time, which I think is the time that is being used for this event, is well under 20 minutes. So he still has a chance here, although it's not really looking good at this point.
Illumina just got a really interesting start. It's a village with a ruined portal inside, so he'll get a guaranteed enter after he's beat the golem.
Look at this. My eyes cannot move away from Feinberg's screen. The Dragon just keeps on flying. What's going on here?
Yeah, there haven't really been many good perches so far, other than I think Zylenox's first run, which had a very fast perch, if I remember correctly. But the Dragons are not working in their favor today.
So painful.
It's
You
such
come
an
this way.
unfortunate- yeah.
You can't do anything about it, you know?
And before Zero Cycle, that was it. Like almost every good run died here because this Dragon just wouldn't purge fast enough.
Yeah, Zero Cycle is still a recently developed strategy. There's still improvements that are coming out to it. And usually you won't see speedrunners go for it unless they enter with at least 2 pearls, maybe a few more, and usually 6 beds, although hitting 5 beds is possible. And also, one of the more important things is that you need enough health, because you'll be throwing pearls and using your explosives on the Dragon. So Feinberg, in this case, didn't have enough pearls. He had enough beds, but he also didn't have enough health. So that's why we didn't see a Zero Cycle from him in this run.
For what it's worth, I saw Illumina practicing that a lot today, trying to get that Zero Cycle down. So he definitely, maybe he might bring it out today. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, speedrunners do practice these individual strategies for just hours, because that's what it takes to get good at them. You have to practice every single part of the run over and over again, because there's so many different parts that you have to adapt to, and you don't even need all of them in every run. But in order to have like a chance at getting a good time, there's so many random factors that to mitigate it, you have to really learn every strategy that you can.
Yeah, you got to be prepared for when it happens right. It falls right for you. All the dominoes fall in the right way for you. You got to be prepared. Because if you're not prepared when that happens, it doesn't matter. And look at this. We're
So
reaching
unfortunate.
comedy levels here. Not for Feinberg, of course, but for this guy. The Dragon is not coming down. He's now he's doing some creative work here, making
Illumina.
some designs.
It looks like Zylenox, or no, Illumina actually, with his nether portal and village, he got some emeralds from somewhere. I'm not sure if he traded with a farmer using wheat to get them. That's usually how people do it. But then he used those 3 emeralds to trade with a fisherman, I think.
Yeah, he made the barrel himself to trade
Yeah.
with a fisherman.
And that allows you to get a bucket of cod, which then allows you to have a bucket. So that's what he's using to enter the nether here. Although this ruined portal is a little confusing. So
Gotta respect Illumina for
struggling
saving
too.
the fish and putting it in the puddle there.
Yes. Give it up.
yeah, it takes a little bit more time perhaps, but
You love
can't
to
be
see
cruel
it.
to those
It might be
fish.
a little bit more ethically correct.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I feel like when you do stuff like that, you get payback by RNG there in the
And
future
he's
someday. Yeah.
Yeah, Feinberg
Feinberg's just
given
given
up
up on
after
that
waiting for over 5 minutes. I did say that was rare, but
It came true. Commentators' curse coming true here. Algorithm here, making it happen here. That was unfortunate.
so
There
I
very long.
won't say anything for the next one.
Yeah.
Ooh, it looks like Zylenox misplaced an obsidian, but he had 1 extra,
Oh.
so that is good for him. He's still
did he
able
break
to
one?
leave the nether. And he's leaving the nether low 10. I'm not sure exactly what situation he had, if he has all of his rods yet, but yeah, he does.
Yeah.
And that's really good pace for something like this. That is well under sub 20 pace. He does not have the ability to make a second portal, and I didn't catch what the first angle was there, so I'm not going to be able to say how far it is. But we should see him running in the direction pretty soon.
Get some height there to get this Eye of Ender's nice field to go through where you can see where they go.
Yeah, it can be bad if they go into the trees and you aren't able to catch the angle before they break. Or if you have to move to get the angle, then the angle is no longer accurate.
Feinberg again with that treasure map. Something I rarely see when you see people going for top times, but he's done it a few times.
Yeah, this
today.
is strange. I'm not sure if he spawned next to a shipwreck with the map or if there is an ocean ruin with the map, because sometimes you spawn directly next to an ocean ruin, which can have treasure maps and stone axes and gold helmets. There isn't really much else that's useful from them, but if you get a treasure map from them, it can be rather fast because you don't have any of that extra travel time to go to the shipwreck and find the map if you spawn directly next to it.
He doesn't have anything else in his inventory other than the map when he started this
Yeah.
run, so I'm assuming that's what happened.
Yeah, I'm betting that's what happened as well. It looks like his map is just on this coast right here, though he dropped his map by accident. So this is actually a beach, although there isn't any land by it. The buried treasures always spawn in a beach and at 9-9 in the chunk. It looks like he's got a sufficient amount of iron there to make his tools in a bucket. And he's already got his wood, so he's just going to head to a magma ravine. And did Fruitberries talk about kelp at all?
No, we did not hear about kelp yet.
Yeah, so runners will actually turn on hitboxes and look for a bunch of items in the water. So that's what Feinberg's doing right there. You can see there's a bunch of items down there. They look for kelp because when kelp tries to spawn in a magma ravine, it actually breaks often because of the magma, and it can't be on the magma blocks. So the items will all float up to the surface, and if you look around for them, you can sometimes quickly find a magma ravine without having to sail around and look at all these empty ravines.
Oh, so you're saying like when the seed is kind of created, then they break. So
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah.
I think as soon as the chunk is loaded.
Yeah.
Yeah. They break pretty fast, so you can usually see them off spawn, though sometimes it does take a little bit for the kelp to float up to the surface. And there's also the ocean ruins, which I mentioned before. Those also cause kelp to break, so they can sometimes cause, they can be a little bit of a red herring sometimes if you see kelp and there's ocean ruins. But also you can watch out for drowns underneath because there's a lot of drowns in ocean ruins, and that makes it a little easier to see them and differentiate them from actual magma ravines.
So quick reset here. 3 hours and 16 minutes left here. Feinberg holding that top time, but there's still plenty left on that clock here.
Oh, I'm assuming Couriway is going for a fortress first here. I don't think he's done the trades yet. 6 minutes into his run.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he actually has a bastion somewhere within his render distance, but I'm assuming he does based on the fact that he is playing this seed. So yeah, we'll see him start killing blazes here in a moment without fire resistance, which can be a little more
scary.
dangerous. But it doesn't look like he has the ability to make a shield either, so hopefully he can survive that blaze fight. Yeah, he's built a little.
Oh.
Ooh, that was unlucky. He had a
and
wither
he's out.
Skeleton and reset off.
Yeah, he
Got
had
fire
a
under
wither
that.
skeleton sneak up behind him, and he didn't notice it, and it hit him at the same time, and then a blaze hit him, and at that point he just didn't have enough health, and it wasn't worth playing the run.
It's always got to be weighing the risks and the possible rewards there. And that time it didn't pay off, of course, but
Yeah, I mean, it seemed that if the fortress is this close, it is smart to go for the fortress first, and I guess that was his only option.
Yeah.
It's either that or start over.
Yeah, it's pretty rare that Fortress First is better. Well,
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it rare, but on most runs, Bastion First is faster because you do get pearls out of them, and you can use them to travel to the fortress really fast. So usually you'll see runners routing a Bastion first. Obviously, there is the advantage of fire resistance as well, and some other things that you can get from a Bastion, such as iron if you don't have an iron axe, or other things.
It's generally only worth if you're in it or really, really close to it. And sometimes it can be somewhat on the way to the Bastion.
Yeah, so Zylenox is still traveling in the overworld, even though he blinded around 6 minutes ago, so evidently his stronghold was not that close. Oh, it looks like his eye turned around, though, so he's nearing it. I could be wrong about that. I'm not entirely sure. But we should see a relatively large change in angle here, if that's true.
That's Feinberg with a really good enter here as well. Might still be sub 2.
Yeah, sub 2 is pretty... It's a really good time. Oh, this looks like he's just sneaking in under 2 minutes there. 159.89. So sub 2 is a good time for speedrunners at this point. Yeah. So many of them reset for low 2 or sub 2 nether enters, which can be difficult, and I know they're not going for that in this event because they only have one instance and they're not on setups that they're used to, and so that's really an impressive time to get. Here we can see Zylenox is digging down to the stronghold. Hopefully he's in the right chunk. I'm not sure if he threw an eye just to be safe in the chunk.
Couriway found himself a village here in the early games.
Yes, looks like he's going for the fisherman strat as well, trying to get a bucket from trades.
Yeah, COD strats are not typically done by top runners anymore, but for something like this, it can still be plenty for a good enter. It can still be very fast.
Especially if some lava is nearby.
So there, he actually only got 3 iron from the golem. The golem can drop 3 to 5 iron. And if you get 3, then you don't have the ability to make a flint and steel. Or you have to enter the nether without an iron pick, which is not ideal. So you can see he just immediately reset that.
Do you know if it's same odds for 3 to 5?
Yes, it is the same for each of them. So it's 1 in 3 that you don't have enough iron.
Seems like the resets are picking up slightly here, which is you can imagine. I think as we go along, it's going to get more heavy, reset heavy. So we'll see.
Yeah, Zylenox is still on decent pace. It's not maybe quite sub 20 pace anymore, but it's still well under sub 23 minute pace, as long as he's able to find the portal room.
We've had some bad fortresses so far.
Yeah, the navigation has not quite been great. Oh, it looks like he's come up on it here. And there's 1 eye in it, so he only has to craft 6 more. Oh, he's got 7 beds, and he'll have
pearls.
Yeah, he'll have 2 pearls, so it looks like he'll probably go for 0 cycle, which means this could be a really low 20 time if he pulls it off.
And it's in the open. Here we go.
Yep, it's in the open. His dragon is in the front, which are the 2 things that you really need. Oh, but that's not good. He overshot his pearl, and it looks like it landed on another tower, so he's not going to be able to perform the 0 cycle here. The pearls onto the towers can be really precise. That is one of the hard parts of it, and if you aim it just a little bit wrong, you can like hit the crystal or overshoot it or aim it too low, and then the 0 cycle just isn't possible anymore. This is one of the more precise strats, I'd say, and speedrunners spend quite a lot of time practicing it because of that.
Yo, check out that map on Couriway's screen. There seems to be a hidden treasure right next to his shipwreck.
Yeah, that can happen sometimes. Speedrunners will check the map and see if it's right there if they don't get enough iron from their shipwreck. Although it's pretty unusual that you see it that close.
This speedrun is so crazy. Like that Zylenox moment there, right? All the elements were found together to be able to do that 1 cycle, and then just one mistake and it's over, right?
That's how it goes.
That's how this game, it's so insane, this speedrun.
Yeah, and there's so much randomness as well. So when you lose a run, it's more than just the run that you're losing. You can lose quite a bit of resetting and other time as well. It's really challenging, and sometimes it takes a lot of
mental strength.
Yeah, mental strength. You really have to be persistent to run for like a long period of time and keep it up.
Yeah, good RNG is not enough for a good run. You have to really perform well.
Although the RNG factor does actually probably make it more interesting as well to run. So.
I mean, there's something about it. There's so many people that run this game. There's something about it that some magic is found here in this run. That's like, you think RNG would be a bad thing, but clearly some people like enjoy that side of it.
I love the fact that every run is different.
Yeah, it's very randomizer-esque, right? It's a math problem you got to solve.
Yeah, it looks like Zylenox isn't getting a very good perch.
Dragons
either.
today, man. What's going
They're
on?
not going well.
So many bets too.
Yeah, he's got plenty of beds.
Come on.
I know, come on.
This-
Don't
on
make
this-
us wait
on
here.
this turn, let's
We got
go.
him on the main screen here. Come on.
We're running, and nope.
Yeah, at this point,
Baited.
he used both of his pearls, so he doesn't have any pearls left to pearl into the middle if the dragon perches. So he has to maybe try to run in a little bit early in case it perches because he doesn't want to miss it.
Yeah, so want to kind of dance that line, right? Far enough away that he still goes down. Higher
Yeah.
chance of him going down, I should say, and then kind of has an easier time to get there, right?
Yeah,
Some-
you'll
some-
see him moving back and forth. He'll stay farther away. Oh,
Oh,
there's
oh,
got a
yeah,
perch
yeah, yeah.
there.
That was a
He's
weird-
not close enough,
That was
actually.
a really weird perch.
Yeah, that's a strange perch. It actually perched diagonally there. I'm not entirely sure why it did. It usually only does that when you are at a diagonal angle as well. But it looks like he's just going to wait for another perch instead of trying to do that one.
A lot of times you'll see runners stay away from the fountain and kill an Enderman with their boat to be able to perch to pearl closer when it's perching.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he didn't do that there.
Yeah, I think he dropped his boat early.
Yeah, he might not have a boat. It might have broken. Oh, here goes the dragon
Yep, yep.
again for another
And-
one. That looks good. Oh no, it's just going back.
Jabaited
It's not. That's
Come
not a
on.
perch.
Keep it on the main screen. Back off. Keep this on the main screen till the dragon falls. I don't care how long it takes.
No.
Well, it looks like at this point he will not be getting an event best.
No, he might reset here.
He might
too.
be out soon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could still get his best for this event, but Feinberg's time of 23:09 will be good for better than he can get at this point.
There we go. Illumina with another decent enter. Just above 3 minutes, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like Feinberg, during the time when Zylenox was waiting for his perch, completed Bastion. Now he's on his way to look for a fortress. You can see him using the pie chart to look for a mob spawner there. Although, seems like he's actually having a little trouble with it. It might be diagonal, which is something that can happen that makes your use of pie a little bit less effective, but you can still work around it and figure out where exactly the fortress is.
Oh, that strat on Couriway screen. Very fast. What do you even call that?
Block collector. It looks like Zylenox actually got a perch here.
There we go.
Oh, there it is.
Finally. So it looks like he'll be getting a time under 25 minutes if he manages to complete this one, or, well, I guess it's 2 cycle at this point.
Very nice,
There
very
we
nice.
go. Zylenox taking care of business here. Finally, the dragon decided to come to
Another
play.
event PB.
Yeah, and that was a very clean cycle there. He only used 4 beds despite having so many.
That is optimal, right? 4 beds is the minimum.
Yeah. You can kill it with 3 beds in a bunch of axe hits. However, it is really, really difficult to do, and it also relies on the dragon being at a specific height, so it's not always possible to do. But 4 bed is considered like about as optimal as you can get, and it can be really difficult to pull off.
Zylenox right back into it. Found a village.
Oh, Feinberg saves that fall with a quick reaction, throws the fire potion into the lava.
Yeah, Feinberg, it looked like, had a pretty far away fortress here, so I'm not sure if you can see it yet. Oh, it looks like it's coming into view there. And you can see, did Fruitberries discuss 5 RD for Blazes, 5 render distance? He'll actually turn down his render distance, and that helps Blazes be able to spawn on the fortress a little better. So it's a way of manipulating the spawns.
This is for not spawner blazes, but just
Yeah,
random
yeah.
blazes.
Yeah. So this unloads some of the other entities that are around the world in various places and allows more of them to spawn in the fortress and at an optimal distance to the player. You can see it actually has worked out a bit. He's getting quite a few spawns in just these hallways. He hasn't even visited a blaze spawner yet, and he already has 4 rods.
Yeah, we talked about spawner a lot of these blazes, but if you're lucky enough, you can just get them. Random blazes are kind enough to give you enough rods. You're done, right? You just
and it looks like he's had
That's
pretty
pretty
good
much what he's
rates
going
as
for
well.
right now.
Yeah, he's only been. Oh, he already
right.
has 6 rods.
There
It
we
looks
go.
like he might go for a 7th here, but 6 is enough typically to complete the end portal.
Oh, it looks like he's out, yeah. I'm not sure
Nice.
if he
Got a 7th.
would stay for more than 7.
Yeah, and if I'm not sure what his coordinates are right now, but if he has to go to a little bit better ones to build his blind portal.
Here we go. And he
And-
only has
yep.
enough for 1 portal, so hopefully the fortress is close. The stronghold.
Yeah, but he is under 12 minutes, so that's a pretty
Very
good
nice,
time
yeah.
to be blinding. It's definitely sub 20 pace.
see where this pearl goes.
I think Feinberg is doing what is called axis to gauge the distance of the stronghold, which is slightly different from the normal distance estimate, and it uses a table. I think Fruitberries might have talked about it a little bit.
Yeah.
But it uses a table of values that you reference your angles on and the amount that they change. And that can be used to find the distance to the stronghold a little bit more accurately than perhaps just jumping 4 jumps and then throwing 2 eyes.
It was 66.8 on the first angle.
They look so fast. They're going to be right there.
Ooh, only
66.
66
Oh,
on
yeah.
the second angle. He's going to just reset
just-
because it's
ah,
around
wow, okay.
2,000 blocks away. Yeah, you can see in his chat it's 2,160 blocks away, which is really, really bad. It's very rare to hit a blind over 2,000 blocks.
Now, if you could have went back into the nether there, is that runnable 2,000 or that's still too
Yeah.
far?
He didn't
Yeah.
have enough obsidian to build a second
Yeah,
portal.
yeah.
though.
But if he could have, right, that's passable if you couldn't go back.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
well within reason because, again, in the nether, that's only somewhere like 250 blocks.
Okay, yeah, that's
So-
definitely doable, yeah.
That's really not that far at all, especially with the amount of pearls that he had. I think he had enough pearls to pearl a couple of times, and then he's just where he needs to be. The nether also can be worse sometimes, though, because of the terrain. If there's just a big flat wall in your way and there's no way to get around it, or maybe the cords that you need to go to are within the wall, then sometimes it can be pretty slow, but it's still usually faster than just traveling through the overworld.
It feels like the overworld travel is almost never faster unless it's straight up ocean.
Yeah, I only would go for overworld travel if I don't have the option to do double travel, or if I am probably less than 200 blocks away from the stronghold,
Yeah.
and any closer than that, then it's probably just faster for you to throw a couple pearls and travel through the overworld. Oh, also, if you don't have the pearls to throw, that might be another instance where you would do calculated travel instead of traveling through the overworld.
So I hope now anyone that's been watching this, just 2 hours, 3 hours left, of course, this speedrun is really, it's just an assault of RNG against you, right? Just the odds are so against you on getting a runnable seed, right? And then you have to play well to make the seed happen. I mean, this is just so many things against you here. You can see how every step of the way, we've had resets now, we've plenty of resets. They've all happened for a lot of different reasons, right? We've seen a few Dragon resets for sure, but there's so many different reasons that are just leading to these resets. It's like a minefield to get through to get a run done.
Yeah, sometimes you just enter the nether and there's no structures for you, or sometimes you just don't get what you need from the structures. There's so many different things. We can see Feinberg had just blinded and the stronghold was too far away, so he just reset immediately because he didn't want to travel 2,000 blocks through the overworld.
And I said minefield intentionally there, by the way, in case there's any question. Couriway here at a spawner here.
You can see Couriway is actually going to use TNT to clear out the spawner. So that's an alternative to blaze bedding that is a little bit better, actually, because there's no fire left over after the TNT explodes like there is with beds. And the fire actually can really inhibit your blaze spawns, so having TNT is really an advantage there. He also built a little bit of a wall in the back so that he doesn't hit the blazes and they just go flying way off the spawner and he's unable to reach them anymore. So sometimes the explosives can clear out a little bit too much.
That's when you got to bring in the fishing rod to bring him back.
Yeah, but that's true. Sometimes runners will craft a rod, and that allows you to pull the blazes towards yourself.
All right, decent rates for Curry. Hopefully one more cycle and he's out.
Oh, it doesn't look like he's actually going to wait at that spawner for some reason. I'm not sure exactly where he's going here. He sees another blaze spawner, and he's going to go to that one instead. Because when you first go to a blaze spawner, there is no cooldown that you have to
only
wait
got one
for.
spawn this time, though.
Oh, only one spawn? If it drops, he'll be out, but it doesn't.
Did not get 50% chance there. Did not happen.
Is he going to go back to his
original?
Exploder?
No,
Oh, he's
looks
going to
like-
blaze bat a second spawner.
No, he has another TNT,
oh, another
actually.
TNT.
Yeah, the other benefit of TNT is that if you light it with your flint and steel and blazes happen to spawn as it explodes, the blazes can actually drop rods, whereas if you explode a bed and the blazes die, it will not count as a player killing the blazes, so it won't drop any rods.
Oh.
That is some deep knowledge there. That was awesome.
All right, 3 more. There's got to be it, right?
Yes, come on.
There you
There
go.
it is. First one was nice enough.
On an event, you definitely want to leave on 7, though. Oh, you got
Yeah,
the 7th one.
I'd say if there's more blazes there, they're probably going to kill them until they get 7. If there are no more blazes and they just have to wait for another spawn, they might end up leaving on 6. But I think they'll leave on 7 every time if they can leave on 7.
Yeah, 6 is just a little too risky. I think the most common outcome at a end portal is 1 eye.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the most.
a 70% chance of 1 eye or more, about 70.
Yeah.
But the most common is 1 eye.
Let's stick with Couriway here until hopefully he can finish this one, get a time better than 37:32. We know he's going to get that before this event is over.
Yeah, and actually he ended up in a nice ocean here, which is good because ocean allows you to travel much more quickly.
Oh, does he see it?
It also can allow you to see the stronghold, or perhaps even the portal room. Doesn't look like he sees it yet. He's turning his render distance down to 2, which helps dolphins spawn more easily around him. And it looks like he got a dolphin spawn almost immediately from that. And dolphins, if you swim near them, they give you the Dolphin's Grace potion effect,
They let
which is a little bit faster than a boat. But they can sometimes be a little finicky, and sometimes they just like leave. If you go buy an item, they'll go and chase after the item instead. So you do have to watch out for that kind of thing.
He's also keeping the render distance down here because he's passing a ocean temple. Doesn't want to get the debuff from it.
Yeah, if you get mining fatigue, sometimes the run is over.
That's just a run killer, yeah.
Although he does still have the ability to place down a bed and then die, which would get rid of the mining fatigue effect if he absolutely needed to.
It's a run killer before the nether,
Yeah.
generally.
Yeah, generally if you get it before the nether, that's an immediate reset.
Trying to look under the water surface here to maybe spot the
Yeah,
stronghold.
the water is transparent, but if you aim your camera correctly in the third-person view, you can actually position it so that it's just inside the water, and then the top part doesn't render quite correctly, and allows you to see much more easily under the water and look for the stronghold. So that's why you see runners with like a blue line of water, but not a fully complete line of water there.
It seems his blind was a really bad one.
Yeah.
He was boating forever and the angle didn't change. Oh, yeah.
I'm not entirely sure what the first angle is, but he has... it looks like he's probably a little closer now. I thought that changed 6 degrees, but I could be wrong. If it did change 6 degrees, that means he's a couple hundred blocks away from it at this point, which isn't too bad. But I don't think he has any pearls that he can throw.
Feinberg with the double village strats. Hitting up his second village right here.
Couriway does actually, well, he did need wood to craft his beds, which can sometimes be a little hard to get if you're traveling through an ocean and desert like he does. But it's very rare, but trees can spawn on the edge of deserts and oceans. I think it's on the beach or river part, perhaps. And so that's what he got his wood from there, which is a time save. Because the only other place to get it is in a library.
Looks like Couriway did find it here, digging down to that fortress.
All right, still barely sub 20 pace if everything goes well.
Let's see where that portal is. He had a tough one earlier. He was there for a few minutes
Yeah,
at
he's
least.
going to have to find the portal room really
Oh,
quickly.
that stronghold was pretty high up, so it really didn't take much digging to enter it.
Oh, portal room.
Yeah, oh, there
right
it is. There it
here.
is. That made up for the earlier
That was
one.
very close.
Oh, and he has one eye, which I think he needed one in order to enter the end. So that's he hit the 70% chance there, but he will be entering the end with no pearls.
Oh, loading. Here we go.
Yep.
Yeah, no pearls.
This,
Won't be able
this
to do
could
the
be
zero
a sub
cycle.
20. Yet again, we have another
Here we go.
opportunity at a sub
Here
20.
we go,
Don't
boys.
say it this time.
No one's saying anything. We have to wait for someone to do something. Let's see how long it takes him to do that thing.
Oh, very awkward fountain position. There's a giant wall in front of
Wow, yeah. Does that affect where he could, if he's going to come down? I mean, he has to come down eventually, but that wall, he can't come from every angle now, right?
him. I don't think it matters for the dragon at all, just his travel
Yeah.
to the fountain.
Yeah, it shouldn't really end up changing the one cycle too much because the terrain doesn't really get in the way. The fountain clears out the terrain around it.
Yeah, okay.
So he should still be able to get to the fountain. He does have to run there, though, because he doesn't have any pearls at the moment. Although
Oh, there you
looks
go.
like he's going to...
We were just talking about it, yeah.
Oh, he's going to try to place a boat and kill an Enderman here.
unless... Oh, this could be it.
That looked good, although
unfortunate.
it just
Oh, you may
didn't want to perch there. The dragon will fireball him here, which may make it a little hard. Oh,
He
that's
accidentally
not
aggroed
good.
another one.
Yeah.
He's going to get that boat back and trap him.
Yeah, hopefully that Enderman will just run right into the boat here, and he won't have to worry
Trying
about
to
it.
get
But, oh,
Ooh,
no, it
nope.
runs right over the top. He did get an Ender Pearl, though, so that won't be an issue. Oh, he actually has
All
two
right.
now. So he's, oh,
And
and
there's
it
the perch.
perches immediately
There
after.
we
That was
go.
great timing. And he is on sub 20 pace. If he completes this one cycle, he will have the first sub 20 of the tournament.
Ooh, 4 beds?
Yep.
4, there it is.
Four
Couriway.
That
plus
was a
one.
nice 4
Yeah,
plus
yeah.
1 one cycle
Four plus
there.
Let's go, Curry.
There we go. Couriway making it happen here.
Great job, Couriway.
The new top time. Couriway. Let's give it up. Woo! All right. So we are going to switch out our commentators once again here, and all 3 of us will be back a little bit later, so stay tuned for that, and we'll be right with you with our new commentating team. Thanks for watching.
Never mind.
Yeah, sorry. I was talking to Welcome back. I'm Morning Trek. I'm joined by Fruitberries and Artemis.
Hello, hello.
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 Welcome, Artemis, to the action. You've been watching from afar, though, so you have a kind
Yes,
of a rough
I
idea
have.
of what's been going on.
Yeah, I just saw Couriway's run there. It's awesome.
The first sub 20.
Yes, it was. It's
I'm-
exciting.
I'm really mad I missed the Dolphins, though. It
Yeah.
didn't happen in the first hour or so. It's like my favorite thing in the game is the Dolphins.
Yeah, I was watching that run. Couriway went crazy. Especially, he improved from like, what, it was like 36 minutes, something like that?
Yes.
1948. He's in the lead.
He was like 36, 37. He was like the only one who wasn't at least in the 20s or whatever. And I was like, come on, you know. And it's partially because like his standards are high here, right? Like he was resetting. He could have had like a 24 or 25, but it was obvious like he wasn't interested in that.
He played that run really well, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he was already on good pace, and we're sitting there thinking like, oh, is he going to get the sub 20? And then he does a 4-bed. Like
Yeah,
he did it perfect,
insane.
basically, right? Yeah, and got a decent perch too this time because like the dragon luck today has been pretty bad.
Yeah, oh my.
I feel like the dragon luck's been pretty bad for a lot of runners, actually.
It's been horrible. Feinberg going to enter maybe sub 2 here very fast.
Not bad at all.
There you go. Not sure what's happening with Zylenox.
Yeah, Zylenox
His,
game feed.
Zylenox game feed is going great.
Yeah, that's not normal. That's not normal. This
Feinberg
is not a
playing with
glitch
gas.
strat. This is just a glitch. There's no benefit.
Feinberg, leave the gas alone. Okay, hang on. Yeah, Couriway entering Nether.
Well, looks like it's just going to be about like a 2:30.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Definitely enough to get a new best time for the event.
Doesn't seem like a whole lot's happened in the past hour besides Couriway. Couriway's went crazy.
Yeah, the other times haven't gone down too much. I mean,
Yeah.
like, it's funny because when we started as Offroot, I was like talking about how I wanted to see Couriway kind of bust out,
Yeah.
the monument strats because again he's a bigger proponent of that than most people, and I was saying like, well, he might do that to try to get like a safe sub 20 time, and like we're 2 hours in and it hasn't happened, and that's the first sub 20.
Yeah.
So like I feel like these have been actually like much worse runs than we were expecting.
Bastions are more definitely the play. Like Monuments are risky. It seems like it could be safe, but like
He thinks so.
the
Yeah.
thing is, like, you a lot of the time would have to go back through your home portal, and you would not have the calculated portal. So it's risky. It's like you could get on a good run, but you might just waste a lot of time trying Monument. So
Do you think the logic then for Couriway at least is kind of more like, okay, that's risky, but like I'm reducing the number of other RNG things that could go wrong in return for it?
Yeah,
maybe?
it's kind of like you find the monument before you even go to the Nether. So
Yeah.
it's like you basically just remove that element of RNG. It's like, all right, I found a monument. I don't have to even look for a bastion if I don't have
Exactly. Yeah. And there's a lot of RNG in the Bastion too. So you're kind of, it's
Yeah.
just like a trade, right? You're trading one set of RNG for another, and I could see like wanting to reduce the number of rolls, for lack of a better term.
the thing about Bastions, though, is they've evolved so much that Monuments are nowhere near as good as they used to be. Or, like, they can be good, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's so much more rare to have a good Monument run, and it's a lot more common to have a good Bastion run.
Fair.
So I'm not surprised seeing all the runners Bastion it up over here.
So for those who don't know, like what kind of shortcuts do you use to try to identify what kind of Bastion you're up against, right? Because there's like little markers.
So a lot of them can tell right off the bat. Like Couriway instantly knows this is a bridge bastion because it's the only bastion that has this little chalice, this little like what 17 gold blocks.
Yeah, it's
here.
kind of hard to miss the giant gold blocks out
So
front.
that one's pretty obvious. It's a lot of time you can tell by the sides and certain just like blocks in the inside, but. Feinberg, this is a housing bastion. You can tell because it has this pretty hollow middle room with netherwart. Treasure has a bridge that connects these two massive like ramparts. A lot of them, okay, it's pretty easy to tell once the more you run. But
Right, the first time I saw it, I'm like, these all look the same to me.
Yeah.
You know, it took a while to even start to get any
The
good at
only
it.
time it's hard to identify is if the bastion is covered by a lot of terrain. Like if there's a lot of netherrack in the way, then it starts to get a lot harder. But on average, the runners most of the time will instantly know what bastion it is, unless the terrain is horrible.
At 5 minutes, Couriway is trading with the Piglins already. This is a pretty good-looking run so far. Not mind-blowing, but for this event so far, when we just got a sub 20 for the first time from Couriway, this is a little promising.
Looks like he has a good amount of obsidian too.
Yeah. Not sure. How much does he have? 6?
Trying to get a good look here.
Yeah, screens upon screens upon
Yeah.
screens. It's a little small for us too. If
It's
you have
a
trouble seeing
little-
it.
It's a little tricky for us to see.
Yeah, we're working on it. Bear with us.
But yeah, Feinberg doing the bastion route. Illumina has a spawner. Not sure if he has a bastion though.
Zylenox temporarily offline as we work through that technical issue. Bear with us.
Yeah.
We've had a couple.
We've
Illumina had one earlier.
Yeah.
It happens.
Unfortunately. Yeah, so Illumina has a bastion, or he has a bastion. He might have a fortress unless this is treasure, because treasure bastions have a spawner. So if you open the pie chart, you cannot really differentiate if it's a fortress or if it's a treasure bastion because of that spawner.
Right.
So
because it doesn't.
luckily-
It's just
yeah.
telling you what things are spawning over here. It doesn't tell you what.
Luckily, this isn't. So Illumina should have a bastion and a fortress somewhere within, I don't know what render distance he's on, probably around 16, which is good. Entering around 5 minutes. I think he's in housing. So he's
Yeah, it
gonna,
looks like housing.
yeah, he's gonna open that chest and he's basically gonna run down this staircase. Pretty standard. The piglins are gonna follow him down. There's glowstone in the way. Okay, never
Fortunately,
mind.
you can still walk around it.
Fortunately. So yeah, you can kind of see the routes. Like you just dig in the specific spot, And now Illumina knows exactly he's going to make the pit there. And all the gold blocks are nearby. He's just going to dig in seemingly random directions. With housing, the gold is consistent on the bottom. There's no randomization for this particular gold that he's mining. So those blocks will always be there, which is good. Very, very consistent, very fast Bastion. Housing is what you see in a lot of the top runs for sure.
I mean, are we looking at a sub-10 Nether Leaf here, you think?
Probably not.
Not
I don't think he knows where the fortress is, but he knows that there is a fortress.
Right.
So definitely not sub-10. I don't think it's going to be sub-10 Nether Leaf because he's probably not going to be out till 7:30, maybe 8. Depends on trades.
I'm an optimist, yeah.
Yeah. Because the thing is, I don't think he has enough obsidian. So he's going back all the way up the staircase to check the chest that he used to aggro. So it's going to take him a bit. He's going to go all the way up. And then
it's starting to draw out a little bit, yeah.
Going to check a chest, go back down. So yeah.
I think Zylenox, yeah, but Zylenox back online. We've got 4 runners up again.
Feinberg's doing great right now. He's in a fortress at 8 minutes with Bastion loot. And I think he might have a rod or 2, not sure.
I was going to say, did we miss Blazes already while we were looking at the other 2?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but Illumina is pearl hanging.
Oh, yeah, true. So what a pearl hang is, I don't know if it was explained already, but you throw a pearl and you lower your render distance dramatically. So the pearl is kind of just frozen in time. So when you up your render distance again, it lands and you just insta-teleport. So you can, if you know where the fortress is, like Illumina did, he threw a pearl in the direction that he thinks the fortress is in, does his Bastion, ups the render, and he's out. He's instantly out.
Yeah, and it saves a lot of time so you don't have to go all the way. Like, you don't have to mine out. You don't have to climb all the way up the stairs like he did once already.
It's a very good tech.
Feinberg is fighting the Blazes, trying to get the rods.
Doing fishing rod strats.
I love the fishing rod strats.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's going okay. Hope we get a decent spawn rate here. I mean, it's down to like what? It's like mid 30% for Blaze spawns, I think now. It used to be, what, 44? And then I think the skeletons came into the game and they kind of bumped it down and it got even lower. It's always been below 50, but now it's like 1 in 3 instead of like 4 in 10.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the exact numbers, but yeah, the wither skeletons. Oh my god!
It dropped. They dropped it like 8% because of the skeletons.
You could like lower your render distance to 5 to get more spawns when you're in a fortress, but it could just give you like 20 wither skeletons in one place. So
careful what you wish for.
Usually, most of the time, you want to lower your render distance if you're struggling to find a spawner. But if Feinberg has this spawner, he's probably just going to chill in the immediate area, not going to go wandering.
Yeah, I was hoping for some quick Blaze fight there, and I guess it's looking pretty average right about now. He's been doing this for a minute or 2.
Illumina is chilling on a heart. Oh, he has food. Never mind.
Yeah, he's on fire again, though. I swear, he's on fire the most. Yeah, he's going to fire the most.
Couriway is BRP. Thank you.
I think he was the one who wrote high earlier too, right?
A bunch of people have written high.
I mean, I'm thinking if the dragon doesn't come down, you just throw up an LOL. Like, what do you want me to do? Maybe the big shrugging emoji?
Yeah.
BRB.
Yeah, Illumina is on the...
And the cow's just like walking around the BRB.
I feel like Illumina ran hundreds of blocks, but I think the fortress is right there. I can't really tell. Bit of a little issue seeing.
Yep, fortress right there. Throw in pearl.
Nice. Very good.
Nice.
930, okay. You could sub 20 that for sure if you get good rates.
I mean, when we were starting out, I was thinking like, yeah, sub 20. They're all going to get sub 20, and the winner's going to be 15, 16 or something. If I had to guess, right? This is just a guess. Yeah. But we're almost halfway through this now, and we only have 1 sub 20. The seeds haven't been as good as we'd hoped, and I wonder if you want to change up your strategy a little bit and maybe not try to go for those god runs or whatever, and not reset as hard as you might normally. As a result, because you're looking up here and you're like, if this keeps happening, if dragons keep refusing to perch, 18x brings it home, maybe sub 18 brings it home. I don't know.
And the absolute main factor why the times are a lot higher than you'd expect is the instance. 100%. 1 instance is the reason.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You just don't get that reset efficiency. It's like, all right, is it worth it to play this spawn? I don't know if there's a beach nearby, or do I just reset here? And you can just easily get in that cycle.
And they've been conservative with the resets, I think is fair to say. Like, and that's lucky for us because we get to see a lot of like individual choices to make along the way, as opposed to just reset, which might be good for grinding, but isn't as entertaining maybe as watching them try to like contend with these things, go on what ALT was calling adventures, to put it nicely, which is a nice way of saying really, really bad instance.
Yeah. like the previous world record, Brentilda, one instance, he just rolled the most insane seed ever. But you can't expect something like that in this. If you're doing one instance, it's just you're not expected to get the most insane seed.
I mean, you even with 6, right? If you only have 5 hours, these guys do these things for weeks or months at a time. So even that is asking a lot. But with one instance, it's like it's just not going to happen.
It's like you have 5 hours to get a good time in a very random game, like a game with a lot of different RNG out of their control. Yeah, Illumina, I'm not sure how many rods he has. 11 minutes. He made the Diamond Sword. Diamond Sword's nice. It's just convenient. You can just like 2 crit the blazes. So you get rid of him fast. But I'm pretty sure he's double portal? Not sure. Okay, he's going to go through. Attempt to triangulate here.
Oh, there it is. Couriway is back.
Yes.
The second B in BRB is here.
Yeah, I'm not throwing his eyes, but he's getting attacked by zombies and stuff. Always very annoying.
Well, Feinberg has some terrible terrain there. Fortunately, he has these pearls to get over it.
Yeah. Because sometimes, like, if you don't have an ocean, but you have a lot of pearls, it's nice.
You can make up for it.
It like destroys the amount of food that you have. Because the more damage you take, you just lose so much food if you spam.
And he's only got 2 hearts.
Yeah.
And to scratch that, he's got no hearts.
He's dying here. He had 4 pork chops, but I think he knows that it's far.
Yeah, so better to reset.
Conserving food. Just gonna whip another like 10 pearls probably.
Well, he's got 13 there left, it looks like.
Yeah.
I guess he lost one of those then.
Yeah, he has tons of pearls.
Yeah.
Illumina entering his second portal. Is the stronghold in this cave? Who knows?
I hope so. Fingers crossed. I mean, the great run has eluded us so far. You know, it really has. Will lightning strike?
I'm not sure if calculators have been talked about, but very recently there was this program. I'm just going to call it Ninja Brain Bot. It's a calculator, basically. You can throw an eye and stare at a specific pixel, and you use a bit of information, and then you just hit F3C on your keyboard, and it would open up these possible stronghold locations. Very accurate. But these runners are deciding to not do that because, number one, it would be a lot more entertaining just to watch them mess around and do more primitive strategies. But yeah, it's been a bit of a controversial thing, for sure, because some people are like, "Oh, does this count as a tool?"
Right.
But yeah, as of now, it's allowed, and yeah, that's just how it is.
Yeah, that's fair. Couriway killing the Iron Golem. We've only seen this a few times. I remember. I mean, there was a time when high-level Minecraft speedrunning was like really village-based.
Couriway is trying to do COD strats right now.
I feel like we didn't see that at all in the beginning, and it's like showed up, what, 3 times in the last 40 minutes now?
Very primitive strategy. Nobody does COD strats anymore.
Well, that's the point, right? Because with this format, we're going to see stuff that seems like quote-unquote outdated, right? Because like in a bad instance, it might be your best way forward. I like the creativity, though.
Yeah, there you go. He has a bucket of cod. He got rid of the fish. Goodbye, fish. And yeah, you just can make a pickaxe, shovel, flint, and steel, and there you go.
Yeah, I mean, if you know there's a lava pool or a good cave nearby, it's really not that much slower. It's maybe like a minute, and you still have a ton of time that you could just make up with good nether and good ending. So
yeah.
So he probably saw this ruined portal.
He saw it. Yep, that's excellent. So it's just one of those things where it's one of like 10 things we've seen today that you would never see if you were grinding for a record, but you'll absolutely see in this format.
Yeah. This ruined portal variant, there's not a lot of it to work with, but I know he should have enough. As you can see, he puts this water up here. So basically, I think he put it one too far, yeah.
Yep.
But he can just place these lavas in like this formation. I think he has to break an obsidian. I don't know if he saw that, though. I'm not sure. Maybe
no, that's definitely
he definitely has to break that. So he's going to get this gold, make a gold pickaxe, because gold pickaxe obsidian breaking takes something like 25 seconds, around there. A lot better than spending 45 with an iron.
Yeah, that's a pretty big time loss.
No, he's just going to sit here. Illumina in the stronghold, though. No food. He's going to have to bed reset at some point. He's playing it. He's trying to make up time.
No.
But he's making up time. He's in the portal room at 1540.
Ooh.
He's going to
Really good.
reset here and go crazy.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
got
here we
plenty of
go.
time here.
This is looking very promising. Again, if the dragon cooperates, we're really tempting fate by saying that because it's burned us, no pun intended, a few times.
He has a great amount of explosives. It's up to the end now. It's the only thing left.
Oh dear.
Because I think he has enough eyes. Yes, he does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
Feinberg also in the stronghold, 17 minutes.
Oh, I want to see like.
Think that's gonna beat.
I want all dragons on the top of the screen. Let's go.
Yeah, Illumina in. 1625. Wow.
This is very promising. Just a little.
Yeah.
Could we get just a little bit of good luck here?
He needs. The purchases have been bad to
Yes.
say the least. Like,
Yeah.
pretty bad.
We saw like over 5 minutes at one point, not too long ago.
Oh yeah, I think it was Feinberg just kinda chilling.
It just ruins a great run. And like, what can you do? Nothing. And it was totally wasted time too because it's at the end. I mean, something messes up in the beginning, you can reset. You didn't lose that much time. But if anything happens at the end,
Yeah. So yeah, now you just wait on the edge.
Crafting. Trying to craft a respawn anchors of iron, you know. Hidden tech.
Yeah, he can only, because he can make a second anchor there, but he cannot power it, because you need to place a glowstone block in the anchor to actually power it. So he cannot do that, unluckily. He's one glowstone dust short. It's perching.
It's perching.
yeah.
Here it is.
There's
Can
that
he do
telltale,
it?
that hard turn that tells you it's going
Yeah.
to perch. That's what you're looking for, right? Like, is he turning?
Oh,
Come on.
nice bed.
And he's
Nice.
got it.
Let's go.
All right.
Nice.
That's going to be a big drop in the event best. This is one of the runs we've been waiting for. And Feinberg is going to be a little
with the
slower.
We're
surge.
doing 0.
He's how did he do it?
It's going to be a good run, and it would have been event best if not for Illumina just seconds ago.
That was an incredible
Wow,
0.
that's
5
0.
beds.
Wow, if he'd gotten in there a little earlier.
What a champion.
2 great endings back to back. Okay, so we complained.
Yeah.
The squeaky wheel got the grease, and we got a couple of good dragons.
So I think Feinberg just beat Couriway and Illumina just beat Feinberg at the
Yes,
exact same time.
At the exact same time. Like, again, if he'd done this a few seconds ago, he would be in the lead. And instead, look at that. 17-34. That's a
Wow.
a 2-minute drop.
That's really good.
So this is getting closer to what we were talking about before, about like our best guesses, and it's always dangerous to guess about this kind of thing, but our best guesses early on is like what kind of times might actually win a live time attack over 5 hours.
Yes.
Now we're getting into the range we were maybe talking about. And look at that, we're almost at
Yeah.
exactly the halfway point too.
1916 for Feinberg and 1734. That's a really
Oh,
good time for this.
He's got to look up and be like, wait a second, I thought I had it. What did you just? Oh, that's got to be rough to see.
Yeah.
It's a great time. It's a great time for him, but Illumina, even better. That could be the mark for a little while yet. I don't think these guys are done, though, and I don't think we've heard the last of Zylenox either.
Yeah, Zylenox. It's unfortunate, too, because Zylenox has to play on a laptop, but he's doing the
Yeah.
best he can.
Yeah, a
He's
little
doing
handicap
great.
there, but, he's being a soldier.
Go Zylenox.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, you kind of, as casters, we always kind of root for the underdog, and anyone who's on the laptop automatically, right?
Yeah,
But he's a very talented runner, so, I mean, how hype would it be if he pulled it out on the laptop?
he's going crazy right now. Everyone is.
Well, I mean, that was a lot of action real quick. I mean,
Illumina found an enchanted golden apple and 5 iron in it.
what?
Okay, well, you can enter off that. That's really good.
And you get the TNT to start.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
this
TNT is
is-
very useful just so you get so many blocks.
Getting some
But-
better spawns all of a
He
sudden.
saved the war. He quit out, though.
Yeah, it's
Not sure.
Well, what did he see that
I'm
we
not
didn't,
sure
right?
what the reset was, but
I mean, he must have seen something that we didn't while we were too busy freaking out over the good stuff.
maybe because he didn't have an iron pickaxe. I'm not sure.
he
Maybe-
might have forgotten wood.
Yeah, not too sure.
Well, keep in mind, too, if 1734 is the number now rather than 19 or 24 or whatever, they're going to get more and more aggressive about the resets,
That's
right?
true.
Their standards have to go up now. Like, that might have been something he would have kept running with, 20 minutes ago, but he just set 1734. He knows he just set 1734. It's
Yeah.
not like the other runners who may or may not have noticed. He noticed he did
He
it.
lowered the bar hard.
He lowered the bar hard, and so now he has to up his standards for what counts as a good seed.
for sure.
So now think about how hype if we saw a monument done. Now that the time has gone down to 17.
Right. It might have passed. It might have passed. I'm not
yeah.
sure you want to do it now.
Yeah, the time has passed.
That time, oh, no monument strats. I'm so sad.
mapless is a bit interesting because, well, Couriway was trying to do mapless, and it led him to a ship that he didn't see, which is kind of funny.
That's kind of like
Because,
by accidentally.
yeah, mapless has a bunch of like false positives,
Mm-hmm.
and that was one of them. Like Couriway probably thought that was a chest or something. He went to check. And it was a chest, but it was
With an
entire
a
ship.
chest with a ship around it.
Yeah.
I mean, fortunately, that's the best false positive because sometimes
Yeah.
you just get the ones that are down in the mine shaft, and it's like, all right, I can't do anything with that.
Yeah, so even if it's not what you expect, it's like, oh, okay, I'll take
Sure.
this. You'll take that. Zylenox working on the Iron Golem. I mean, there was like, I was complaining earlier, I was like, no villages, just because I find villages interesting. You know,
Yeah.
they're so interesting looking. I love the design of them. But like, suddenly we're seeing it left and right.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much we went into it, but yeah, the runners, once again, they're just using a mod that shows the world as it's loading to make the single instance a bit faster. That's practically it.
I think that's fair, given that they're used to playing with 6 or more. They're already giving up a lot.
Yeah, everyone back in the overworld, very, very happy.
I mean, that's the downside of seeing a bunch of cool endings all in a row is that 3 minutes later, everyone's at the start.
Maybe they'll start building houses.
I just live here now.
I mean, they have doors for a reason. Like,
Yeah, well, doesn't seem to stop us. We just kick down people's doors and take their beds. Sorry, I need this.
yeah.
I'm going to borrow this. I have a gigantic dragon to kill.
What? I don't. Where? Yeah, different dimension. Don't worry about it. I'll leave an IOU in its place. I owe you 1 bed.
I can explain, I guess, another simple thing, but like these shipwrecks, there's the back. The back room is where you'd find the ores. If it's upright, the bottom is where you would find like the treasure map chest, and then the other one is where you would find food. But shipwrecks generate all differently. Sometimes they're upright, sometimes they're not. Sometimes they might only have 1 chest, one of those 3 chests that I just described, and then sometimes they might have all of them.
More RNG is what you're saying.
Yeah.
And we saw a shipwreck earlier that was not even really shipwrecked. It was basically just a ship that had taken on a little bit of water.
Yeah. So lots of cool elements. Because like a year ago, this game was so much more like different. It's like rapidly evolved over the year.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, like they even tweak spawn rates sometimes for like crucial elements like blazes. Like they'll just do
Yeah.
that. Like, you know, obviously the game's creators, like they're aware of the speedrun community, but they're willing to mess with it. They're not
Yeah.
preserving it for the speedrunners, and that's great because speedrunners, I think they actually like changes because changes are opportunities.
Yeah.
It could lead to new unintended consequences, new exploits, new strats.
And you know, update 1.16 that made the entire Nether different. Bastion started existing, so you get a full new route change. And for me personally, I thought speedrunning Minecraft was just so like kind of like a waste of time to an extent. Because all speedrunning is, but
Yeah.
but you know, it's like it felt so much more luck based. But now, you know, 1.16 changed all that. Bastions are pretty consistent. You can find bastions now. There's just so much consistency that's happened since this version came out. So it's changed so much.
Minecraft's also unique in the fact that like it's one of those games where every update is like a new category in a way. Like
Right, there's
the-
like 1.16 runs, 1.17 runs, and like
Yes,
it's
yeah.
it's like a different game to them.
And like routes are just constantly coming out for these. People are finally starting to go back to these older categories, and like they're starting to get more and more optimized now.
Like things they've learned in later versions, go back and
Yeah.
apply them to like older versions that kind of been, I don't want to say forgotten exactly, right?
Yeah.
But like the hype moves on with the new versions. The new versions kind of replace the old ones, but they're still there if you want to do them as their own category, with like things we have learned since.
Yeah, because like once the Bastion meta and like the ocean strats have came out, everyone flocked to this version. But now people are playing a lot of different versions: 1.7, 1.8, 1.15. There's like all advancements, which is really cool. Zylenox is, oh my god, that was an
he's going
incredible
nuts.
jump though.
The mechanics. Oh, we cursed him.
No.
We shouldn't even say anything.
Okay,
have said
I'm gonna be quiet for now.
Yeah, that's our bad. Our bad. We were way too impressed. He was doing some really cool stuff though.
That was great.
It was
Yeah.
great right up until his inevitable death. Famous last words.
Yeah, Overworld's peaceful.
It's pretty chill, yeah.
Everyone's
I mean, when I think of Minecraft, this is what I think of.
Yeah,
You know,
no one thinks of the Nether.
no one thinks of another except for speedrunners. It's all they think about.
Yeah.
Just the peaceful little stuff.
Yep, cozy village.
Yeah, cozy
Place
village.
to stay for the night.
Hey, why doesn't this place have a bed? I can't stay here. Someone stole it. Yeah, 2 hours, 24 minutes left. We are over halfway done. It took a while to get our first sub 20, and we've had 3 more since because one of them lowered their own time. And now you can see there's only one runner that's even above 20, and I don't think that's going to last either. Zylenox at some point is going to get a good seed here, decide not to reset. And usually when someone looks like they're trailing like that, usually what that really just means is that they're being very aggressive about their resets, right? They're not just going for a sub 20, especially if they see the time they have to beat. You know, they're going to reset harder, and their quote-unquote score is going to look worse than it would be.
I mean, that's smart. Like, you don't have to put a time on the board. Especially this is just like charity. It's fun.
Yeah,
like,
they're having a good time.
You don't even need to put like a time on the board. You can just hard reset if you want to and try to come in late game with the insane run. It's all. Everyone's gonna take it differently. Like everyone's gonna approach this in a different way.
And that's one of the fun things about it is so much RNG, so many decisions that you can approach it differently. It's not all everyone doing the same thing. There's Couriway going down, looking for the magma ravine. Find a little L shape is the trick, and there he goes, and he's got it. Should be fine. Pretty standard for these guys.
It's another cool thing. Like there's a million different ways to make a portal now.
I know, right?
Back in the day, there was like one. You made one with a lava pool
and that
on
was
the
it.
surface, and one like 7 or whatever. And now you can make one in magma. You can make rune portal. You can make everything. Honestly.
Yeah, it's really opened it up.
And there's so many different setups, and there's like you put like a block in this place depending on the terrain, and it's cool.
It's very cool. I mean, look, if you give runners more options, it's going to be more interesting. The more choices you can have them make, the more interesting it is, like as a viewer, and certainly for the runners too, because like it's fun to express your technical mastery, but I think it's more satisfying to express like your creativity.
Yeah.
And and what is Minecraft about? The non-speedrunning version of Minecraft too, if not creativity, right?
Exactly.
So the speedrunning should reflect that.
I think it's just shown with Ironless specifically, because when you get to see the runners, like, okay, now you're in the Nether with this fantastic portal that they just built, and they have no tools, they can't do anything. So you get to see like how they end up traversing the terrain,
how they respond to like a desperate situation.
Exactly, with so little resources, and you know they already go in with so few, but
right.
Yeah. But there's definitely like essentials. Like you want that iron pickaxe. You want to be able to mine the gold. That's the main one. And then there's you want to eat. You get a little hungry from time to time.
Obviously you want to eat.
Eating's kind of nice.
It's pretty important.
I don't know
Eating
if
is
we've
fundamental.
talked about what Feinberg's doing, which is wood lighting. So he does not have a flint and steel, so he's putting lava around the just kind of like everywhere and wood. And as you can see,
you might want to leave there.
There you go. So
okay, he's
if you change your difficulty to hard, it increases the spread of the fire.
Which is good in this limited circumstance.
And then you just change back to easy. Like the one rule
is that's so creative.
Don't go to peaceful. If you go to peaceful, it like invalidates. I think there might be like a peaceful category.
Yeah,
but no one runs.
I didn't even think about that because you're right. It's not even a thing.
Yeah.
That's such like a clever meta way of thinking about the game.
Yeah. There's been like a few new categories created recently, like Icarus, which is you spawn with an elytra and like practically as many fireworks as you could ever desire. And you just fly around. And it changes the game a lot. And it changes how you approach. You can play, I guess, a lot more seeds if you have infinite flight.
Yeah. I feel confident saying that. I think it's an understatement. I think you're right.
And the distance you have to travel just stops mattering.
It stops mattering.
Yeah. On top of flying, it's really fast. So it's like, oh yeah, the fortress is 20 chunks away.
Yeah, you get like the max at 2,000 blocks or something or whatever it is. I forget, is it 1,500, 2,000? Like how far away can the fortress be?
The stronghold?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, the stronghold can be, I think it's like 2,400.
Yeah, something crazy like that.
I don't know whose cruel idea it was to make Bastion, Fortress, and Stronghold, which are synonyms in English essentially, refer to 3 different things in one game. We need another word for the exact same type of structure. What can we call this next one?
I don't know. I guess I never thought of that.
They basically mean the same thing. Yeah, and the Bastion is not a very common word in English in general. So like naturally, when they introduce that, they need something else, and they have to pick a much weirder word.
Yeah.
Because they already used the obvious ones.
I mean, because they already used Temple like way earlier.
Right. Yes. Right. So
like
they
the
burned
OG.
that. If they'd known they were going to have this problem, they would have saved it.
And then they used Temple again, like Jungle Temple.
Just put a word in front of Temple.
Oh, God, Feinberg. That was really unfortunate. He was like mid-jump, got hit by a Hoglin, and straight into the lava.
Straight in the lava.
Unfortunate.
Yep. Well, I mean, these are the kind of mistakes that are going to matter more and more as we go. As we approach 2 hours left of a 5-hour live time attack. For those who don't know, live time attack means your best time is the only time that counts. It could be your first run, and then you could walk away.
Yeah.
You could be behind the whole time, like Zylenox is quote-unquote behind. We know that's not really real. And then your last run of the day is the lowest, and that's it.
And
Nothing else
you're
matters
the
but your
winner.
best time. And then you're the winner, right. Like, you don't know until the last second. And I think we'll have to check the rules, but I'm pretty sure whatever run you're doing when the timer runs out, you can complete is how these normally go, which leads to some
That's
really
fair.
exciting kind of 0-second things.
So I'm sure once we get like really close on time, like 5 minutes, they might be resetting a
Yes.
lot just to hope that they have time to finish their last really good seed.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, they don't need to think about the clock too much at this point.
Oh, yeah.
But
there's
near
still
the
plenty of
end,
time.
the last 10 minutes, they need to be watching that clock real close to decide, like, is this my last reset, right?
Because if you have 5 minutes left and you die, then you're done. You're not getting another run done.
Yeah, that will be your last run then, because, like,
You just physically cannot pump out like a restart.
Couriway is building with strategic blocks. He was using the door to climb up. So if you close the door in a specific spot, you can jump up twice and use it as 2 blocks in one.
Kind of cool.
Yeah, it was cool tech to see. You don't normally see it.
Well, I mean, that's where, like, the encyclopedic knowledge matters, because you were saying before, Fruit, like, there's a million little things you could do, and you don't know on each run which you're going to need, but every now and then some, like, tiny little thing that wouldn't show up in 99% of your runs can save that run.
And if you're wondering why some runners like Couriway right now just went into like spectator mode, he just wants to see like where stuff is, and like it's just kind of like checking what you maybe missed out on or what you didn't miss out on. It's just a thing Minecraft runners do.
Yeah.
One of those things.
It can get really bad though, because there's a runner Dowski that got really bad where before he even entered the nether, he would check the nether, and then he's like, oh my gosh, there's stuff there. And then he would go check the stronghold, and he's like, oh, that was good. Let me check the end. And it's like before he even entered the nether.
That's super funny.
Yeah.
It can go really far if you let it get there.
Yeah, you can become obsessed. Like, sometimes you just don't want to know.
Zylenox just did a pretty fast COD, actually. But I don't know if he has lava, so I'm not sure if it means anything.
I mean, he just must be resetting constantly, because every time I look over, he's in Overworld, and the clock is always low, right? He's only 2 minutes in.
Oh, yeah.
And one of the reasons we haven't been talking about him more is because he hasn't gotten to the end game very often, but you can tell that's part of the strategy. He's like, I'm not interested in, like, subpar times. I don't want to complete just to get my time down that is not going to help me. Like, yeah, he's resetting very hard and very often. There is another one, right? Like, he was just bouncing around too much, and he's like, this isn't going to do it.
Like, he doesn't want the vegetables. Like, he wants the meat and the potatoes.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Feinberg resetting as well. Illumina looking around. He's got the looking for the entity spawns, I think. He's got to be close. At least he thinks he is.
Yeah. You know what nether is bad when you look at your iron pickaxe and it has almost no durability left.
Right. You shouldn't have. If you're digging that much, something has gone wrong.
Because like a million times over, this would have been.
Fell into like a cavern.
Unlucky, man.
And that is. And look, Couriway too. All 4 runners have reset in the last minute. We're starting fresh across the board.
All on the loading screen too.
Yeah. Look at this. We're kind of synced all of a sudden.
This is cool.
It is kind of cool, though.
Doesn't happen much.
No, it really doesn't.
Yeah.
Now you get to see like the different approach. Certainly, like who resets again right away. See, Feinberg did right there. The other 3 haven't. What's their tolerance level for it? Like the personality comes out in how they react to the beginning of the seed.
Another thing is like, because I remember back in the day in like other categories, people would reset for like a desert or a savanna and like the older
That was
categories.
standard. It was like desert was the biome you were looking
in
for.
116, it's like the only biome that is like really nice and standard is the ocean. Like the ocean is what you get most of your runs in with. And then sometimes it's a village, but villages can be in any biome. They could be, or not any biome, but they could be in like snow, they could be in plains, desert.
Well, yeah, originally it was like specifically you wanted to spawn near a village, so you liked desert because it was a little more likely, and like spawning near the ocean, spawning like an island was like considered the worst spawn.
Yeah.
But like as strats evolve, the reset strats have to evolve with it.
And it's like in theory you could enter in like a nothing biome if you just spawn next to a ruined portal and complete it, but that doesn't happen often. Like the ocean, it's just evolved hard. The ocean is the consistent strat that everyone has flocked to, because it's not even there's just one way to enter in the ocean. There's quite a few.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's the difference between random and set, is because you care more about consistency. than you do just about the best spawn. It's not just about the best spawn. It's about like the best most of the time, the safest most of the time, because these guys are all about repetition with the random. It's a totally different game than set seed, right?
Yeah. And the thing about like set seed in Minecraft is weird. It's still not even as you would expect. Like it has so much RNG still.
Still, right? Yeah. I mean, you definitely cut down on a lot of
Yeah.
the big
Oh, yeah.
stuff, right?
Well, the current SSG map, you basically you spend 30 seconds doing these like crazy optimal movements, and then you have to break this one piece of gravel. And if you don't get the 1 in 10 flint, or if you don't get it in like 2 punches, you
just give up.
reset.
Yeah, you reset.
And that's annoying, but it gets worse.
It's like a super hard RNG gate right away.
because you
or early
also need to, in the end, get another. You need the 1 in like 13. You need like a quick, fast purge.
With the perch, yes.
So assuming you're playing perfectly, it's like a 1 in 130.
Yeah.
So
Just for those two things. And only one of them do you get early in the run. That's the heartbreaking thing, is when there's RNG in any kind of speedrun game near the end. That's the real thing, because you're going to waste so many runs that way.
and it's a heartbreaker because you can tell when you watch them, like they can tell that it's not going to spawn, and then they leave immediately, and it's
Immediate.
like all
Yeah.
of that hard work is gone.
It's really rough. It's a hard life. I wouldn't recommend it. I recommend speedrunning Minecraft to a certain point, but I can't in good conscience recommend you get to that level where you're relying on that.
Yeah, if you enjoy it, good for you.
Yes,
but
yes.
It's not for everyone.
I don't have the stomach for
Yeah.
it personally, not really. But I like watching it. I like watching the skill expression, and again, the creative
Yeah.
expression so much. Like, I love that the creative base game is reflected with creative speedrunning. Like, it is such a cool thing.
Yeah, and the other thing about Minecraft, I think another reason it's a popular speed game is because how easy it is, like
To start,
to play.
to pick up, yeah.
Like you just need a computer, and it doesn't have to be the best computer, and then you can play Minecraft, and
Yeah.
you can speedrun Minecraft. You obviously have to buy the. You probably don't even have to buy the game. There's probably some workaround. Who knows?
I'm, you know,
Maybe.
people are pretty clever nowadays.
Yeah.
No comment. I wouldn't know anything about that.
Of course not.
But yeah, you can just kind of pick it up, and if you like it, which obviously
Apparently,
a lot of people do.
Apparently, a lot of people do. But no, you're right. Like, there's less barriers to entry here than there are for a lot of games in terms of tech, in terms of cost, in terms of all that stuff. And it's just a very simple, straightforward game. Like, you know what they say, like a minute to learn, a lifetime to master.
Yeah.
Like, those are the best games that are simple rules, but you could still explore them forever. It's a very simple game to start with. You know, you
Yeah.
don't have to get into these crazy strats right away. Like, we're talking about Blaze spawn rates going down with the introduction of skeletons 8%. And it's like, okay, you don't have to start there. Don't be intimidated. Just start with a modest goal. Just try to beat the game, and then try to go for 40 minutes, 30, 20. And we were saying earlier, we think anyone could get 20. You know, just dip your toe in, so to speak, to the ocean strats. And you might be surprised at what you find, because this is a very accessible speedrun as far as speedruns go.
Yeah, like if I'm being honest, you really don't need the best mechanics to get like sub 20, a lot of times, honestly. You just, you learn. It's all about like adaptability and learning. And it's like movement's pretty simple, and just like as long as you learn about a lot of different structures and a lot of different ways to enter, that's how you will distinguish that you're like a good runner.
Yeah.
Good runners are determined by like knowledge a lot.
Yeah, and we're talking about like, this probably sounds, some of this is hard to absorb, right? Like, there's so many different strategies, but when you actually do them, you learn better, right, Artemis? Like,
Yeah,
like that. There's
absolutely.
no better way to learn than by doing.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of people have experience playing the game casually, which just helps them. It's like a huge jump start, and unfortunately, Minecraft's like one of the best-selling games of all time, so a lot of people have experience, and facing a speedrun, it's not like we're going in completely blind. Like, a lot of runs where it's like, okay, I need to learn how to do this strat and this strat. People generally know, okay, yeah, I need to go mine for iron. I need to go enter the nether and fight some blazes. And they have that at least base level of knowledge, so they have a huge head start compared if you're trying to learn a different game.
And not just head start, but resources, because when a game is this popular, if you need a tutorial on literally any one of the things we're talking about, there's literally dozens for every
Yeah.
single one of these things somewhere, right? If you want to learn, you have no shortage of options. You can even pick which teacher you like the best,
Yep.
which style of video you like
Yeah.
the best. So you can, it's all out there if you want it. It's like, you don't have to like discover this arcane stuff yourself or go to some ancient message board to find some trick. Like, it's out there.
Like, that's actually, like, now that I think about it, a reason why I didn't speedrun some games. Because, like, some of the more niche games with less players, they have less tutorials. Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, where do I start? I don't know.
That's a great point. Like, how many games did
No
you bounce off the
clue.
speedrunning scene because it was hard to get into?
Yeah. I'm definitely, like, a different... Because the thing with Minecraft is a lot of people play stuff like servers and stuff where they have, like, high mechanics, and then they... Like, because a lot of these top runners come from other parts of Minecraft, which is weird. Like, a lot of them come from servers where they've played certain game modes and have mastered some things, and then they speedrun, and they're obviously, like, a step up because they just have years on the game, not at speedrunning, but
they have a mastery of a specific thing.
yeah, they've been building up just general mechanic.
Like you were saying this earlier before we actually started today, we were talking about the game, and you said something really interesting, I thought, which is that there's too many things in here for someone to be great at all of them.
Yeah.
So they all have their specialties. Some of them are really good at everything, some of them are better at one thing better and a little worse at another, but there's too many skills for someone to be the best at all of them.
Especially when you start factoring in servers, because then you have you have factions and all these mini games, and
Yeah.
it just starts going up and up. And then have parkour and everything too. There's just so many variations of playing the game that you can't master them all.
You can't, it's just too many.
You just try to pick the ones you like the most and
Yeah.
stick with it.
I mean, like, for example, like, we were freaking out about Zylenox kind of jumping around from block to block. Like, I don't think we saw movement like that from any of the other runners. He's got the slowest, best time so far, but, like, maybe he's the best at that.
Yeah.
And if he didn't die there, what does that lead to, right? Like, you can be the best at that sort of thing. You can be best at bridging or whatever, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, I definitely know that the other runners can do that for sure, but it's like...
do they do it, like, as well or as consistently, right?
I think so, because, like, it's situational. A lot of the time, you don't have to, like, wall jump parkour, because,
I mean,
like,
it's just cool looking.
most of the terrain is simple, but sometimes there's like a few situations where you can, like, pull out movement like Zylenox did. Like, he clutched there, like,
Yeah.
when that was happening. Like, you have 1 second to think of that, or you're, like, dead.
Right.
And you just kind of do it.
I mean, he died anyway, but not after he nailed the move.
Yeah.
So, like, it was still pretty cool. Still pretty clutch.
Yeah.
We are in a village again. Couriway spending, I feel like every run has been like a village run. I wonder if this is like deliberate, like if he's kind of going for this now. Because like whatever he was doing before, he's thinking, well, this isn't going to get it done.
Yeah.
I got to try something different. And that's an important thing, like any time with a live time attack, is like at what point in the run, if they're not leading, do they like switch general strategies? You know, because you don't want to do that like the last 30 minutes. You know, you want to give yourself some time to like kind of get into it. And like even these guys need to warm up and get practiced. And if you're doing nothing but monument strats 1 second, I could dream. And then you kind of switch to village at the end. Like, you know, that might not go as smoothly because you've been doing something else for 3 straight hours. So like it's really important, I think,
Yeah.
to decide at what point you want to try something else.
Another thing you can think of that no one really thinks of is like, these guys haven't played Minecraft for a few days. Like, this is the the most amount of practice they've got recently. Like now, like
Yeah. They came in a little cold, maybe.
yeah, they came in pretty cold, but now they're starting to.
Except for
warm up
Illumina,
and
who's on fire all the time.
Oh yeah, they're kicking it up for sure. Like, it doesn't take too long to warm up in this game. It doesn't. Like, I bet they were practicing on stage because Minecraft has practice maps, so you can download a Bastion map, which shows you, which literally you can just play and explore and like make routes or try routes. And there's also portal maps.
Right, because if you're trying to get better at bastions, like you don't want to have to like work your way to them every time. You want to just reset at the bastion again, again, and again, and just like learn it. Like that repetition in like short periods of time is like the best way to memorize a new thing.
It's fantastic because I know games like you could like practice in other games, but it's not as simple. Minecraft, you download a map.
They've made it easy to practice.
They made it easy to practice, which is why, I mean, everyone takes full advantage of it. You can practice how to make a million different portals, and like if you learn all this cool stuff, that will make you better. Like you just have more knowledge in more situations.
You just amass it over time. Yeah, Zylenox is still in the overworld. I mean, again, like he's consistently, it seems to be about 2 minutes. It seems like he's giving himself about 2 to 3 minutes, and then he just decides if he's going to bother with it or not.
That's
and
good.
Yeah, I mean, like that's very aggressive though, right? Because every time I look over, he tops out around 2 or 3 minutes. He's going down there. You got magma ravine.
Not sure. He's just.
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing
He's
it.
gonna check, maybe dig and reset. I think.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't find it soon, this is about the time in his runs where he's been resetting if it hasn't gone well. I think he's going to give it a few more seconds, and there's the dig.
Because I can definitely tell Zylenox is playing how a typical top runner would play. He's resetting the same.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else is giving themselves a few minutes of leeway on their resets.
Yeah, no, he's definitely being the most aggressive
Yeah, I
about
like
it right now.
I like to see that.
Well, I like to see the difference too, like the comparison, the A/B. Like we have him right next to us here on the screen. But like, it's not just that he's being a little more aggressive. I think he's being the most aggressive by far.
Yeah, I like it though. It's
cool.
Something good to see. Everyone with their different play styles and such.
It's really fun to see top runners, be roughly equally as good despite playing totally
Yeah.
different, right? Like, it's not like in so many speedruns there's like an OP strat and you have to do that strat,
Yeah.
right? You have to do it. But here it's like there isn't really with random seed. Maybe with set seed, if you're using the 3294
Yeah.
seed that I keep talking about, like the dominant seed in set seed because everyone agrees that's the best seed. You can't possibly run anything else. Maybe we'll discover another one, but for like the last 9 or 10 months it's been that seed. But there's no such thing here.
Feinberg, fortunate just like 11 minutes. Just got his first rod, but I think he has 20 obsidian. I honestly can't tell, but I think he does.
Yep.
For sure.
Yep, it's 20 obsidian.
So yeah, this could PV.
He's
This
coming
could
up at
be the
11.
run. He has a million pearls. He has all the string he could ever need. He has everything he could need. He just needs rods. And
Yeah. We need a little bit of spawn rate luck here with the Blazes, I think.
Yeah.
Needs the fight to go well. He's got plenty of health.
gets this.
It's just going to be the spawn rate. He's got one. This is
Yeah.
where you need a little bit of help. Like this is one of those like clutch RNG moments that we've been
Yeah.
talking about where a good run could go one way or the other, and so far it looks like it's going the other a little bit.
This is the point in the run where you kind of just wait and you can't do much. Like you're not in the driver's seat anymore.
I know. You're just waiting for the dice to roll.
He did how he could. He cleared out the spawner area, so
Yep.
hopefully more will spawn.
Not sure if Illumina has a bastion, but I like this. He did Fortress first, and he smelted potatoes in a furnace, which is not something you'd ever see in like a world record run. But it works for this. It like works really well.
A few more blazes popped up. Going for the fourth.
Oh.
He got the fourth just before he flew.
Incredible grab.
That was. I didn't think he was going to make. I thought he was going to go over the edge for it. That was like Looney Tunes style, where they run off the edge, but as long as you don't look down, you don't fall. And he came right back, and he's got 4 now.
Feinberg, 12 minutes.
Okay.
This could happen.
Yeah, this could happen. That's what he needed there. Like, it looked
Yeah.
like the luck was pretty bad with the blaze spawns, but then, like, 3 showed up out of nowhere, and he just clutched that last one out just barely. This is getting hyped.
It all depends on this distance. As you see, he's writing chat, just like mental, so he knows what his numbers are.
Feinberg's got a real chance here. Just one of the most consistent runners in the game, and eventually things have got to line up. They kind of did there with the blazes just enough. It wasn't like a ridiculous blaze run, but it was good. It's good enough, certainly, potentially, for an event best. Maybe? Personal best for sure could be. Just need a little more luck. Don't sabotage us, Dice. Be merciful, Dice.
I think he's good at the angles. Unfortunately, I can't tell what he's typing in chat because it's pretty small.
It's pretty small,
for us to see,
and they do it so fast. Like, they cut away as soon as they're not going to leave it up for us to see.
We'll see. We'll figure it out in a few minutes here.
Yeah, we'll know soon.
I think he just wrote in chat, -85, -90. Let's see where he is right now. Not sure.
Moment of truth
We're
coming
gonna
up.
find out. I think he still needs a bit more rods, though. I think he needs like 1 or 2 more.
Because he only has 8 eyes right now. He could play really
Oh,
risky, but I don't think
jeez.
it's worth it.
Yeah, I'm
I
pretty
don't know.
sure he literally just did all the math in the chat. And he's just,
Wow.
we need more rods.
That's a bummer.
There's one.
I mean, at a certain point, though, you're going to get to the end, and you're going to
Yeah.
have to take those risks.
I think he's good. I think he's out.
Okay. I burned another minute or so
Yeah, he's
there.
gone.
Still looking decent. Burned another minute, though. No, no pun intended.
He's going to get one more? Okay.
He's playing it. I guess he really likes his time. I guess he's thinking, I really don't want to
I'm
mess this up
guessing
here.
if he doesn't
but-
get this, he leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
Hey, he makes the decision right here. Yep, he's gone. Unlucky.
It's so difficult because it can go either way. It's like if you get the extra rod, it's a safer run. But if you don't get
Yeah.
it, then it's just a waste of time.
Just a waste of time. Exactly. Exactly.
And it's like, it's not his fault. He went for the extra rod, too. But his portal's right here.
Okay.
That was not where I expected. That was close.
This is still looking interesting. There's 14.
He's praying.
It's not quite sub 14. It's just above it.
In a cave.
Yeah. I didn't see his Y level. He threw an eye in the cave, which is, I like that. I like that.
Interesting.
It's probably on the surface now. He definitely didn't pick up. He's gonna check if it's in this cave. I like this. Oh, there's
Ooh,
no
it keeps
way.
going.
Down, down, down.
It's up to him. This is the decision he makes.
This is, I mean, well,
There
It's
it
right
is.
there.
You got it.
He was right.
Wow. That
Wow.
is absurd.
Excellent. I mean, look, you have to take these chances as we get closer. We
Yeah.
just under, as that happened,
That
2
was
hours.
That was a very smart decision because he doesn't have time. I think that was his only play.
and it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if he finds a portal room really quickly here and gets a good perch, he can beat that
Yes.
1734.
Yes.
Yeah.
One
it's
more
just-
round of just not just decent RNG or just decent.
It's 2 and a bit of minutes. I'm pretty sure because we're using game time. I assume.
Yes.
Yes.
This
But
could
the-
be close. I'm getting
yeah.
preemptively nervous when I see the numbers start to line up. I start to think, oh no, are we
Yeah.
going to be into retime territory?
So he found the starter staircase.
Yeah. So the issue with entering at just a random location is you kinda, if you don't find the portal room, want to backtrack to the starter staircase.
There-
Oh.
well,
Got
there
it.
is.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Still looking
Oh,
good.
This is possible.
That was another thing that could have gone wrong.
Wait, he doesn't have enough eyes
Whoa!
because
Oh, because he didn't. Oh.
Oh, no.
He threw one in the cave.
Oh no.
And he had a 0 eye.
Oh jeez.
Oh man.
He just needed a little help there,
Yeah.
just the tiniest bit.
Because he didn't get that 7th run. It wasn't
I-
his fault because he
oh.
didn't get a drop.
That is absolutely brutal. I think those were smart risks, though.
Yeah, he played
right.
that
Yeah.
amazingly.
Because you still have a pretty decent chance of getting an eye in the portal. So it's if you have 6 eyes and you have them, you end up with 11. In theory, you should be able to enter. but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the luck.
When he reset there, he
Comes
kind of
down.
his head kind of went down. If it's possible for a head motion to say the word "man," that his head motion said it right.
Exactly.
He's thinking exactly what you just said. That should have worked or that could have worked.
Yeah.
But that's why the consistency is so important because he just needs to put himself in that position as many times as possible. It didn't work out this time. Still got 2 hours. 3 hours I can't believe 3 hours are gone already.
Yeah, wow.
2 hours is still time for plenty of runs, but a few more disappointments like that, and he might have to change things up.
Yeah, but no, he played that very well. I don't see any made mistake.
Well, so that is both the best and worst thing about this is that you can play it well. Doesn't mean it's going to go well. It also means that you can play make a bunch of mistakes and get bailed out by the RNG too.
Yeah.
It's exciting either way.
It definitely goes both ways with that.
Couriway, the only one not resetting, looking for Magma Ravine. Everyone else has reset in the last 30 seconds or so.
He's probably just gonna dig.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you can see, someone like Zylenox is playing super restricted. He's either entering fast or not entering. Everyone else has a bit of leeway on their time, they might enter 4 or 5 minutes. Zylenox definitely had a lot of around 3 minute-ish
Yes.
enters.
Yes.
A lot of them being 2:30s, 2:10s.
Yeah, we've been talking for an hour straight now about how aggressive he's been, and it hasn't changed. I keep looking over when's he going to be a little deeper into a run, and it's just he's not satisfied with the first few minutes of any of these runs. But that means that what we could see is nothing, 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 nothing,
Yeah.
nothing, and then boom, 16, right? Or sub 17, something like that.
And
That's what he's clearly thinking. That's what he's hoping for, and there it is, another reset.
you play that village, you get the iron pickaxe, you're okay. He just F5'd around, looked for lava, didn't see lava, reset. That's it.
It's almost always happening between 2 and 3 minutes too. It's he's giving himself a little clock. If I don't have X and Y under 3 minutes, I'm done. The most aggressive by far, Illumina has reset 2 or 3 more times. Everyone.
It's a resetting.
I'm telling you, it's gonna get quote unquote worse, right? However you want to look at it, as this gets lower, because fewer and fewer runs are going to qualify to beat that event best, that 1734 that Illumina got. Yeah, I guess probably a solid hour ago. And I think it was shortly after we switched out here. It was 40, 45 minutes ago, something like that. He puts it up, and no real movement since. And again, we've seen the effect on the strategy. The resets have come faster and furiouser, if that's a word.
It's super tricky.
It is super tricky, but their strategy has to evolve as the game goes on. They have to be vaguely aware. As the time goes down, they have to know more and more about where their opponents are.
Because even if you have a 1 second lower time than someone, well, you still lose if the time's up.
Yeah, It could be an hour, it could be a second. It's really all or nothing, which is like
It's fun. Minecraft is an all or nothing game. So like,
That's a very good description.
it's a very good description.
Either everything goes your way or it's a reset and everything's gone. And it's terrible.
For Illumina, it's another reset. Okay, so we have a new title holder for hardest resets. Illumina's like, he's doing it. Look at that. Was that immediate?
Feinberg got that. That was a very clean.
He was like
13
planes, I'm out.
iron.
He's just like immediately.
Because yeah, like Feinberg just loads in, does the F3 shenanigans, digs randomly one block in the water, and there's a chest of 13 iron. It's like cool.
Yeah.
You know, iron, just enough iron. 40 seconds of a run. Looks like potentially looking for gravel to.
TNT or something? I don't know what he's.
Potentially.
Because there's no trees. You
Yeah,
just reset.
the lack of wood, because I was thinking maybe ironless, but you definitely need wood for that.
Yeah.
Doors.
I think we heard from the booth that reset was 1.2 seconds, if I'm interpreting
1.2.
correctly.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never made any decision in my life in 1.2 seconds, let alone one with an audience.
No, sometimes you can just instantly tell, like what Feinberg just did. He loaded in. Is that?
Yep.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Like there should be a secondary prize for fastest reset. I think. I think that's the speedrun strat.
People would just stop playing and just
Frame perfect reset.
Yeah.
Reset in 3 frames.
Because like you don't want to play a forest. Forests are annoying. You want to play an island. You want to play an ocean. You want to play coast. Anything.
But again, it's so funny how this is flipped, because I feel like if you go back even just like a year, it's the exact opposite. They're like, oh, it's an island, hard reset.
Yeah.
And
literally.
now it's completely flipped. That's crazy.
Yeah. That's literally.
It was like the worst spawn possible, and now it's the best spawn possible? Wow, we didn't know anything.
No.
Clearly not.
This game's crazy. I don't know. Oh, Couriway. Nice one. Enter sub 3, though. Good.
Yeah? We'll take it. Even Zylenox will be okay with that.
Yeah, but I guess something I didn't mention is you can, once you actually load into the nether, you can stay paused for like 10 seconds as the entities around you start to slowly load in. So, and if there's no spike, you could literally just insta-reset without even leaving your nether portal. Just reset if there's no spike. But in a setting like this, you could raise your render distance and check again. But yeah, it's up to the runner. It's up to the pace.
And that's the other interesting thing about the entity checking is that the faster the spike happens, the closer you know it is.
Right.
So if it happens really late, it's like, oh, is it actually worth going, 16 chunks out?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of judgment involved in that 1.2 seconds or however long you have to react to things, apparently. Yeah, the first time I ever saw the F3 menu, I was like, what on earth am I looking at? Right?
It's information overload.
It's like too much, right? But they get so good at just like glancing at it and noticing 3 things while it's up for a second and then going right back to the game. Like they have to assimilate that information so fast.
It's not as bad as you think it is once you start to learn, because there's very little on the F3 screen that you actually care about.
Yeah.
So if you know where in the F3 screen, the layout is the same every time.
Mm-hmm,
So you know where to look.
You know where to look.
And you just kind of open it, close it instantly.
Yeah.
Which looks crazy. Like
I can't believe there's not a mod, though, just like change the color of the things you care about. 1.09 reset we just heard.
9.
Okay, so we're unofficially tracking this, by the way, now. We don't have a leaderboard for it, but just trust me that we are breaking records for reset times.
That's what I like to see.
That's hilarious. Can we get sub 1? Sub 1 reset. The weirdest world record in speedrunning.
The thing about multi-instance, it's very satisfying watching all the tiles reset. It's like it's nice on the brain. I don't know.
Yeah, you press for one button, you hear the sounds of all of them restarting.
Yeah.
It's, yes.
Well, like, it's got to be the power. It's like you press one button and it's like, I have created a new world.
You're in control.
Yes, you're just like God. Like, yeah, refresh. Oh, there we go, Earth. Yeah, that'll do.
Everyone chugging along. Couriway, I don't think has a lava ravine. Might just dig. We'll see. Yeah, I'm assuming the dig is inevitable.
Zylenox has reset again. Stop me if you've heard this one before. But they're all becoming more Zylenox-like as the time goes
Yeah.
on. The resets have, I mean, we've been saying they were going to get more aggressive. I kind of honestly underestimated how much more aggressive they would
Oh,
get, how
yeah.
fast. It's almost like that 2-hour mark ticked over, and it's like they all had that in their mind as the moment they wanted to ramp it up.
This is what you have to do. This is what you have to do to beat the time. You can't just keep playing out seeds that aren't that good. You have to reset for a better seed.
Yeah, your standards have to go up
Yeah.
as the times go down.
And it's interesting to see how many seeds you can actually get, like times that are going to be faster than Illumina's, because Couriway did the 1,000 runs no reset, and I guess I don't have it pulled up, but I think the average was still 20 or no, it was still lower than that, I think, but
That's incredible.
Yeah.
it's more of just some runs ended up being like 40 minutes.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
he's
how
committed to it.
Yeah, it's just how it goes, though.
I mean,
Yeah.
in a sense, that makes him like kind of the ideal person for this kind of thing, for this kind of format.
Yeah.
That he made himself do that because it gets you ready for anything.
Yeah, you're forced to play whatever happens your way, no matter what.
Yeah, as opposed to like just constantly searching for that perfect thing that, let's be honest, is almost never going to come, and it's definitely not going to come in a random 5-hour block.
So for 6 months here, Couriway has just been streaming and loading up one world at a time and having to play it no matter what.
Well, he's playing the long game.
Yeah.
That's like a long-term strategy about like, I want to be ready for when that seed comes. I need to be ready for it, and the only way to be ready for any seed is to practice any seed over and over and over again. It's like a really daunting, like scary, challenging thing, but it's the only way to be ready for anything.
You become the ultimate navigator, and your brain just thinks a lot faster once you've been in all the situations.
You notice the patterns like faster than you would have, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to someone who's going to like specialize in something.
You notice the patterns, and then you realize these situations is like, oh, if only I knew, this strategy, then it could have saved, 5 minutes in some cases.
Right. Like maybe the best seed you're ever going to get is going to be early in your speedrunning quote-unquote career, and you'll never get another chance at it. And at the time, you didn't know enough to take advantage of it, so you want to minimize the amount of time that you can't take advantage of things. We are finally looking around. Hey, some players are underground. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yes, I love being underground. Underground is it's very rare. There's not a lot of I don't know what it's called. I think it's called classic or structureless, where you just you start the run, you chop a tree, you go in a cave.
Yeah.
And then
Well, I mean, that's how I would play Minecraft casually at first. You just explore for its own sake.
the weird thing is it's still kind of viable.
Right.
It's not completely phased out. You could actually have some weirdly good cave runs.
Yeah, I think it's great that the things I would do firing up Minecraft for the first time still bear some resemblance to the thing the best players in the world do. That exploring is still rewarded.
Yeah, I think that makes it the best when it is something that you're like, oh yeah, I have seen that before. So a lot of the people who do want to get into the game, it's like, oh yeah, I've seen that before, and they're doing the same exact thing I'm doing, and they're on world record pace.
Speedrunners, they're just like us.
They're just
They're
like
just
us.
us nice casual players.
Yeah. Now, normally we would hand over to another set of commentators during the end of a big run, but as you can see, none of them are near that. It's all early in the runs because the resets are getting tougher and tougher. So bear with us. We're going to step away for just a minute. You're going to get some new commentators in just a moment. Hang with us.
Sure.
And we are back here in this finale of the Glitch Infinite Speedrun Marathon. Still with Minecraft here, 1 hour and 45 minutes left on the clock. So much has changed since the last time we've and Algorithm did the mic here. Of course, Artemis has been here for a little bit here. We have 3 times now under 20 minutes at one time. Zylenox a little behind here at 24 minutes, but there's still a lot of time to make that up. And just like you said, Algorithm, under 20 minutes for almost everybody.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. These are, again, these are all top runners, so we should be seeing some great times from all of them, and we already are. When I left just about an hour ago, there was only 1 time under 20 minutes, and now 3 of them have gotten that, which is a pretty impressive thing. I bet they're resetting a little bit harder now that we're getting a little bit farther into the event. So, yeah, there's only an hour and 3/4 remaining at this point.
Yeah, one thing to note, these guys usually, right, when they're doing runs, I mean, they last for hours and hours. So I don't know if fatigue is a big deal yet, would you say?
I wouldn't really say so, because I often see these guys stream for like 8 hours at a time and stuff. And I know Feinberg plays all advancements, which is a long category. A lot of these guys have actually played all advancements runs. And that category in itself goes on for 5, 6. I know Feinberg's world record is 3.5 hours, so his time is obviously a little ahead there. Yeah. But that run can go on for often quite a bit longer, and they just don't tire out during that time. They keep going. So yeah, they're pretty persistent. They're able to play for long amounts of time without wearing down.
Yeah, there was a while ago where Illumina did that speed run for all of the versions, like back to back, and I believe that took just over 24 hours.
Yeah, that's a speed run not many runners can really handle.
No.
I think that's the other extreme of it.
Yeah. That's a very extra speed run there. But
yeah, that's one of the harder ones. And by all versions, we don't just mean the 3 main versions, 1.9, 1.9 to 1.15, and 1.16. It's every version. So it's starting at like version 1.0, 1.1,
Yep.
1.2, 1.3.
It must be interesting though to see. I mean, how much do they? I'm sure they change a lot, but I mean, to see that progression of what you can do in each one, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think a lot of the early ones are pretty similar. I'm not entirely sure because I haven't run those versions myself. But I think at some point after 1.9, they end up changing. I'm not sure at what point they changed to trading strats, but Bastions were only added in 1.16, which is what these guys are running now. So it's really only towards the end that they get to run Bastions and stuff. But before that, they just have to kill Endermen and sometimes trade with villagers to obtain their Ender Pearls and Eyes.
Obviously, yeah, this is a speedrun with a long history. Again, seemingly getting popular in the last few years to the extreme popularity is now. But yeah, obviously, any game that comes out, there's going to be some people that want to speedrun it. But Minecraft in recent years has become this extremely popular thing it is now.
Yeah, it kind of blew up a little bit like a year ago or so, and it's just been carrying it hard ever since.
Yeah, I think 1.16 really revived the interest of a lot of people, because it was like, all right, this is a huge Nether update, and then because of all the strats that have come out with 1.16, it's remained popular. Like Bastion routes were huge when they did come out, and now we're fully in oceans with no more monuments anymore, but those were popular too.
Yeah, monuments still do have potential even at this point in the speedrunning history.
Mm-hmm.
They can still pop out good times. I know a couple people have, I think, low 12s, maybe even sub 12 times with monuments, which is quite impressive. But they do require a little bit more RNG, which is probably why you aren't really seeing runners here do them, unless maybe they get like the perfect seed for a monument.
Yeah, Couriway mentioned he wasn't wanted to show one off actually today if he got a chance, of course, but you never know if you're going to get a good chance for that.
Yeah, that's one of the things with monuments is they're hard to reset for. That's one of the reasons why people don't often do monument runs, or at least play for monuments in particular.
Yeah, now it might be even too late to even try to go for a monument run, because they are a little bit more luck dependent, because you need better trades and you need the amount of piglins. So for going for, to beat Illumina's time here, it might just not be worth it to go for one.
Yeah, so to get all of your string for beds, all of your explosives, your pearls and obsidian from a monument, it's only about 4%. So I'm not really that surprised that people aren't doing them. Although you can get beds from elsewhere, which increase the chance in Obsidian and stuff. So.
I'd be interested to ask you, like you guys, when before this the Nether update, was there more randomness included or less? Like, did the more randomness make it more popular, maybe, or just the hype strats make people try it?
Well, I didn't really run before 1.16, so I'm not sure what the meta was then.
Okay.
But I know that in older versions, the randomness is different. I think in 1.15, you often are resetting later in the run, which isn't as great. For example, like when you're trading, there's only a 2 in 3 chance that you actually get the Ender Pearl trade from a villager. So 1/3 of your runs are just immediately going to end to that every single time, which is not great. And I can see why a lot of runners wouldn't really find that category quite as intriguing as 1.16.
Mm-hmm. And the spawns, you have to be very aggressive with those categories too, because a lot of the strat is, you know, sometimes you want the Desert Temple for TNT, and you want either like an Acacia Village or, you know, Dark Wood. So you can use the TNT to get a whole bunch of wood for the trades. So it can end up being a lot more aggressive in terms of resets. Or I guess not aggressive. It's about as aggressive as this category now. Mm-hmm. But
in my personal experience, this version is just the most fun. I can't say that's true for everyone. Obviously, different people have different opinions. But this version is just, it's just fun, even though it's really RNG based, and like that kind of adds to it. It's a really fun category to run. So if you're looking to get into it, go ahead and start. There's plenty of resources out there.
Yeah, you're clearly not alone in those thoughts. Because a lot of people have fun running this. And once they try it, they just can't lose. Like Chrism earlier said, he gave it a shot. This looks pretty intriguing. Then he was just hooked. Yeah,
and at first, again, I ran it like really casually. I wasn't playing for a top time or anything like I am now. But it was just, I think it's the elements of randomness and the fact that, I mean, it's not too random, but you have to improvise on every single run. You have to make decisions on the fly and like learn all these strategies and stuff. I think it's just a really unique speed game in that sense.
And I feel like that's both the appeal and the just general distaste people have for this run. Because on one hand, yeah, it is a whole bunch of freestyling, hoping that you can make the right decisions at the right time. But some people like that formulaic, like, okay, I have to do this strat, it saves this time. Let me just reset for that over and over again. It's a very different run, but for some people, it's just a huge refresher from what they're used to.
Yeah, I know I definitely can reset for longer periods of time on this because it is different every time than I can with other games that it's the same.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like let's say Super Mario 64. I keep using the example, but if you miss that first bomb clip, it's like that bomb clip's the same every time. You just miss it. All right, I got to try it again. In this game, it's not like that. Every seed's different. A different challenge every time, right?
Yeah. You can see Feinberg there actually got poisoned from his soup. The suspicious stew that you get out of shipwrecks is usually good. It usually gives you hunger. It can even give you saturation, which is really good because it will refill like almost all of your hunger, and it will heal quite a bit if you eat it. But in that case, he got poisoned, which I think is the only bad effect that you can get from shipwrecks. So that's pretty unlucky. He will have to death reset here, get food elsewhere, because he's only on 1.5 hearts at the moment.
Not enough to make it happen here. Keep your eye on that.
Illumina's Invo Fortress finally found that spawner. Has to clear out all this nether ward, though.
Yeah, those trees can sometimes get a little bit in the way. They just generate inside of the spawners and block the spawns. So it can be good to clear those out. If you have the ability to blaze bed in that case, then those are really good. But I don't think he has enough beds.
So fast in the menu here. Kind of tough to see what he's picking up here.
Yeah,
have
it's
enough
hard to
here.
No, it looks like he actually doesn't have any beds,
Yeah.
so he'll need to get some wool in the overworld, or perhaps in a village he'll get some beds. Maybe he has an anchor or two, I'm not sure, but...
Couriway's enter here is very interesting because they found I believe it was a zombie spawner, and got a lot of your stuff there. And
Oh,
now,
really?
Yeah, and now they're building a portal in the cave.
Mossy cobblestone, which is not usually a block that you have during your run.
It's a very interesting enter, but still a good time.
The spawners can actually be pretty good. You can get buckets from them. You can get iron. I'm not sure what exactly he got from his. They can have food, but they're not typically utilized because they are hard to access. They're usually in caves, and they're hard to find. So runners typically don't play for spawners, but if you stumble across one in a run, they can be really good. Especially the golden apples. Those can be run savers in some cases when you're low on health.
Couriway eventually saying no thanks to that in any case. Frosty Cobblestone not continuing on this story.
And we see Illumina outside of the Nether. And
he
never
reset.
mind. I completely changed my mind.
It looks like Feinberg just exited his bastion. So perhaps we'll see him entering a fortress in a little bit. Yeah, he's got a spawner on his pie chart.
And has way over the amount of pearls you need, so it makes for very easy travel.
Yeah, and he's also got good terrain, it looks like, in the direction he's going. So hopefully, ooh, the spawner is no longer on his pie chart. That might mean it's off to his right, but we'll see in a second once he uses his pie chart to find it. Yeah, it looks like that's correct. It was off to his right.
And he figured it out pretty quick, heading in the right direction.
Yeah, at this point, it looks like most runners are resetting for ocean spawns or something of the sort, something that can get them into the Nether pretty fast, unlike they were necessarily earlier on when they were playing out village dig downs and stuff that have you entering sometimes at a little over 4 minutes rather than the sub 3s that we've seen a couple times from these runners. Zylenox only getting 3 iron from his shipwreck. Perhaps we'll see a bucketless enter here. I'm not sure if we've seen one of those yet. Bucketless is a very interesting technique because it allows you to enter the Nether with a pick when you don't have enough iron to craft a bucket. Yeah, it looks like he is making a pick, so as long as his magma ravine is good enough to perform bucketless, we should see that. Getting the wood from these shipwrecks, though, can be pretty awkward, so it is taking a little while.
Looks like Feinberg's getting ready to death reset here.
Feels like we've seen him do that so many times today, more than anyone else by far. Maybe that's just a feeling, though.
Yeah, well, some runners actually tend to play more aggressively, like Feinberg, and that also might be why. Because obviously, aggressively can be faster sometimes. It's not always faster, but it's also more dangerous. So
Here is Zylenox trying to make that portal without that bucket, like you mentioned.
yep, it looks like the magma ravine was not deep enough, which is unfortunate. It needs to be, I think, 4 blocks of lava underneath the obsidian, which you can use your F3 screen to tell how deep it is. So that's how he was checking through there. It looks like he's got another ravine, though, and perhaps he'll be able to enter in this one.
Yeah, that's pretty lucky to find one that close. And here we go. Let's see if this one is more fruitful.
He got a little bit more gravel there. I'm not entirely sure why. Oh, yeah, he doesn't have iron to make a flint and steel. I thought maybe he had gotten another one somewhere. But it looks like this is good. No, it's not good. He's given up. Unfortunate that we didn't get to see a bucketless enter there, but perhaps one of the runners will get one later on.
2 times too many there for Zylenox. Would love to see him get a minus 20 time as well.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. Zylenox is very aggressive when it comes to his enters. He's resetting a lot more aggressively just to hopefully get, I think it's like a sub 3 enter at the latest. It's usually around that 2 or 3 minute mark. You can see him reset, where a lot of these other runners seem maybe not like wander around a lot more, but are a little bit more lenient when it comes to it.
Couriway here, not the kindest terrain for him.
Yeah, the basalt deltas can be really tough for terrain. That's the biome that he's in at the moment. It's filled with lava and various pillars of basalt that are not very easy to traverse.
Especially with the low amount of health he has.
Yeah, but he's able to get some mushrooms here, which could potentially help that situation later on. And it also looks like he maybe passed the bastion or was directed in the wrong way by the terrain, and so he didn't quite end up on the angle he needed to be on. He's got his other variety of mushrooms, which means he will be able to craft mushroom stew. Looks like Feinberg blinded, actually. I missed that. I'm not sure if he has 20 obsidian, but it looks like he's doing the math for a calculated travel, so I would assume he does. And again, he probably didn't get all of his blaze rods, and so he's overlapping, doing the math with some of the blaze spawns.
Multitasking at its best.
Yeah, a little bit of a time save, overlaps some of the things that you need to get done. None of those blazes dropped for him, though, which is a little unfortunate. Pretty unlucky.
Oh, for 4, right?
Yeah, I think so. He tried to get some food from that hoglin, but unfortunately, the lava was not kind to him, and it looks like the food has burned. There he goes, getting some rates. He has enough rods, I think, at this point to head to the stronghold.
So now he's heading to those coordinates that he wrote down to hopefully spawn right next to the stronghold. Earlier, he did spawn in a cave and was able to just navigate the cave right into the stronghold. But that run ended up dying to not having enough eyes, so...
That is pretty unfortunate, but that happens pretty often. These guys are kind of used to that.
It does.
Yeah, those eye breaks can be really tough sometimes.
Won't be a problem this time. He's got an overwhelming amount of eyes now, and burrows.
Yeah, I don't think he'll lose to eye breaks here, especially with the fact that his second portal should end up pretty close to the stronghold, so he won't really need to throw too many of them in order to find it. Maybe 1 or 2 at most.
It is true. But he is running out of time if he wants to be Illumina's time. If he gets really good spawn, it can still happen, but...
Yeah, it looks like he's heading to the second stronghold ring at this point, which means that his blind was really bad. It looked like his coordinates at his spawner were just not optimal for a blind. But obviously, when you have calculated travel, it's ideal to just figure out where it is so you can, when you do travel to better coordinates, you're traveling to the right ones as opposed to some unknown coordinates that have a lesser chance of being close to the stronghold. Here you can see him using a technique to travel a little bit faster through the lava by spamming his bucket. It gets rid of the lava for a split second, and he can move a little bit faster through it, although it's still not quite as fast as maybe traveling on land or speed bridging across it.
Still interesting tech, but you don't see all the time.
Yeah, that's a small optimization, but it's interesting nonetheless.
And you saw that portal built underneath the lava lake, which is also something you don't see a lot.
Yeah, that's kind of a unique portal build. Usually people will dig fully under the lava when I see them build those portals, but he decided to build it like halfway in and halfway out of the lava lake, which I guess was good in that case. He built it relatively quickly.
Just another part of the layers of knowledge that you could get from this game. It's just built up, of course, all these players play for years, so they have the time in. But all these layers of knowledge to be able to do it, it's crazy.
Yeah, and a lot of it comes from experience. A lot of it, I mean, you can't have a tutorial for every single thing in the game. It's just not possible. So a lot of it you have to learn from doing runs and experiencing what happens, what's faster, like what little optimizations can you do. And the lava bucket technique, I think, was only really developed recently. I'm not entirely sure, but I've only seen it in use recently. So again, there's still strats that are being developed all the time. I'm not sure exactly how many degrees his eye vendor changed there, but he is kind of running out of time to beat his current time of 19:16.
Yeah, that's the goal here, just to, he's trying to beat his current time at the 19:16 mark. So it doesn't matter if he can finish it or not. If he can't beat that time, there's kind of no point. I wouldn't say no point, but it's kind of not as, won't be as fruitful of a trip here if he can't beat his current time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at this point he knows that the stronghold is close, or else he would have reset. But he also needs to get a good stronghold. He needs to be able to navigate it really fast. But it looks like it's this chunk that he's in right now, and he'll start digging down in a moment.
And I hope he makes it this time, because he got screwed over like the run I mentioned earlier, because it was 0 eyes and he had 11. So I really hope that situation doesn't happen to him again.
Yep. Looks like he... does he only have 11 eyes at this point? I'm not sure if he crafted all of them, but...
I think he had 3 breaks.
That is really unlucky.
Oh, wow.
It's 1 in 5 for each eye to break. And so to get 3 like that is not
That is some bad
great.
RNG, yeah. Let's see how many eyes are, see how many pearls are in this thing.
But again, he still has a 70% chance, or around 71%, to be able to fill in that portal and make it into the end.
Gotta find it first.
Yeah, this stronghold doesn't look too bad. Most of the bad paths ended really early, so it should be down this one right here. I think he's checked every other direction. His water is actually ghost bucketed. I don't think he actually picked it up, although it shows that it picked it up in his inventory. That can happen sometimes.
There it is. There's
Oh. Unlucky.
Wow.
He did not get
What are the
ghost
chances
one.
of that? You built it up, 70% chance to be fine, and that 30% chance happened after that many breaks, too. Wow.
That's super
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Unfortunate for Feinberg fans.
Yeah, but at that point, he would have had to get a really good perch or be able to do 0, which he might have been able to do, but I don't think he would have been able to do 0 at that point.
But even
so,
then, just getting into the end and experiencing it again, because it has been a while. Like, obviously he has been 1916, but, you know, resetting constantly, it might have been nice just to get to the end, maybe practice 0 cycle once again.
yeah.
Has to be frustrating, right?
Yeah, it can be.
Yeah.
It can be. Running for so long and feeling like you're not getting on pace just because every time that you get a run going, something goes wrong that's not in your control. That can be a little frustrating, but these runners, they've got persistence.
Yeah, you'd think if they're playing this game at this high level, they got that. So let's follow Couriway a little bit here. I'm going to get you to kind of walk us through here what we're looking for in this beginning of a run like this. What's the main thing we're looking for? Of course, I know Shipwreck is the best, but if you don't see that right away, what's your idea here?
I would be checking pie chart for mapless, which he's probably already done. I'm not entirely sure. I wasn't watching the beginning of the run. But he's probably already checked his pie chart for mapless, and I'm guessing since he is getting wood and an axe that he didn't have a mapless buried treasure, so he will be looking for a boat and trying to get iron from it. And if you don't have either a shipwreck or iron, these runners at this point will probably just reset. Unless there's maybe some other circumstance that they can enter from, like a ruined portal or something, you really need something off spawn to enter from, or else they'll reset.
Yeah, there's a list. It's a fairly short list of things that you would want to see before, like, even playing the seed. It's just like, you know, an ocean, a beach is sometimes good, sometimes a decent cave, a lava pool, and like a village. But even some of those are very dependent on, you know, what kind of time you're going for, what is even around the lava pool. So
yeah, so the shipwreck strategy, which is typically referred to as hypermodern, is typically considered the fastest at this point, and most runners, you'll see, at least top runners, will end up doing that over villages. A lot of runners don't even play villages anymore unless they have a blacksmith in them, which is the house that has iron picks, obsidian, various other materials that can be really useful for your run or for entering the nether.
yeah, and if you get lucky enough, you know, that can be enough. Sometimes, although unlikely, you can get that 10 obsidian or enough for the pickaxe and all your tools too.
Yeah, have we seen any runs yet where they got 10 obsidian from a blacksmith?
I have not seen any since I've been here. So
yeah, I haven't seen any either.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty unlikely that anyone's got one, since it's a relatively low chance.
it is low chance, but it is cool when you do see it, because you don't see that anymore.
Yeah, although it is a little bit more likely when you have more than one blacksmith, since obviously you can get a little bit more obby from that or something. But also you need a piece of iron to enter the nether, so you're either killing the golem or you could get one from the blacksmith, but it's pretty rare to see a run like that.
So Couriway got into Nether at a high 2 minutes. Oh,
Yep,
never
that's a
mind.
pretty good enter, but he spawned on an island in the middle of the basalt, which is not really ideal for navigating the Nether, and he probably didn't have a bastion either. So that's an immediately reset run for him.
We have Zylenox, it looks like, in stables right now.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of stables so far this run, not as much like housing or anything. I don't know, or this event. I'm not entirely sure why that is, but I don't think I've seen a single housing that's been run yet. That being said, I could have missed some in the times when I wasn't entirely present.
I forgot who had one earlier, but there definitely was a housing, because we were talking about where the gold positions are and how housing is really consistent with that. There's no RNG gold at the bottom section there.
Housing's really nice. It's probably, although it's not necessarily the fastest bastion route, it is generally considered the best bastion by a lot of runners because it is the most consistent and it is still very fast. You can leave it in sometimes under a minute if you're really lucky with a good manhunt route, which is one of the routes that you can do. But it's still a really good bastion.
Illumina taking a reset here. And Feinberg does the same. They are coming a lot faster now, as you could expect. Almost hitting that 1 hour mark here, so it's time to get your best time in. And as we've seen, so many mines are in your way of getting good time, right? There's so many points where this doesn't work out for you. So got to be heavy with the resets. They're going to come hot and heavy now for the last hour and 20 minutes for sure.
Yeah, it looks like Zylenox has enough pearls and string. I'm not sure if he's waiting for 20 obsidian. There's a bunch of dark blocks in his inventory, and I'm not sure which one is the obsidian there. But
it looks like the top right. It looks like he has 17.
Yeah, it looks like
right
he has
now.
17. So it looks like, yeah, he's waiting for 20 obsidian so that he'll be able to do double travel and maybe enter the stronghold a lot faster because you need a lot more RNG to get a close blind than you do to use 2 nether portals. Though he didn't get it from the gold that he traded, so he's going and getting a little bit of extra gold here. You might see him go up top and get the backup blocks at this point.
Need those piggy wiggies to be kind here. We need wants to get 2 more obsidian.
Yep, the average is around 1 obsidian per gold block, so with what he just gave them, in theory he would get it, but it doesn't look like he is.
Theory doesn't mean much.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like he got 1.
Come
We're
on.
at 19. But
Oh, he's just given up at this
not
point.
enough.
He's had enough of the pigs trades.
Yeah. It's understandable. He was at 9 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Feinberg is swimming to a shipwreck, which you sometimes see if the shipwreck is close enough to spawn, but there is no wood at spawn to make a boat with. Because you can get wood from a shipwreck. It looks like he just reset it immediately, though, because there was only 7 iron in it. And that means you can't make any an iron axe or shovel, so your enter is going to be slower.
Now this is good. We can see a lot of runners resetting a lot, so we can kind of see what they're looking for in the early game, right? We see what all the runners are doing here. Is this area runnable, right? Is this seed runnable? A lot of those choices being made a lot higher frequency now.
Yeah, like Couriway just entered, looked around for a shipwreck, looked around for a mapless, which typically is preferred over shipwrecks because they'll be right next to spawn sometimes. And they have food as well in them, which shipwrecks do have food, but they're also sometimes inconsistent. Buried treasures seem to be more consistent with the food. And also they can have TNT, which can get you a lot of blocks, and it can get you wood really quickly. So buried treasures are typically preferred. So even if speedrunners have a shipwreck, they'll often check for a buried treasure anyway. Getting Couriway picking up a dolphin there to get that little extra speed boost in.
Wow, look at this. Yeah, it's coming fast now.
I'm not sure if he actually had a shipwreck here or if he's planning on smelting some iron in this cave. It looks like he's just going to smelt iron, which can get you a pretty decent enter. It's not as good as having a shipwreck, but it can Probably get sub 4, I'd say.
I would think he's looking for a better time than that, though, right?
So-
at this rate.
On the in the bottom left, Zylenox actually picked up sand and some sugarcane, which is kind of a unique strategy when you don't have wood off spawn or anything. It allows you to breathe in the boat because you can place the sugarcane on the sand and place that underwater. So you'll see him here place the sand and then place sugarcane on it, and that allows him to both breathe and mine the wood much faster.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That
So
is some
you
deep
don't see
stuff
that
there.
pretty often.
That is
the
hype right there.
alternative to that is using the iron or the gold that you get in your shipwreck to make an iron pressure plate, and then using that to breathe underwater. But the sugarcane is better because then you don't need as much iron from the shipwreck. If he had relied on just the iron in this case, he would not have been able to make full iron tools in a bucket.
Shout outs to sugarcane strats. That might be my new fave.
Yeah, this is the first time I've seen him. Like I've seen the pressure plate, but sugarcane,
That's what it's about. I need a shirt with that on it.
the sugarcane meta is here.
When you think you know a lot, you learn stuff like that.
Yeah, again, it's a pretty niche strat, but these runners know everything. They got as many tricks in their book as they can, so they can play each seed most effectively because you never know what you're going to get.
All right, so hopefully that pays off. 'Cause that's a memorable moment here. So I hope this seed pays off for him. Is it to make his portal now?
Yeah, he's got enough lava. The lava is only 1 block deep, so he's going to have to mine out the bottom of the portal there. A little bit slower, but it's still good enough. It also makes the lava a little bit harder to access. But as long as he can get 1 more lava source here, he'll be able... Oh, wait, 2 more lava sources here. He'll be able to finish his portal.
See what kind of time he gets into the nether. Oh,
Looks
Wow.
like
he had it first.
Woodlight.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was his portal would lit instantly. I thought he lit it because it was so fast, but his portal would lit instantly, and then he placed a water in it, which immediately broke it again, so he had to get Flint anyway. But it didn't take too long. That wasn't that much of a time loss.
In at 2:30.
Yeah, that's a good enter. It looks like he's got a Bastion and a Spawner on his pie chart, so perhaps we'll see a good run here.
Now we just have to hope that the Bastion is not a treasure.
Yeah, that always can happen. The Bastion can be a treasure, and in that case, the Spawner is not necessarily from a fortress.
You can see it now. And it looks like it's treasure.
Looks like Illumina is going to enter here in under 3 minutes, although he does not have an iron pick, so we'll see him maybe looking around a Bastion if he has one to get one. Does not look like he has a Bastion though, so seeing as he's in a Basalt, he probably will just reset, although, yeah.
Yep.
If Zylenox has got a treasure Bastion, so unfortunately the spawner might just be from there. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a fortress. There could still be a fortress in any one of the other 3 quadrants. But the spawner also could just be from this treasure Bastion.
Yeah, in this situation, you're hoping that you do get all of your trades plus extra pearls so you can travel more, because you don't know which direction you have to travel unless if you go destroy that spawner that's in the main treasure room.
Yeah, some speedrunners will advocate for breaking the spawner, but typically top runners won't do it because it does lose time, and they're just playing for top times, and you really can't sacrifice the seconds that it takes to go down and break the spawner.
In this situation, it could be worth it, though, potentially.
It could be worth it. It might be beneficial to...
Because they could potentially pearl hang, so they can exit really quickly, but...
Yeah, it's really not a huge time loss, but it is a time loss, so... We'll see whether he chooses to actually go and break the spawner here. I'm guessing he probably won't, simply because usually that's not at the forefront of their minds when they're running a treasure bastion. But maybe I'll be surprised.
It'd be cool to show off. It's not something that you normally see in top level runs.
Yeah, it looks like he's not going to be breaking the spawner, so he's just going to... he's actually using the entity ray that you use to locate bastions to look which other quadrants have bastions in them so that he doesn't go to those quadrants.
Wow.
That is not necessarily consistent because the bastions can be out of your render distance in those quadrants, but it does negate a little bit of that RNG.
Safe to consider this as like a Hail Mary here, like this is the last chance for this run to stay going, or is this...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it looks like the terrain is pretty bad at this point too. Although his time is good. He's only at 5.5 minutes.
Yeah,
So
so
he's right at his portal, so he still has the chance to look for in the other quadrants.
I'm a little concerned for his health here. These big magma cubes do a lot of damage, and he's not able to pearl again at this point unless he death resets.
Calling that hole there.
Feinberg is also in a treasure bastion. He is doing the boomer route, as it's called.
I'm officially attached to the Zylenox run. I can say that officially.
Yeah.
We've been through a lot in this run. This is
Yeah.
rare in Minecraft, but I'm attached. I can't let it go.
Yeah, it's certainly a unique run. It's the sugarcane run.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly. That's what I don't want this one to end.
It's a sugarcane run, and even though it still seems slow, like all of his terrain travel, it's still at a really good time. So if the fortress is, just over this hill, this is still
Come
really
on.
good pace for this.
Yeah, and he actually got soul speed boots from the bastion, which means that when he bridged with soul sand there, it's actually quite a bit faster than just bridging normally with blocks.
Come on. Terrain not helping, but
It looks like it's opening up, so hopefully we
Yeah.
see something over that lava lake.
the time is just so good. I mean, no reason to leave yet.
Looks like he does have enough glowstone for a death reset, but I'm not sure if he has the crying obsidian for it. So if he does, I'm sure we'll see a death reset in just a moment here.
Yes, there is some in that corner there.
Yep, it looks like here he goes, and he's death resetting. If you look at what he did there, he actually figured out which side of the respawn anchor he was going to spawn on, so that when he respawned, he spawned in the hole with all his stuff. Because it always puts you in, or it checks all around it for an open spot, and it always checks the negative side of it first, which means that you can predict which side you'll spawn on, and it saves a little bit of time there.
Wow. Another super niche optimization there. It's awesome, though. That's what this is all about.
There is a fortress there,
Okay.
so this is still pretty good pace. It's definitely on pace to
Come on.
exit. Probably, definitely. Oh,
Oh, he missed the block placement on that pearl there, but he will be able to just either pearl again or pillar up. It looks like he's opted to pearl again, and he makes the block placement that time. So and I think he also changed his render distance down
Yep.
to 5, so he gets those extra stray spawns.
doesn't look like we're getting that many. There's some. There we go. There's some more.
Yeah, it can vary. Sometimes you only get like wither skeletons, which is really bad. But it can be really beneficial in the cases where you do get a lot of strays.
Need these blazes to be kind here to keep this one going. Come on.
And I know we've been focused on Zylenox this entire time, but Feinberg's also at a spawner at about 8:30.
Okay, that's good, too. 30 seconds faster, actually.
Yeah, they're both on good pace here. We could maybe see a sub 10 blind from Feinberg if he gets good rates. Zylenox, I don't think we'll be getting a sub 10 blind, but it could be a low 10 blind at this point. He has 3 rods, and he's building his portal, which he has plenty of obsidian, actually. So we should see a calculated travel as well. Oh, he's
But
going to the
half of
overworld
hearts.
early here. And since beds can be picked up afterward, and he probably has beds here, we'll see him death reset in the overworld, which is another benefit of leaving early from your blaze spawner. So the two benefits being that you can overlap doing your math with the blaze spawns, and he can death reset in the overworld here. His second eye looks like it broke there, which is kind of unlucky, but he'll probably get an extra rod because of that. Feinberg has just blinded at 9:26. He doesn't... It doesn't look like he has every single eye yet. Yeah, it looks like he only has 4 rods out of the 6 that he needs. And he is yet again doing Axis. Axis being a little bit of a better method of distance estimating than the typical method of distance estimation. Looks like it changed about 3 degrees there, maybe 2.5, which isn't bad, but he is not that close to the stronghold.
Zylenox is back, trying to get those blaze rods. Need these rates to be good. About 50%, right, to drop or not? So
Yep,
let's
that's
see.
50%.
Come on. This run can't die. Don't let it die.
Yeah, he is not getting great rates.
Come
at the
on.
moment. Oh,
Okay.
look at that one drop.
1 for 4 on those
One
ones.
Feinberg is getting decent spawn rates at least. I'm not sure about his drop rates, but he has 12 Eyes of Ender. You might see him leave now, though he might actually stay for another one. He is crafting some explosives right now, which is something he'd need to do anyway, so he doesn't actually lose time by staying at the spawner. And there, he's got a 7th rod, though he doesn't have space in his inventory to pick it up. This could be a good run for Feinberg, because he has calculated travel, and he's leaving pretty fast.
This is looking really good because he's going to build the second portal at, you know, depending on how long it takes him, like 11:30.
Yeah, this
And
can be...
If that puts him in the stronghold,
That's
puts
pretty
him
spicy.
in really good position.
Yeah, that
Pretty
is maybe sub 15 pace.
Ooh.
I don't want to jinx it again. I'm not even going to mention that. I'm going to stop talking about what pace it maybe could be.
But we see Zylenox here,
All right.
half a heart.
Half a heart. This
But-
run is officially the
But
best.
second portal, at, you know, 11:50.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to death reset here, so he's no longer going to be at half a heart.
Dug that hole again, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, on the specific side of the bed.
Feinberg breaking his pickaxe.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a huge deal, though, since he's able to make another one.
Yeah, I didn't realize he had
That's
the
just
extra iron.
unusual, actually. I'm not sure how he managed to mine that many blocks during the run that his pickaxe broke, but...
Second portal, it looks like
yeah, low 12. That's good pace. He's also next to ocean. There's a chance that it's ocean exposed here. Oh, well, no, that one didn't break. I thought that eye broke as well, which wouldn't be good for him. Oh, yep, it's right in a
Ooh,
chunk
okay.
right next to him.
This is
You
good.
should see him dig down off of that eye throw, though. That eye broke. I'm not sure if he has a spare blaze powder in his inventory or if he's able to make
really
another
don't
one.
want him to be in this position again.
This
I know, we
could
can't have
be-
it again. It can't.
If
We're not,
he
don't
doesn't
do
have a
it.
spare eye, this could be the 3rd time.
Don't do it. I'm flipping the table if it happens.
I'm with you on that one.
The table is getting flipped if it happens again. To
Let's
Feinberg.
hope for good nav here.
Good now.
Gotta find the portal
please.
first. Come on.
Yep. Doesn't look too bad at the moment. There's not too many directions to go. So there he just went into a hidden room that was behind a wall. And runners can identify that because in what is called a 5-way of the stronghold, if there is like exposed stone in the top or bottom part, that means in the other part, so if it's the top then the bottom part, there is actually a hidden pathway. And I don't think that's an intentional mechanic. I think that's a bug with the way that strongholds are implemented.
There it is.
Oh,
Two
he's
eyes.
got
Two eyes.
eyes
There was
in
two.
it.
There was
And
two. Table saying
he
it.
also has an
had the
extra
extra
rod in his
rod.
inventory anyway. We might see a sub 15 here. He does have 0 cycle as well. This is
He might
crazy
not,
pace.
He might not go for it. Oh,
Is
He
he gonna go
is
for it? He
going
is
for
going
it.
for it. Yes.
Oh,
That's what we
yes.
want. That's what we
We
want.
might see a sub 15.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
Here we
waiting
go.
for this.
This is
Hopefully
it.
nothing goes wrong at this point in his run. He's got plenty of beds.
see, I wasn't sure if he was going to go for it just for the safety of potentially being first here. But
He's not nothing safe.
No, this is exciting.
Safety.
This is exciting.
Here we go. That's what.
Looks like the dragon
it's
does
looking
not
good.
fly away, which is good.
2,
He hit the RNG in that part.
Look at this time.
3 beds.
Algorithm,
4.
you said the magical number.
5.
5 beds.
5 beds.
Looks good. Six fed, and he's
done
killed
it.
the dragon.
Whoa, wow.
That's going to be a
That was
second
hype
event for
run.
Feinberg.
Time.
Feinberg, the fist pump. He's feeling it.
That
That
is
was
a
good.
really good
Yes.
time from Feinberg. I was
Yeah,
not
he
expecting
is
a sub
looking-
15 during this time.
He is looking very satisfied with that run, pulling up Zero Cycle in what is first place.
That is a really great time, a
14-19.
14-19.
That's got to feel pretty good. I mean,
Yeah.
you said algorithm sub 15 was possible, and it was
Yep,
like,
it is possible.
It is. It happened.
These runners are again at the top of their game. They're definitely some of the best, and I'm really impressed with Feinberg's play there. He played that run really well.
That was awesome.
Especially the zero cycle at the end.
I mean, we have seen one other Zero Cycle this stream here, but that one being when everything mattered,
Yeah.
it actually
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, it wasn't just some run that he's going to throw away run. He's, I'm over 25 minutes. I'm just giving it a
Yeah.
shot. It was
Yeah.
when it mattered, right? That's
I
when we
got
wanna see
nervous
it.
for him. Like I'm feeling a little jittery right now.
That
for
was awesome.
Feinberg.
You know, that was awesome. Feinberg, make it happen when it matters most. That's got to feel good, right? On the
Yeah.
stage, you know he's practicing. How many times he practiced that, you think? Hundreds.
Hundreds
And make
of
it
times,
happen
yeah.
right
Easily.
there. That's awesome, right? That's awesome. That's what it's
Yeah.
all about, man.
There exist many maps specifically for practicing different things like zero cycles or one cycles or bastion routing, and they just spend hours in the maps. Sometimes you'll see runners whose timers in the maps are tens or even over 100 hours because the IGT time will update.
That's awesome. I got to mention it, not to bring this all high, we're all feeling down. The sugarcane run did end.
Yeah,
and I think
unlucky. Yeah.
It might have been,
It's
looked
very
to be
unfortunate.
a computer issue. I wasn't sure. I didn't see exactly why it run it, but yeah, the sugarcane run did end, but Feinberg, you had a great run in the meantime, so that was still awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad at least one of those runs actually finished.
Yeah. So an hour left now for the magic to happen again. That's a very high moment now. It's gonna be tough to
Yeah,
top
that
that
was
one right
pretty
there,
crazy.
right there. But we're gonna do our best shot. All right, we're gonna switch our commentators once again. So for Artemis and for Algorithm here, thanks so much. Algorithm's gonna stick around for the last hour.
Yep, and-
Artemis and myself are done for the event. Thanks so much for
Farewell.
listening, and yeah, let's enjoy the
Thanks
last
for
hour
joining
of
us.
hype.
Have fun.
All right, we've got just under 1 hour left. I am Warning Track, joined by Fruitberries and, of course, Algorithm again. And, well, I really wish we'd gotten to hop on like 5 minutes
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah.
Apparently, we missed the
Yeah.
hypest moment of the
Yeah,
whole
that was a
event.
crazy run right there from Feinberg. I was not expecting that.
No, I mean, so
Yeah.
Illumina, like, we saw like a 2-minute drop from Couriway there earlier.
Yeah.
And this is a 3:15 drop.
Yeah.
Even bigger.
Yeah, everything just ended up working out for him in that run. He had plenty of explosives for the zero cycle. He had plenty of pearls. He was on enough health to do it, and yeah, he managed to pull it off. And if he hadn't done the zero cycle, who knows? Maybe he wouldn't have gotten such a good time. It's actually very unlikely that he would have. Interestingly, it looks like Illumina in this desert temple gets 2 god apples, which is very unlikely. That's a great food source there.
Yeah.
I feel like we've seen like 1 the entire event so far.
Yeah, I think it's about 10% to get 1 in a desert temple. So getting 2
Yeah,
is,
getting
is
2.
really not likely.
That's so great.
So, like, how did the Nether look for that Feinberg run?
I'm not entirely sure. I missed the beginning of it. I watched from when he entered the fortress to the end. So I'm not entirely sure. But
yeah.
I mean, the crazy thing is, like, if he was in there, you know, like, sub 14, he was going to beat the 1734 regardless, right? And then, like, on top of
But
that,
he
to get the
crushed
zero
it.
cycle,
Yeah.
to get, like, an even lower time, like,
Wow.
it's... You think anyone can make a run at this in the last hour?
I mean, I'm hopeful that maybe we'll see another
I'm
run
also
somewhere.
hopeful.
Yeah.
But I'm a
Good
little
luck.
doubtful.
I mean, that's a real statement time. Like, we were talking before, like, is it too much to ask for, like, 15 or a 16 over just 5 hours, especially because it's random seed, right? And
Yeah, and they're on setups that they're not used to, and they're only running 1 Minecraft instance, but he managed to pull it off.
yeah, 1 instance and one of the players on a laptop, we should say.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know, we should say playing with a bit of a detriment there, and good on them for toughing it out. I would like to see Zai just kind of, like, finish one of these out.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
he is relatively adjusted to the laptop at this point.
The runs are getting deeper, it looks
Yeah,
like.
yeah. But it is a little bit of an unfortunate situation that he had to be on 1. But obviously, he's a highly skilled runner, so
Yeah.
At least he was able to play. At least he's all
Yeah.
set up and ready to go.
Yep.
Feinberg, I mean, like, I'm not surprised it was him. I'm not at all. He is just a tournament, like, demon.
Yeah, Feinberg has dominated many, many, many tournaments. He comes out on top almost every time that he's in one. I don't remember the last tournament that he lost, actually.
Yeah, like, it's kind of terrifying. He, like, lives off of them. His career. He is the tournament guy.
Oh, Feinberg does
Got
get...
donged.
Yeah, he gets donged there is what we call it when the Elder Guardian in the monument gives you mining fatigue.
Doesn't happen too often.
I
but
mean, he
it's
may always
funny.
win, but like he went 4 hours in this event, and it looked
Yeah.
like he was still 2 minutes behind the best time with his best time.
Yeah, that's
so
unfortunate.
he cut it a little close.
It's unfortunate that he got donged there, though. We could have maybe seen a monument run if he hadn't, which I don't think we've seen so
No,
far.
there's like
No.
the first thing I said today is like I want to see a monument run. I know Couriway likes them. I think we're gonna get one,
Yeah.
and we haven't seen one.
Yeah.
He
Yet.
picked up the gold from the monument successfully by turning down his render distance so that the Elder Guardians wouldn't be loaded. But
to avoid the
things-
mining fatigue, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But it got him
things-
anyway.
I'm not sure if he turned it back up too early because they can get you from, I think, 50 blocks away, which is a pretty good distance. But he also... There is some RNG in that they can swim around a little bit, and if they do, they won't necessarily unload when you change your render distance
yeah.
down. That can also happen. The other option is that he was in spawn chunks, or the monument was in spawn chunks, which means they would have stayed loaded. Illumina killed a hoglin there, and it did drop cooked pork chops, but I think he thought that they burned in lava, so he didn't manage to pick them up.
I don't
That
think-
being said, he does have 25 bread. So
Yeah,
I
I
think
was
he's
gonna
all
say-
set
I was gonna say, I
on
don't
food.
think he needs the pork chops.
Pork chops are a little bit better,
Yeah.
but
Speaking of
he
bread, we're
doesn't
chucking
need
money at the piglins too.
yeah. He's in a treasure bastion, so not one of my favorite bastions, but it's potentially good enough to get what he needs.
Okay,
and
I'll bite. What's your favorite bastion?
I like housing and stables when it has a triple chest, which the triple chest is the fastest bastion from what I know.
Yeah.
Generally, or at least most consistently fast. That being said, it is not a consistent bastion, so it's pretty rare that you, if you only have one triple chest, it's pretty rare that you get your trades, get your ender pearls and stuff. If you have two triple chests, it's a little bit more likely you get double the gold blocks. Illumina taking a lot of
Illumina,
damage
wow.
there.
Yeah,
That being said,
He does have all that
is-
bread you were talking about.
Two enchanted apples and a normal
Yeah,
one.
like,
I forgot about
This
that.
is the one run where he
I
can
think-
afford to.
I think he can afford to take. I'm surprised he didn't eat one of the enchanted
I-
golden apples.
He
I'm not
almost
sure.
died. He almost died with 2 enchanted apples in his
oh,
inventory.
it's happening again.
If he dies with those still in his inventory,
Please just eat one of them.
Yeah, like it's like, what are you saving them for? You know,
Yeah,
a
I'm
rainy
not sure
day?
what he's saving them for at this point.
That would be heartbreaking to die with those in your inventory.
They do give
Yeah.
fire resistance, but he's got fire resistance from plenty of other things. I know they
Just
can
take
also.
one of them.
They give regular resistance as
They
well.
can also save a lot of time when you're purling around because you don't have to pause to eat a lot because they just give so much health.
Yeah. With the enchanted ones, you get tons of absorption, so you can kind of just spam pearls, like literally.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's chosen not to eat any of them here,
I don't know.
especially with having 2, but maybe we'll see him eat one of them in a second.
Is there some strat I'm forgetting about that where he might actually want to save them?
Well,
It seems like more
if
than
he
you could
does
possibly
0,
need.
maybe.
Okay.
There's no need to death reset or get extra or
Yeah.
eat extra food, but
But-
that's really not, I think, worth it if you're sacrificing
Yeah. He should eat
the
one
run
right
for it.
now. Yeah,
Oh, there he goes. He's finally
There
eating
we
one.
go.
I'm
Okay.
glad to see
All
that.
right.
You can save one for the end.
Yeah,
but
save one for the ride home.
sure.
He's also got a regular golden apple as well, so
Embarrassment
plenty
of
healing in
riches.
there.
He's eating up all the spawns. All the RNG for the apples is going straight to him.
Yep.
And there's Zai in the first minute again of a run. Three of our runners out on the ocean paddling away.
Yeah.
I would love to see Zai get a little deeper into some of these. Going in for a shipwreck.
Oh, not enough iron in that shipwreck.
Oh, no.
He crafted iron trapdoors. I'm not sure whether that was
Curry might have a
intentional,
portal here.
and he was just giving up, or whether that was an accident, because he still could have probably done or bucketless.
Quick on the trigger with the reset though. That's been the story for Zai.
Yep.
That was
he
really-
could have just wanted to not play that run out at that point. Looks like Feinberg's found an enter here, but he also, oh, he does have iron in his inventory, so he'll craft some tools in a bucket here and then be entering in this magma ravine as long as there's lava at the bottom of it. No Couriway recently got a magma ravine, and there was just no lava to be found.
And he was at a portal last we looked, but then I look over again, and he's reset 3 times in a row.
Yeah. Looks like there is lava, so we'll see Feinberg entering the net. Ooh, that's not quite ideal. Never mind.
Yeah, but no, that was unlucky. Couriway just had a ruined portal where he needed 1 obsidian to complete it, and he got 0.
Yeah, that can happen pretty often.
Unfortunate. Like,
I'm not sure what the odds are of getting 1 obsidian in a ruined portal. I know 1 and 2 are the same probability, but I don't know what that probability is.
Yeah.
Someone in chat knows. They're probably spamming it right now.
probably are.
They're probably spamming it right now to remind us.
Well, maybe if someone in chat knows, then they'll let everyone else in chat know.
But this is where we have hit the point where you cannot be at the Bastion at like 8 minutes or 7 minutes. You need to go.
Now that it's 14. Right.
Yeah.
Like we were talking before when we were on an hour ago, like obviously you have to get more aggressive with your resets as it goes on. We were saying that when 1734 was the mark. Now the mark has plummeted to 1419. Now I think Zylenox, we're all Zylenox now. We're all resetting every couple minutes if we need to.
You need to. Like, you cannot be post-Bastion or post-Fortress like 8 minutes. Like, unless it's right next to you. Like, it's hard. Stuff that was perfectly fine to do an hour ago is not at all the play.
Yeah, not acceptable now.
And I know if Zylenox hadn't been resetting as hard as he is, he probably would have a better time at this point.
Definitely.
But he's just going all out. He's going for the top time here.
He wants a brisket.
Which is what you want to do at this point. I mean, he's a top runner. He's going for a top time.
I mean, I respect it. I respect, like, I don't care what my score says. Like, I'm here to win. I'm not here to put up the best time for me or whatever. You know, I want to win, or I don't really care how much I lose by.
Yeah, yeah.
Zylenox just got what is called a fake ravine, where it looks like it's perfectly fine, and there just isn't lava under the first layer. And so, yeah, it just reset.
Another reset. Probably has the most resets of any of the runners today, I would think. I haven't been counting, but I'm not sure I have to.
Yeah. I mean, they should be able to count afterward, I'm sure.
Yeah, I would love to see it.
Yeah, you'll be able to go and ask them how many resets they have if you would like.
Say Zy highest, Couriway lowest, if I had
Maybe,
to guess?
yeah. Yeah,
Which
I think
fits,
that's
right?
a pretty good.
That does fit.
I think that's a pretty good estimate there.
But that second thing I could have guessed before this even started, maybe.
Yeah.
With the way he likes to play. And I love that methodical approach. I love that I'm going to make myself grind out the tough seeds so that I'm prepared.
Yeah, I think Couriway is just having a good time. He's having fun playing out some runs. And, I mean, that's good. That's entertaining. I enjoy watching it.
You get to see a variety of play.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, if anyone here wants to dethrone Feinberg, well, you're gonna have to reset hard. Like, you need to start farming some good nether enters here. Otherwise, like, no more 4-minute nether. We need some 3-minute or under nethers here.
There haven't been many of them today.
Yeah, it is pretty hard to enter the nether under 3 minutes, especially without the multi-instance that these guys are used to.
Yeah.
And I think Illumina 3.5 minutes? Okay.
I mean, that's still fine if he gets a close Bastion. I'm not sure what time exactly he's playing for at this point, whether he's trying to beat Fine or just improve on his own. But that will probably... Looks like he has something at least, or else he probably would have reset by now.
So, like, let's say sub 4 nether, though. That's still early enough in the run that maybe you're going to get some luck the rest of the way. You don't need to reset.
Yeah.
That's good enough to at least keep going, right?
Yeah, but that does mean you're relying on more luck later on. So
yeah.
You do lose a bit of time that you could potentially put towards getting a better run.
Yeah.
But it does look like he got a Bastion really close to spawn. It looks like a housing.
Wait, does Illumina have a Bastion and a fort? I think Illumina has a Bastion and a fortress in sight, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure why he's not going in the Bastion. Maybe it's because of the
I'm pretty sure
plethora of piglins chasing after him at the moment.
I think he was trying to scout what in the world that was. I'm pretty positive it was a fortress.
This doesn't look too great for them, though. He's sitting at 1 heart, and he has to...
Oh.
He tried to do manhunt there, but unfortunately, sometimes under a housing, there's lava, and sometimes there's solid terrain. In that case, it was just all lava, which means you need to build a bridge for the piglins to cross. And unfortunately, that takes a little bit of time, and it's a little slower, and the piglins caught up to him during that time and managed to kill him.
Absolutely brutal. That was a promising run. Still not unbelievable, but promising. Enough to keep going, enough that we didn't get another hard reset. But right afterwards, takes the death for the reason you just mentioned. And there he is right back into it. And you could see they're not really like looking around anymore. They're going real fast, real hard. The tension is building. They know time is ticking away.
Yeah, they can't really be attached to a run at this point. If something goes wrong, they need to just let it go and maybe hit the reset button.
Yeah.
Even if it was a fun run to play out. If they're playing for the top time, that might be what they do.
Yeah, and it can't be enough to say, well, this is still possible. You don't get by on possible. It needs to be plausible.
Yeah,
it needs to be maybe even likely.
Yeah, it needs to be likely at this point. We've only got 45 minutes left.
It sounds like a lot, but they've been doing this for 4+. It isn't, and keep in mind that they can burn 10 or 15 minutes on a run.
Did Zylenox just mess up his portal? I think so.
I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but he will be able to find
did.
another spot to enter, so it's not the end of the run for him.
No, he's 230 there, too, so here we go.
He misplaced lava right inside of the portal, and it's going to cost him
It's a brutal
bit
loss
here.
of time. That's the kind of stuff that we wouldn't even be talking about, I think, in the first hour of this, and now it's like the whole run.
Yep.
That's all we have to talk about.
But there's the sub 3. There's the sub 3 you were looking at.
Yep, and he enters at 250, which is a pretty respectable time.
And that's after like throwing away those 10 or 15 seconds on that, too. So that could have been even better.
Unfortunately, I've not seen a Bastion load in yet on his entity counter, so he'll probably end up resetting.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, he also spawned in a cave, which is not quite ideal.
That's rough. You just can't afford anything at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Feinberg got all of his iron in this run. He actually did a very risky strategy there to build his portal, and as you can see, it messed up a little bit. The lava went everywhere.
No.
But he still should be able to complete the portal. There's enough lava left in the lava pool. And he knows what he's doing. So,
but he'll
still be entering the Nether in under 3 minutes.
He's got the Stone Age advancement. It's going great. I don't know. It's an achievement. Come on.
Yeah, often runners won't even get the Stone Age advancement. They'll never get stone in their run. Or they'll get it like when they're digging down to the stronghold. I know it's kind of a running joke to get the stone pickaxe advancement last in the all advancement runs.
Yeah.
It's not just a running joke, it's a speed running joke.
Yeah.
2 more resets, caddy corner, Feinberg and Couriway. Illumina digging around, Zylenox still above ground. At least we're getting a lot of variety in the runs at this point. There's always something to look at.
People are busting out some random stuff.
I mean, they're throwing everything against the wall at this point, I think. Why not?
They're throwing everything they can at it. Illumina is doing a structureless enter, which just means he collects iron and smelts it instead of finding iron in a village or a shipwreck.
So what are the advantages and disadvantages to something like that?
Well, the advantages are that it usually you have a lava pool close to spawn, or else they wouldn't play it. It allows you to play seeds with a lava pool close to spawn and just nothing else, so you don't have to necessarily reset those ones. They do typically end up being a little bit slower, though, because you have to go mine all the iron, make a stone pickaxe, maybe get something to smelt your iron with, although you can just use wood for that usually. And also, if your water or gravel is well out of the way, that can be a big time loss because they need the gravel to get flint and the water to build the portal.
So if it's safer but slower, isn't that a kind of a strange strategic choice to be making with 40 minutes left?
Yeah, I'm
I'm
not entirely sure what he's playing for here. Maybe he's just playing for a better time for himself. Again, he does hold the second best time here, which is
nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, it's a pretty respectable time.
I mean, all respectable runners, certainly. You know, someone's got to finish first, someone's got to finish last, and it doesn't really mean too much because we all know they're capable of winning this.
Yeah, the hardest part about structureless is trying to get everything you need fast. Like, because you'll get it, but you're not getting a fast enter most of the time. You're getting some either very average or not even worth playing enter in most cases.
Yeah, a lot of the time, in order to get a fast enter, you need to overlap doing something with another thing, like smelting the iron with getting flint, or maybe mining wood or something else like that. I've seen people who build their portal and set up wood for it to woodlight while they get the rest of their iron or smelt the rest of their iron or do something else. And that way they don't even have to get flint at all, which can save a little bit of time.
Feinberg with the reset Zylenox, by the way. And look at this, an even quicker nether enter than last time, 227.
Yeah, that's a pretty good nether enter. Hopefully he'll get a Bastion this time. I know he didn't last time.
Yeah, that's where the run died last time. It was around 230 something, 23x.
Yeah,
I think
he does not have a Bastion
look like
yet
it,
again.
yeah.
Again.
Illumina and a Basalt doesn't look like he has much either.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
well, he
is
does have a
turning up his
Bastion,
render
but
distance a little bit.
That's not gonna be fun.
These are
Yeah.
2 quick enters for Zai.
Although the
both of them
Basalt
sabotaged.
is not lasting too long. He's already out of the Basalt, so hopefully the terrain from here on out will be a little bit better.
The terrain's okay. It's just gonna take a long time. Who knows? Like this might not be worth it. I'm thinking.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe he'll choose to reset in a little bit here.
I think if it doesn't happen pretty soon, he's going to have to. But it could just be
Oh,
frustration.
balls.
There could just be
I'm
frustration.
surprised
right?
he didn't reset immediately from that.
Yeah, he seems really intent on sticking through this.
Yeah, maybe he's just having fun playing runs out at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know. Because this is gonna take a while. I think it's near the lava, and you have to kind of go around this giant mountain. And by the time he gets there, not gonna have as much food. It's gonna expended a lot of his materials, and it's just, yeah.
He's thinking maybe 3 minutes, a little much to ask. If I sit here with second, that's pretty good. Could be.
Yeah, he might have kind of lost hope maybe since Feinberg got such a good time.
It's a pretty devastating blow to anyone who saw it, yeah. I mean, he was sitting on 1734 there for a couple hours, I think, and we were starting to wonder if that was going to hold up.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good time to get during an event like this.
Mm-hmm. It's in the range, right? Like, I would have probably guessed lower when we started, but it wouldn't shock me. But then Feinberg comes in so strong with a minute and a hour left. Man. But if he can do that, anyone else can do the same kind of thing any moment. I mean, we're seeing some good enters here. These things are just, they're not making it through like that first or second level of RNG before you kind of get into the Bastion.
If you're trying to play for the win, I mean, you can.
Yeah.
The number one thing is you can't give up hope. Like you gotta keep the mental game. Like
There we
you
go.
can't check yourself out before.
Yeah,
it's even
Illumina
over.
might actually be checked out here in terms of winning, because he looks like he's just playing out a run at this point.
He's chilling.
Fruit berries with the inspiring message of hope. Don't give in. Don't give up. Never surrender. It's not over till it's over, etc., etc.
I mean, that's kind of what you got to do in speedrunning in general.
I agree.
Especially with a game as random as this one. If you like consistently lose focus, then you're just not going to be able to carry out a good run, because it really requires a lot of focus when everything is different every time. There's not as much muscle memory. Ooh, it looks like Illumina has messed up his speed bridge there.
Into the lava.
Yeah, okay, so he is willing to reset still. It just takes maybe a little more.
Zylenox, boating through a cave.
Something has gone off here.
I mean, it can be faster if there's water flowing through a cave
In
to
that
maybe
case,
place your boat
definitely
down.
wasn't.
I didn't watch it.
I just looked over and I thought, how did this happen?
Yeah, I only saw that after the fact when he was getting out of his boat in the cave. A little bit of an unusual situation to see, but
Could be looking at a decent enter here for Couriway. I
here,
think he's getting close.
he's built a portal in a 2x1 magma ravine. Like the magma itself was 2 blocks wide and 1 block, which is a little bit more difficult than the L portals that we normally see, where the magma ravine or the magma is in an L shape. But again, these runners know how to do it. It actually can be faster sometimes to do the 2x1.
Are we sticking around? I think Couriway says good enough, Bastion-wise. We do not have a reset immediately after the enter. Woo!
That is good to see.
Woohoo!
Though he will be traveling through Basalt here. Looked like he did have a spawner. Yeah, he does have a spawner on his pie chart as well, which means that he could have a fortress.
Oh,
Ooh, that was some nice
beautiful.
movement there.
He's
feeling it.
He's traversing the basalt pretty well.
He is schmoving.
This helps. This is where the mechanics do come in. Again, it's not the most mechanical speedrun game in the world, but in moments like this, you're glad you have it in your back pocket.
Yeah, these runners, they've played enough that their mechanics are well beyond the average player. And you can see that in their movement, their crafting. Basically, every facet of the run, you just see them performing relatively optimally.
It's very cool to see. I can't do anything like this, just to be perfectly candid.
I don't know. It's kind of looking like Couriway is hitting a wall here.
Yeah, he's not there yet.
Oh, it could. Okay, it could be to the right.
He doesn't want to give up on this yet,
It could be
though.
close here. He's still under
Yeah.
4 minutes, which could grant him a reasonably good fortress enter if he does have one nearby.
There's a
But it's got to
chance.
happen soon, right?
Yeah, it does have to happen soon, and the terrain is not looking great.
It's
in
looking
his
terrible.
If
Oh,
the-
Yeah.
man. It's still going.
If the Bastion's anywhere, it's straight in front of him. But he has to get around this, like, whatever this is. So, yeah, right there. Right
Oh,
there.
he sees it.
All right,
He's coming to
okay.
this Bastion. It looks like he's going to play it, and it is good enough pace that I'd say
He's going to play it out.
maybe he has a little bit of potential.
Okay.
And it is worth playing
Does
it
look
out
like
at this
a
point.
Stables.
Especially since you don't have that much time to reset at this point. Also, this is a triple chest stable, so we'll probably see him doing that. Again, that is one of the fastest routes for a Bastion, but it is also less consistent, so there is a relatively high chance that he won't get his Ender Pearls or Obsidian here.
We've seen so many good runs in just the last 20 minutes just get sabotaged right around this point or just a little before this point, and it's going to happen again.
Yeah, you can see he picked up only 4 gold
Yes.
blocks there. The triple chest stables always has 4 blocks, but it does not have any
Oh,
more
no.
than that. He might die here.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
that
does.
is not great.
Could not get away in time, and that is another promising run
unlucky.
spoiled. We've seen so many just in the last 15 minutes.
Illumina actually enters the nether, and he's just in a wall. This happens when the portal couldn't find a valid location, an open spot of terrain to put the portal. So so it just spawns you in a wall. It clears out a little bit of area and gives you a obsidian platform underneath. He does have the ability to make gold picks, though.
Gold picks are decent. What you can do is with a gold pick, you can instant mine the netherrack, which kind of gets you like 16 blocks forward. If you're going straight, you can kind of just run and mine at the same speed. But it's not insane unless you have a few of them. Like 2 is decent, but as you can see, this wall doesn't look very promising.
Yeah, he's looking for terrain to open up here. I'm not sure if he's looking at
This
the
is like endless looking.
C counter, which is
Yeah.
another thing in
Oh my
F3
God,
which
it's
can
still
be
going.
used to help identify where open spaces may be, actually.
Yeah.
This is brutal.
If you look under his FPS, which is in the top
There we
left,
go.
there's a C, and right now it's at like 500 because he's in the open air. But if that's a low number, it doesn't. It should the terrain should not open up. But if it's a higher number, especially in the hundreds, then there's something. You just gotta keep digging.
It took a long time to finally get out into the open
Yeah,
there.
But as you can see, he's kind of back into nothing again.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hope his Bastion isn't too far here so he doesn't have very long to run.
And just constant resets coming there on the left from Feinberg and Zylenox, Couriway right behind them.
Couriway
Everyone else.
trying to do a mapless here. I'm not sure how many maplesses we've seen. We might have seen a couple.
1 or 2 tops, yeah.
Yeah. Again, that is where they use the pie chart to try to figure out where a buried treasure is in which chunk. And once you know which chunk it is, you can consistently find where it is. And yep, he's
Nice.
got one.
Wait,
and it
is that
has
4?
4 diamonds,
4
which is pretty good because that means he can make a diamond pick and shovel, which we'll probably see him do. And that also means he'll have enough iron to get shears. And with shears, you can instantly mine leaves, which gets you enough blocks for probably the entire run. And it's really useful for crossing terrain really fast. If you have to bridge, having those blocks there can save a lot of time.
So very early, but very promising start for Couriway. And that's what we're reduced to looking for at this point. It's just like early promising starts. And at what point does it get cut off? And so far, it's almost always been cut off 3, 4, 5 minutes in. No one's really gotten. We haven't seen the Ender Dragon in a little while now, I think. Maybe not once since Feinberg's 14-19?
Yeah, maybe not.
No
No,
one's
I don't think
even
we
gotten
have.
close. I'm not even sure
Yeah.
they've gotten close.
The thing about shears, it's actually pretty funny because back in 1.7, when that was like the only category people were running, shears were mandatory. Like you needed to get those leaves to build like there was like a tower strat where you need a lot of blocks. And then when you moved to 1.16, shears became completely obsolete until very recently when mapless started to become a lot more common. And with those shears, you basically, it's like you do nothing and you get like a stack of blocks. So that's very useful, especially when the terrain is not guaranteed and it could just lead you to nothing or you have to go over multiple hills. But Couriway,
Oh,
Is
Couriway
this a
entering
2-enter?
low
two-
tier.
Wow.
205.
That's a really
Yeah.
good time, and with a diamond pick. Oh, he.
Moment of truth.
It looks like he didn't get a very good spawn here. I think he's
No.
also in a wall. Yeah, like I mentioned before, when it just puts you in a wall, that's not really ideal.
But with a 2-enter, like he can afford to.
He can afford a
He
little
can
bit.
he can afford to look around a little
Yeah,
while.
if he has a Bastion, which he probably does, considering he's playing the seed still, it looks like he thinks it's worth maybe mining a few blocks here to try to get to it.
I mean, like if he would look around a little bit with a 3-enter, then why not take a minute from your 2-enter and look around there too? You know, like
Yeah.
Yes.
why
and
not?
sometimes it can open up in 20 or even a little bit less blocks. So, yeah, like there, he's now in a ravine, although this isn't quite ideal either. This terrain is still pretty bad, but at least it's open. He won't have to dig through a wall anymore.
And we are at 30 minutes left too. So, you know, if there's any chance, maybe you need to see this out. Because this might be the last good
Yeah.
run you get. You don't know. It's
This
very
might-
possible you won't get another one.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we're doing the ending, if runners will continue their final run. Do you have any idea?
That's how this usually goes. Yeah, most live
Yes.
time attacks, any run that starts before the timer, you get to finish. So there's like a little bit of strategy
Yep.
at the very end about like, do I want to do one more reset? And it can be very exciting because then you get the 0 time run where
Yeah.
it's over and it's over. Just like that, all at once.
Yeah, this terrain, it's like kind of open, but it looks rough. The proximity looks very rough. The terrain's all right, but it's going to take Couriway quite a long time to get to
I mean,
the
he's got
dash.
that extra minute and a half with that quick enter that he can still use, but it's like he's eating it up because we're coming up on 3:30.
Not sure if he has a spawner either, but you
Yeah,
still
and I
need
mean,
that.
any Bastion enter that is under 4 minutes is well under sub 15 pace as long as the rest of the seed goes well. But again, the rest of the seed does have to go well
doesn't
for
usually
that
go
to
well.
happen.
No.
Yeah. Like what? Yeah. How many risks are you willing to take? You don't want to be just hoping for perfect RNG the rest of the way. That's not going to happen.
Feinberg in the Nether, though, 3 minutes, insta spots a Fortress, and I think he has a Bastion too somewhere. It
Yeah, we
looks-
might see Fortress first there if
He's
he.
running away from it.
All right, so he's going towards the Bastion probably, and I'm not sure if he had a Divine.
I-
Did you see?
I don't think so.
He didn't have a. Oh, he's in the 0-0 chunk right now, so he was
Yeah.
checking if he had a Divine.
I think I see the Bastion on
Have-
his screen.
Has a Divine been explained yet? The.
Probably not.
I don't think so.
All right, so.
You got it.
In the 0-0 chunk in the Nether, which is the chunk that is like usually right at spawn, if a fossil spawns within that chunk, then you can use the X position of that fossil to determine a rough angle that the strongholds will generate on. It's a very interesting tech that I think was pioneered by Matthew Bolin. And it abuses the fact that Java random and the way that it's implemented in this case is just not really quite an ideal pseudo-random method. So yeah, that is a strategy that can be used when you spawn in Silsa and valleys. And I believe there are also strategies for it in Warped Forest and Crimson Forest now. However, they haven't really been picked up by most runners at this point.
Yeah, they're not fully as understood by the majority of people as much as Fossil Divine is. But Feinberg just did a pretty risky route there, but it definitely paid off. He is alive. He was down to 1 heart though.
Yeah, but he's also got so many pigs.
Yes,
His trades will
yeah.
go by very
This
fast.
is very good. So the risk absolutely paid off. He's gonna go check this chest right here. Oh, if the pigs are not there. And then maybe go back to the top.
I'm not sure. Did he check the top chests already at all?
No.
All right. He might have broken one of them in order to do the route.
Don't
I'm not
think
sure.
So. I'm pretty sure he punched the pig.
Okay, yeah.
So it looks
He's got
good.
plenty of pearls here. It looks like he didn't actually pick up all the pearls, so we might see him.
He
Oh
needs-
no, he did pick
yeah.
all the
He
pearls.
needs to go up. He only has 4 obsidian somehow.
Yeah, there are plenty of other chests in a housing bastion that you can get though. So
Yeah.
hopefully he'll be able to get that obsidian somewhere.
Couriway is up to 6 minutes now, and he's still running around trying to get gold. He spent a lot of time trying to collect enough gold there for the trades.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's also a treasure bastion, which means he won't be able to
Oh,
use his pie to find the fortress.
Feinberg got no obsidian from that triple.
No obsidian. He still could check the chest in the middle, but it looks like he's just gonna. Oh no, he is gonna go down to the middle of the bastion.
Yeah.
But first, he hung a pearl, which was explained earlier, but for those who weren't here, is when you unload a pearl by lowering your render distance. so that when you raise your render distance later, it teleports you to a more optimal location.
So yeah, he's gonna go check 1 or 2 chests over here, probably 2, and just pray. Yeah, no obsidian.
None in the first chest. However, there are random chests around the outside. And it looks like he does know how to identify them, so he'll be
Found 1.
looking for those.
Couriway finally resets that 2-minute enter for nothing, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Feinberg's just randomly, he's looking around these side areas for just random single chests.
Yeah, again, the basalt patterns actually typically are used to identify which parts of the bastion have these chests.
Yeah.
But it is very random. Sometimes there's only one, sometimes I'm not sure if there can be none. I'm not 100% sure about that.
Oh, yeah,
But he got at least one here. Unfortunately, it did not have the obsidian. It looks like he turned up his render distance a little bit so he can see better, but without loading in the ender pearl that he hung earlier.
It's looking dire. It's looking very dire.
I mean, Couriway and Feinberg had like back-to-back, like roughly 2-minute enters, and both seem to be falling apart. And
Yeah.
that's been the story. Like we've seen a lot of good nether enters recently.
Interestingly,
just none of them are surviving.
he is choosing to play this out. That might be because he has already seen the fortress, and his only option to get obsidian at this point is to get it either in the chests in the fortress. There can be chests that have obsidian, although that is relatively unlikely, especially to get the amount that he needs, or to have a ruined portal which he can complete to exit the nether. Actually, he could also exit through his home portal, although that really isn't fast enough to beat the time that he's gotten.
We're into blazes. We haven't seen blazes in 40 minutes, I don't think. I don't think anyone's gotten this far.
Yeah, and actually, he changed his render distance to 5 again to increase blaze spawns, which is much more effective in the biome that he's in, which is Soul Sand Valley right now.
Yeah, so Soul Sand Valley has just increased rates for these mobs. There's tons. And as you can see, Feinberg, he's using his flint and steel not to hurt the skeletons, but to redirect the AI to go on the edge there so he can hit them off.
Yeah, the skeletons will actually avoid the fire despite, I think, being immune to it. When he placed the fire in the middle there, it prevented them from walking into the area that he was, so he could just hit them off without worrying about getting hit by them.
There's the 5th rod.
Yeah, this is mental. This run could have been so much faster if he got obsidian. Like, so much.
Yeah, he's still on good pace.
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he's going to be looking around for a ruined portal or whether he's going to try to get the obsidian from the fortress here. I don't know what his plan is. Hopefully that skeleton doesn't end the run.
Oh, his portal's right there.
He might just end up leaving through his home portal. I knew it was close, but that does mean it's going to be a relatively far distance to this one.
Oh, down to 1 health.
1 heart. He's 1 hit from a skeleton. Oh, that was pretty
Oh,
close.
that was almost it. And he's second. This relatively still promising run could end.
Oh, he cannot anchor.
He doesn't have the crying obsidian to make an anchor despite having the glowstone. That's pretty atypical. Usually it's the glowstone that you don't have rather than the crying obsidian, but that does happen every so often.
Starting to get worried about this one.
I think that's his home portal right there.
Yes.
He'll probably exit through there.
I've never seen a Bastion give 5 crying obsidian and 4 normal.
Does he have a boat still? Okay, he does. Yeah, so have you explained boating off the edge to prevent fall damage? Because that's a slightly unique.
We've seen it. We've seen it a lot. We've seen it quite a bit. But we haven't talked about it too much.
Yeah, so typically boats will prevent fall damage when you boat off the edge. However, if they stay in the air for a very particular amount of time, the boat will actually break when it lands, and you'll take the full amount of fall damage. So runners do have to be careful when they boat off the ledge, not to do it from specific heights.
It's a bit safer, weirdly enough, to get out of the boat like 3 blocks above the ground, but it's not necessary all the time.
Yeah, and also it's a bit risky when you're on 1 heart, and if you go a little too early, you will still take fall damage. So, yeah, it's understandable why he didn't do that there. And also the height was just not one that it would have broken the boat from.
We're 10:30, and there go the eyes.
I'm thinking his best chance is to just go. Yeah.
Yeah, and he has Ocean here, and Ocean is probably the fastest biome to traveling. So hopefully he'll be able to make it to the stronghold.
I see a shipwreck.
Maybe he'll get an ocean exposed stronghold. This is a very promising looking ocean. It's very sparsely populated with islands.
He can loot the shipwreck if he decides to actually get food, because he has none.
Yeah, but that being said, he also does need beds somewhere, so
That's
he
true.
may just hold off on the food until he can death reset.
We'll see. We'll have to see. Because there may not be an island.
Nope,
in the
he
path.
is choosing to
going
get
down.
food. This isn't a huge waste of time, and it is probably worth it at this point.
He got carrots specifically, and he has gold.
Ah, yeah, golden carrots are a great source of food. So that'll definitely carry him through the rest. He's going to drown if he's not
fine.
careful.
Oh.
Oh, that was really close.
God.
Everyone knows carrots stop you from drowning.
Yeah, just
Don't try
just
that at home.
a second more there, and he would have drowned.
I mean, he is trying to improve on his own best time, too.
Yeah.
So there's only so much downside if he ruins this run.
Yeah, this is relatively decent pace. I'm not sure how far he is out from his spawn point, but it could still be a good run.
He just did some cool tech there. He lowered his render distance to 2, and a dolphin spawned near him, which is very lucky. And now he's out. Dolphins basically, they go a lot faster than boats, but
I've been waiting for it. I finally got to see it.
yes.
Love the dolphins.
The dolphin looks like it left him. Dolphins are
Oh, fickle.
sometimes dolphins are great, sometimes they're not so great. There's a lot of hatred for dolphins within the community because they can be really annoying. I mentioned earlier that they go for items. If you're getting your items from a shipwreck and the dolphins just hit them all around, that can be a little bit of a time loss because you can't pick them up for a split second after the dolphin hits it, and it hits it like 10 blocks away from your shipwreck. So people do find dolphins a little annoying sometimes. And it can also be harder to control your player when you have Dolphin's Grace because it does speed you up, but it also, I think, lowers your acceleration. So
But they're cute.
they are
That's my
cute.
counter
They
argument
make
to the
cute
50
sounds.
relevant things you just said. My only counter is they're cute.
Well, and they also are fast. So
Yeah.
They are.
Well, we're making use of them here at least.
I'm not sure if we've seen any Depth Strider runs yet. I kind of doubt it since it is very rare. But Dolphin's Grace, when combined with Depth Strider, is very fast. In fact, if you have above Depth Strider 1, the Dolphin will not be able to keep up with you. So
Wow.
you'll outswim the Dolphins.
We've been in the water for a long time, though, and you can see he's already under a minute away from his own event best.
Yeah, at this
so,
point, he
yeah.
can't beat his
No.
event best, but he's probably just playing for another decent time at this point.
I mean, if he finishes with the first and second best times, that's kind of a flex.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he does, and he might end up getting an Ocean Exposed Stronghold here. I'm not sure if he's seen it yet, but presumably he hasn't.
He found a mesa.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Mesas can be pretty rare. They can also be annoying, though, if your Stronghold is in them because
Yes.
the terrain can be very high, and digging through all that to reach the Stronghold is a little slow.
Couriway with a Bastion at 430, Treasure Bastion. He has good terrain, too. He's just going to have to boat off this tree.
Oh, Feinberg doesn't have enough beds, but he's using the string from this cave spider spawner.
I don't
He's
think we've
dumping
seen
water
this
on
yet.
it. Yeah, that is not very common because it's not very often that you come across a cave spider spawner in your run. I wasn't expecting that, actually.
This is shaping up to be one of the
wasn't sure
weirder
what he
runs
was
we've seen
doing.
of the
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
We just spent 2 minutes in the water with dolphins. We got the carrots and the gold in the shipwreck, and now the spider webs.
Yeah, but these cave spider spawners do contain a reasonable amount of string. I'm not sure if he has enough. Looks like since he's leaving, he probably does.
And Illumina, I think, as we discussed, having a good time for the most part.
Yep.
Not too interested in the resets. Zylenox holding out hope, still resetting as hard as ever.
Couriway,
Couriway kind of in the middle, I guess.
he's on a decent run.
Yeah,
But
this is
I'm
worth
not
doing.
sure if he has a Fortress, but he should play this.
Yeah, he agrees. He hasn't reset yet.
Misplaces the block there, but luckily the pigs are not here, but now they are. Only 3, though. That's really bad because you want to have tons of pigs. Otherwise, the training's just so astronomically slow.
Yeah. Yeah, this might be falling apart here a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Feinberg there. It looks like he had to restart his Minecraft or it crashed or something.
I'm not sure.
That's unfortunate because that run was pretty interesting. But we'll see here whether he's able to continue it or not, since he isn't necessarily playing for a verifiable run, as in verifiable on the leaderboards. We'll see if he actually opts to continue that run or not. It looks like he is going to go back into the world here. Sometimes when that happens, oh, it looks like it did happen here, it sets you back really far.
Yeah.
Since it doesn't save correctly when the game crashes.
Yeah.
And it looks like
Oh, Illumina with a
since
missed
that
throw.
happened, I'm not sure if he'll end up resetting or if he's going to continue to play the run. Nah, he's going to reset here and probably look to see where the stronghold was.
I mean, Illumina's entering Fortress 9 minutes. He missed the Pearl, which is really unlucky, and he ran out of fire as he's currently burning as he's filling up. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, that was a good block clutch there
That
from
was
him.
very good. Very impressive. He's gonna have to
Fast
go around.
reactions.
There we go. Health back up just a little bit.
Yeah, and he's also
was
got
scary.
a cooked pork chop, so once his hunger lowers a little bit there, once he regens from his previous one, he'll probably eat it a little bit.
It's fine.
Looks like
we can see a dragon here.
it looks like Illumina's fortress is not at optimal blind cords, so he chose to hang a pearl a little bit closer in. That way that he can just, once he gets all his rods, he can load the pearl and be closer to optimal blind
Where's
cords.
Feinberg going?
I was going to say, this doesn't look like any of the dragon fights we've seen.
Yeah, I think he was just looking at the seed and reviewing it since he lost that run to the
Yeah.
game crashing, I think.
Just curiosity.
Yeah.
All advancement seed. He was checking the ends.
Yeah, he is an all advancements player. He does have the world record in that category at the moment.
He's a multi-talented runner, and he is leading this event by a very large margin. And by the way, you'll notice there is less time left in this event than the best time of the day.
Yeah, we're really running down to the wire here. These runners better get something going or else they're not going to be able to beat 14 minutes.
Illumina at a spawner, 1040 with 3 rods.
Ooh, Couriway boated off into lava, but he managed to drink a fire resistance potion right before he died. Good plays by him, but unfortunately he chooses to reset anyway.
No fortress.
Yeah, he got a treasure bastion, so he wasn't able to tell if there was a fortress.
Oh, this is unlucky.
This is unlucky.
Illumina has three and a little bit minutes to get 3 more rods and beat the game, which is, yeah.
Nah, I don't
fun.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's going for that top time anymore, but this could still be a relatively decent time if he gets the rods that he needs and doesn't hit a terrible blind.
Yes.
Zylenox is still in the plains, like still just perpetually in the first minute of a run, it seems like, you know.
He's just hanging out in the
Oof.
forest.
Yeah.
Illumina is getting really good blaze spawns, which is good, except when he doesn't have fire resistance. Then it can be a little hard to manage all the blazes without taking too much damage. However, he did get his rod, so he was able to just immediately leave the fortress with that pearl that he hung earlier on in the run.
In a cave, though.
In a cave, but it looks like it's also ocean, which can be good.
As long as it leads out somewhere, like here. Yes. Okay.
Oh, that was pretty quick. I was a little
That
I was
was-
worried for a second.
That was a lot better.
He
than
got
I
out there
could've
way quicker than I was.
Unfortunately,
Afraid of.
that eye doesn't point towards more ocean, so
Yeah,
he
that's
might have to
bad.
cross some land here. And I think it also broke as well, which is pretty unlucky. Feinberg got a mapless, but I don't see any iron. Oh, it's all in his inventory. So, I mean, again, that's a pretty cool strat, finding the buried treasure without using the buried treasure map.
Very good map list. He got 12 iron, gold, TNT, and diamonds.
Yeah, and he's leaving the island pretty fast, so maybe we'll see a good enter from him here. I'm not sure if he's seen a magma ravine. Looks like he's going towards something right now.
So yeah, one of the reasons Mapless is actually so good is it gives you in one chest, it can give you all the iron you need, gold, it can give you TNT to either get a ton of blocks or just like break a bunch of trees, and it gives you fish. It gives you anywhere from, I want to say, like 4 to 8 cooked fish.
Yeah, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, which is insane for those are all the things you need besides flint and lava and wood to get to the nether.
Yeah, really, once you have a buried treasure in wood, it's typically a pretty fast nether enter, because even if you have to go pretty far for your lava, usually you leave the island so fast that it doesn't matter that much. You can see there he actually used a pressure plate to let the TNT explode underwater without preventing it from exploding the blocks.
That was a really cool. I've never seen it done that exact way. That was awesome.
None of these runs looking particularly impressive yet. None of them really ruled out either, though.
Yeah.
Feinberg maybe getting close to an enter.
Feinberg's magma ravine is not optimal. Usually you need either an L shape or a 2x1 at least to enter, and there just wasn't anything like that in the ravine. That is pretty unlikely. Like, I don't usually see that.
I just assume we were headed for a sub 3 easy, maybe a 230 enter, and can't even get that.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, other than the buried treasure, this is not necessarily the best enter for him.
Zylenox entering the
3.5, yeah. Can we get some luck now here with the Bastion for once? It hasn't really happened yet.
Yeah, and we're under 10 minutes now, so.
Not much time
left.
I mean, at a certain point, even you were talking before about it, like, well, at a certain amount of time, all the RNG needs to be good. If you're getting down to it, you just have to take that chance anyway and say, you know, it doesn't matter if the RNG has to be perfect because the alternative is it's over anyway.
Yep. We can see Illumina has blinded. He's still boating towards his stronghold. Evidently, it wasn't that close. But boating through a swamp can be annoying because of the lily pads.
Have we seen a swamp at any point?
I'm not entirely sure. But the lily pads, they will slow down your boat, but you can actually break them well in the boat, in front of your boat, which you could see him doing there. And that has the added benefit that, I mean, if you need to cross a small pond later on, you can just use the lily pads. And that way, you can place them on top of the water, so you can just kind of jump across the pond or the river, whatever it is.
Zylenox, who has spent pretty much all day in the sun, sunburnt at this point, it says, no, I think I'm actually going to hang out underground for just a little bit.
Zylenox might have a run here. I saw a fortress to his left, and he's not going to it. And I see another fortress, I think. I think he has 3 structures right.
Oh,
no!
Oh,
no. Another
That's
promising
not good.
run. It's been so rare that he even gets to the nether and is happy enough to stay there with what he sees, and kind of was shaping up there to actually see Zylenox get near an end game.
Yeah, the terrain there
happen.
was not quite good enough, and he ended up missing a block placement and just falling into the lava.
Yeah,
I blame the laptop.
Me too.
Feinberg getting a desert blacksmith here with 3 iron in it.
Okay, so with villages, like, you mainly, if you're going for world record especially, you want to play a village if there's a blacksmith. If there's a village without a blacksmith, it's 99% of the time a waste of time because you just don't enter with a pick. You can, like, or you might just even get like 3 iron. You'd have to do
3 to 5 from the golem, is that right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
You would have to do like woodlight no pick or something bad. Because blacksmiths, they could straight up give you an iron pick. They could give you 8 to 10 obsidian. That's the amount
No,
you
they,
need.
they can give you much more than that, but
Yes.
you can usually enter with 8 because there are 2 lava sources in the blacksmith.
And they could also just give you individual pieces of iron. Usually, if you get like a pick and a piece of iron, you're happy enough, especially if there's lava. But obsidian it's very nice. Ripping 8, 10, or even more obsidian.
Yeah, Illumina did not hit a very good blind here. I'm surprised he didn't reset and try to get another run going before the event ends, but it looks like he's kind of nearing the stronghold as he has turned on chunk borders, and there's a Taiga blacksmith. I'm not entirely sure why he's checking that, perhaps for the food, which it looks like he got. But there could also be food and wood in this chest.
Ooh,
Though there's no
13.
food, it's just wood.
He has blocks.
And some iron armor from the Taiga village.
I think he's just having fun.
Yeah, I think he's having fun as well. I mean, that's good. You got to have a good time every so often.
Oh.
Every so often, you should have fun playing a video game.
Yeah.
Zylenox with another reset, and at a certain point, though, you just have to see these out.
Yep.
But every time he gets a good run together, something sabotages it. We've seen it like 4 or 5 times just in the last hour here. So many runs that seem promising. Maybe this is the one, and it hasn't been.
Yeah, if you saw Feinberg just got a shipwreck, but the iron chest was buried. Oh, no, not Feinberg. Couriway, sorry.
Yeah.
The iron chest was buried, and so these runners know where to dig down relative to the masts of the shipwreck, and that way they can dig straight onto the iron chest.
Feinberg is at a shipwreck, though. He left
Yeah.
it just now, so your timing's pretty good still.
Yep.
Wait, Feinberg might have a fast enter, like sub 2. But, oh, he doesn't have an iron pick.
No, yeah, he's still got a little more work to do.
Oh,
No,
he's gonna go for-
gonna go for ironless or bucketless. It used to be called ironless typically, so that's why
Yeah.
I still call it that. But bucketless is more accurate because you can get iron and still do it, as you can see with Feinberg here. We'll hope his magma ravine is deep enough, but it looks like it is, just barely. That is the minimum depth that actually works.
This is a pretty good enter.
This is a very complex portal.
Yeah, this portal, it takes a lot of practice to get it fast, and as you can see, he's kind of just placing blocks in a lot of places. Doesn't really make sense if you don't know what's going on. But it is pretty cool that you can enter without a bucket. You'd think like, oh, like maybe it's pretty cool that they can enter without diamonds or a diamond pickaxe. They don't even have to mine obsidian, but they don't even need a bucket at this point.
It's not a sub 2 enter, but it's just after that, and this is one of your last chances to improve on that time, or maybe take first and second time.
Looks like he is heading towards some structure at least. I'm not sure whether it's a bastion or fortress, but he has something because he's collecting blocks here so he can bridge over the lava.
Coming up on 4 minutes left, and again, runners, they can reset while there's still time on the clock and get to finish that run out.
Yeah, Illumina might just finish this run. I'm not sure if he's even going to reset if the time runs out.
Yeah, I think he's happy with the 17:34. He realizes it's the best I'm going to do today. That's okay. Hats off to Feinberg for the 14:19. Second place isn't bad, if that holds up.
Yeah.
Couriway with an enter. I think he's in a wall, though, so unfortunate.
Yeah, I've seen a surprising number of wall spawns, actually. I'm not... Usually I don't get those, but it seems like we've seen a couple of those so far.
Feinberg at 3 minutes now.
Still
Still traversing.
Right there.
Yeah, Feinberg's going to have a low 3 bastion, maybe mid 3 bastion enter, and it looks like it's a triple stables as well, which, again, as I've said a few times, is... it does have the capability of being a very fast bastion. He almost fell off it
That
there,
was really nerve-wracking.
Places a block underneath him just in time.
This is one of the better-looking runs we've seen here in the last hour. Of course, it's from the person who's already leading.
Yep, but I mean, it would still be cool to see
It would
him
still be
beat
cool.
that time.
It would still be cool to see you beat that time, or again, take gold and silver today.
Oh,
A bunch of stray pigs,
there's
though.
Yep.
sometimes the pigs do not navigate down correctly, which is unlucky.
Oh.
Ooh, that's a good amount of obsidian that he gets from
Wow.
those. 15 obsidian and just the single triple chest up there.
That's incredible.
Maybe he'll get more.
Whoa.
Oh, so he has 20 obsidian as well. He'll be able to use 2 portals to find the stronghold.
We just need to corral these piglins now and get to trade.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is kind of unlikely. Oh, he got 11 pearls. That means he'll
he has more.
play it out. All right. Yeah. Wow.
This is
What?
this is
This
good.
is good. I'm not sure if he has explosives yet. It looked like he had
really.
20-something string, and no, he has 6 string. That is less than 20.
So yeah, Feinberg will have to rely on like sheep or like a stronghold library to actually get beds.
Yeah, the stronghold library is less than ideal. Picking up all the
Yeah.
cobwebs that you need is pretty slow typically.
2 minutes left, and Zylenox with a sub 3 enter, and this could absolutely be his last best chance. It may be anyone's
He
last
might
best
end up
chance.
just playing it out just for a
I
better
think
time.
so.
He
I
has
think
a
you have
treasure
to.
Right
He
here.
has a treasure bastion,
I
which
think
isn't
you
the
probably
best
do.
bastion, but we'll see if Illumina gets a perch here and ends up getting another run in.
Feinberg's out of fortress in 5 minutes.
That is really good pace. This is actually
It'd be
crazy
really funny
pace.
if somebody beats the 14-19 and Feinberg sneaks
Yeah.
one more in at the
With
end.
good rates, we could see a sub 7 blind here, though I think it's kind of unlikely without the ability to blaze bed, and he's not getting spawns. But
here-
sub 7 blinds are considered world record pace pretty much, so.
Yeah, and if Couriway is still trying to win this at all, they're going to have a decision to make in the next minute as to whether or not they get one more reset in, because they're at 30 now.
Yeah,
1 minute coming
Feinberg
up.
digging at the spawner. Zylenox with a fast treasure route here.
Yeah,
And
2 good runs on the left side of your screen right now.
Illumina's not getting a perch, unfortunately, so he might just wait out the rest of this run and not reset.
Yeah.
I hope to see another one from him, maybe. Because he'll probably have time. If it perches right now, he'd have time to reset one more time.
Feinberg is getting screwed. He's killed a lot of blazes, and he has 1 rod. He's making a second wood axe. That's how you know the run's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is able to make 1 respawn anchor, so I think there's usually enough string in a library to make 3 more beds, which is all he needs to kill the dragon. So he could get all of his string from just 1 library, which is a good sign.
Zylenox just spamming gold at the piglins there. Still pretty good time.
Time is ticking down. We're almost at
10
seconds here.
Last chance to reset. I think Zylenox's run is good enough. He's going to see it out. Feinberg
Should we do a
certainly.
countdown here?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. These are the runs. Whatever happens here, this is it.
The runners can no longer play out more runs.
And so basically, we're looking at Zylenox or bust. Zylenox or Feinberg takes the win.
Zylenox or Feinberg here. They're both on good runs.
Couriway could enter. Couriway has everything he needs.
Oh, that's fair, yeah.
Right
Zylenox is leaving the bash in under 5 minutes, or at least low 5 minutes.
Oh.
He pearled into lava, which isn't ideal, but he does have a little bit of food. He has rotten flesh and some bread. So he'll be able to pearl around a little bit despite being in lava. Hopefully he's able to find a fortress. Feinberg blinds fast, but not with enough rods. So hopefully he'll be able to get those rods and come back from it.
No matter how unlikely it is to get the RNG you need, Zylenox has to see it through. There's no point in resetting here. There's no more resets. No matter how unlikely it is, you got to finish it out.
Yeah, I think based on his Bastion leave, unless he's really unlucky or something happens to this run, he probably will get a better time than his current one at least.
Yeah, that's something. And I think that's something to that, too. You know, you've been playing for the best time. We said he could get us up 20 if he wanted, but he's a little more aggressive than that. That's fine. But it's the last run of the day. You might as well. And yeah, maybe you sneak into 3rd, 2nd even. Who knows?
Feinberg getting some iron.
Yeah, he gets iron. He might be planning to make shears with that, actually.
I think so.
And that way he can get wool.
Smart play.
Although it doesn't look like there's actually sheep, which is unfortunate. Maybe he'll have some around his 2nd portal. He also could have made an iron axe, I think, so.
Is Illumina still waiting for a perch?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's been there for 3.
Illumina's been in here for a long time.
It's been several minutes at least.
This is one of the longest perches that I've seen.
I know we saw 5 earlier.
We really haven't had good perch. Oh, it looks like maybe he just got one. Oh, no, he did not get one. He pearled, and unfortunately, he doesn't have enough health to pearl in again, so he'll have to run in.
If you are wondering whether or not Feinberg is going to take this home, the bottom of your screen is where you need to be looking. Zylenox and Couriway on their final runs no matter what happens. No reason to reset, can't reset, got to see it through. Both of them still could unseat him, but it's looking less and less likely.
Couriway here is trying to kill an Enderman. I'm not sure what exactly he plans to do with the Ender Pearl. Sometimes it can be optimal to hang a pearl earlier in the run towards your fortress so you don't have to throw as many pearls later. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like it dropped there. Again, that is a 50-50 chance. So it's the same as Blaze's.
You burn 10 or 12 seconds for that 50-50 chance for that coin flip.
Yeah.
But
a lot of the time, it is worth it. Especially when you only have one chance and your pace isn't great. I think he just wanted to take the risk there.
You need the high risk reward stuff right now.
Yeah.
Feinberg with a nasty save there. I like that he's like falling 180 block clutch. He's building his portal right here in the sky.
I'm not sure he meant to place that first obsidian, but I think it's at his spot. He had to build up a little bit to avoid the hoglins there.
In a cave.
Second portal's in a cave. It looks like he's probably going to dig up, which is
Oh,
good.
and he died.
Zylenox is dead.
Zylenox dies. Unfortunate for him.
That is it. And Couriway is your only hope now. Coming up around 5 minutes game time, I believe.
Illumina finally gets a perch after like 10 minutes or something. That is crazy. Hopefully he'll be able to finish this one cycle. It would be pretty unfortunate if he didn't.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. It's gonna be
Great job, Illumina.
It's gonna be around 10 minutes behind his event best, but at least he finished. There he is. He's celebrating. He's having fun.
Yeah.
Feinberg? Is that the stronghold?
Oh.
That's it.
Wait, is it?
I think it is.
It
That's
is.
That's
Wow.
it.
Feinberg is on crazy pace right now. He could. This is
he
actually
beat it?
pace to beat his time,
How-
which is crazy to
How
think about.
funny would it be if Couriway,
Unfortunately.
yeah, if he beats it and then he comes in and Feinberg on his final run lowers it even more?
Yeah, he does still need string from the library, and he also will be looking for an ocean exposed portal
There it
room, which
is.
it is. The portal room is exposed, but he needs the string before he can enter the end. He does not have enough explosives. Unfortunately, getting string is not fast,
He's
and he
pearl
also
hanging.
won't be able to zero cycle. He's pearl hanging. I think that I saw a Tundra village on the edge of his screen there, so it looks like he's opting to instead go for a village, which I think is faster
That is
in this
so
case.
smart.
So hanging the pearl there will allow him to immediately be teleported back.
Thinking on his feet, Feinberg is. That's why he's leading here. Couriway, the only person who can beat him on their final run of the day, and it's not looking great, but it's still possible.
Yeah, he's just
Maybe
looking for
there
sheep.
isn't a village here. Maybe he's just looking for sheep. But that being said, the libraries, as I mentioned earlier, are really slow, so it still might be worth it. He's going to throw a pearl here in hopes of maybe getting something.
Oh, he's checking right now his mob list. He has on the bottom right his pie. He's looking at the mobs, and I'm guessing that he either doesn't have sheep, or if he does, he's trying to find where exactly they
This
are.
is ruining what was going to be an exceptional
Yeah,
run.
that was
little
crazy pace.
string deficit. Yeah.
If he had gotten the trades there, that could have been a like low 10 end enter, which is really good. There's some floating mossy cobblestone there. You don't see that every day. Typically, it generates in the ground.
no
He zoomed
sheep,
in on it
man.
for you. Yeah, I think he's kind of given up on the sheep. Maybe he'll just load his pearl back in, though it is going to take a little while to fall to the bottom of the ocean. And also, hopefully, he's still within range of it.
he might not.
I think he might. Oh, I hope he doesn't.
Oh.
He can't throw
Oh.
a pearl. All right, there it is. Yeah.
There it is.
So he's going to enter at the portal room.
Oh, one
Looks like
heart.
there's one eye.
Oh.
Oh, he might die here. Needs to watch out. Oh, there's two eyes. He's not going to be able to kill the dragon. I'm not sure what his plan is. He could make a bow and shoot all the crystals, maybe. That might be what he does.
He still doesn't have time to do anything, though.
This end enter is faster, even with all that time wasted getting sheep, than his previous one that he got in his 14-19, in which he did the zero cycle. So that just shows how crazy this run was for him.
And could have been.
Yeah, this run could have been really, really good.
Meanwhile, the only person who can beat him is still going on the bottom right, Couriway, but he's up over 8 minutes now. It's getting less and less likely. It's not over yet, but we're going to wait
Not
till
over
it
yet.
is.
Maybe he'll hit an eye
He's
spot.
throwing at the dragon.
He pearled at the dragon. I think he was just messing
Yeah,
around
he's
at that
messing
point. He
around.
wasn't trying to finish the run. It looks
There's
like
the
he's
Feinberg.
given up.
It's just Couriway now. Our only hope. Otherwise, it's going to be Feinberg with that excellent 14-19.
Yep, here we are, Couriway, full screen. Hopefully, maybe he'll be able to finish this run out. Maybe get a best for his event. It's not bad pace. He doesn't have food, it looks like. He is reusing his pie to try to find the fortress.
There's nothing.
No,
he's
given up. He's given up. That's unfortunate for him.
gonna be
No
it.
fortress within the render distance, but that's going to be it, yeah.
That's going to be it. Feinberg. Somebody stop this man. Takes
Yeah,
it again.
Feinberg
Illumina
takes it.
for basically the first 4 hours of this event, more or less, pretty much in control, or for a good chunk of that in the middle, and we were wondering if that was going to do it. But then Feinberg, with 1 hour left on the clock, a 3-minute improvement that holds up.
Yet again, he dominates another tournament, though this one was a little bit more casual.
Yeah.
Perhaps they weren't as competitive with each other, but
Yeah.
that is really impressive. He's still on his streak of tournament wins.
There was a real collegial vibe today. I mean, you could tell the runners were talking about it. You know, we're going to have some fun today, certainly. They all like each other, a little casual. And you could see that in the lack of resets in the first couple of hours. They really saw those runs through. I mean, obviously the first run was supposed to be no reset, but they
Yeah,
were
yeah.
very conservative with with the resets even after that.
Yeah, so these guys are shutting down their games now. They're packing up.
Yep, and that means we're going to pack up too.
Yep.
Thank you to Fruit Berries, to Algo, 360, everyone else. I've been warning track.
I'm glad I could be
Artemis.
here.
Me too.
Oh, you want to interview? Yeah, let's get
Oh,
Feinberg
yeah, let's
in
get
here.
Feinberg
Let's
in
Feinberg
here.
in here.
Absolutely.
You know what?
Pull
How
up
about
another chair, maybe? Is
Yeah,
there
let's see if we get
any
another
chairs
one.
around?
give us a try. Let's go see. We're setting up the headset here. Do you have a chair? You're just going to kneel? Okay, we got him a chair.
Yeah, here we go.
The
Here's
king
Feinberg.
deserves his throne. Let's get him on screen here. There he is. Here he is right here, Feinberg. Congratulations. I'll just set it up. How do you feel, man? Were you worried before that last run near the end that maybe you weren't going to pull it out?
I mean, yeah, before the sub 15, I was like, because obviously you can just play for 5 hours and not get seeds, right? Like,
Yeah.
Zylenox ended with, I think, like a 24. I mean, he's definitely not like the worst. Like, none of us are like worse than one another.
No, he was resetting real hard.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he unfortunately just didn't hit the seed.
I was definitely worried, like, I might just not pull another, but I ended up pulling a pretty good seed there for the sub 15, and then I mean even the one at the very end. If I
Yeah,
had
that
swing,
last seed was
Wow.
crazy.
that seed is really good.
We thought you were going to beat your own time before anyone else had a chance to
I
beat
thought
it.
I was too, and then I left the bash and I had 6 string and no anchors.
Yeah,
I was
the
like, well,
string.
that sucks.
It was a triple stables
Yeah.
though, so
Yeah, that's-
unfortunately
I mean,
you don't
it
usually get your
figures.
string
And
from
I
that.
hit the obby, which was crazy. Just
Yeah, you
It's
hit
so much.
in those chests.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It took a little bit to like get used to obviously like a new setup and like a new like desk height. Obviously like the same peripherals, but it obviously feels different. And then like the nerves of being on a stage and stuff. Like playing Minecraft in person is like
Yeah.
the first time I've done that, not like in my apartment, you know, with my PJs on or something.
Yeah.
So it's different environment, but I thought it was a blast. Like just looking over, seeing my friends playing too. That was sick.
Yeah. I think they would let you wear your PJs if you'd ask nice. You could definitely do it.
I
Yeah, you
probably
could
wear
have.
PJs
Yeah.
too.
Wanted
You're
to.
right.
I mean, that was the vibe we got all day, is that you guys are just having a lot of fun. You're sitting right next to your friend and competitor,
No,
you
it
know,
was
going
sick,
toe to
yeah.
toe.
All friendly competition too. Like I mean, any of us could have won like any day. Just who rolls the best seed, you know. Like,
An easy thing to say for the guy who won.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, you're totally right. You're totally right.
And I mean, you played that seed pretty well. It was pretty
No, I
optimally
think
played.
I'm not going to discredit the fact. Like I think I played pretty well, but obviously like someone can just roll a better seed. Like I probably rolled the best like 2 seeds today. Like that last seed was.
I'd say the
12
last
had
seed was
string. Yeah, that
probably
seed
the
was,
best seed.
But you
That
took
seed was really
advantage
good.
of them.
No, yeah,
You were
I think-
prepared.
Yeah,
I think I played well today under the pressure and the nerves of stage and stuff. I think I closed out seeds, didn't have any like major mistakes. So
And I think you pulled off 2 0 cycles as well, which I was
Yeah.
happy to see.
Yeah,
2 or
or
3.
three, yeah.
Yeah, maybe even 3.
Yeah. I mean, I obviously get lucky, like the dragon doesn't fly away, and like all my ends were open,
Yeah.
right? So definitely some good luck, but I was like impressed that I pulled off the first one because I hadn't practiced 0 in probably like 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It's insane. You
pulled
pulled
off more than once.
3.
3, yeah.
That was fun. Had a blast. I enjoyed playing with the boys. Having fun.
All right. I guess that's going to do it for us. Congratulations to Feinberg.
Awesome,
Commiserations
thank
to the other. It's been a blast. It's been great casting with
Yeah.
you guys.
That's been great.
Been
I think
awesome.
that's going to
Blast.
do it for GSA this year. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Actually,
Oh.
yeah, hang on. Before we go, hang on. Hold on. Don't change. Yeah, no, here we go. We're going to pass it over to Cheese. Cheese, come on in here. Take over for us, man. Sign us off. Yeah, dance on in. Dance on in. Here, these are yours. Why don't you just take these? There you go.
Good night, everybody. Okay. Hello. I'm gonna take off my mask so you can see what I'm saying.
Test, test.
Hello, Milo.
Hello, cheese. Huh? So, another event
Yes, finally.
under the belt in the
Yeah,
books.
Yeah.
By the way, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm Milo. This is Cheese, obviously,
Cheese.
and we run GSA together as well as with Steve, who, you know, this chair is in honor of him.
Yeah.
Couldn't be here this time. Hopefully next time. But yeah, we just wanted to start off and say thank you so much to everybody really who made this event possible. First and foremost to the runners and the commentators who are the stars of the show, and without them there's no event. So yeah, thank you so much to everybody who came out, did an amazing job, put on some great action for the people watching, for the people here, and helped us raise over $4,000 for the Tackle Kids Cancer charity. And yeah, I want to give a big thanks to them for the amazing work they do. Obviously, it's hugely important. And yeah, to VG Bootcamp, the Gen Game staff as well, who put in an absolute shift to help all the tech work and help us run the event. And yeah, for everybody who donated, obviously, to raise over those $4,000, amazing. Your generosity is huge, and yeah, thank you so much, sincerely. And to everybody watching, it's because of you guys that you guys that care about speedrunning is the reason why we can do events like this, and it means the world to us that you watch and you care. So thank you so much.
Yeah. And shout outs again to all the attendees to the event as well, and all the spectators here at Xanadu. And yeah, we're really looking forward to hopefully having more events, hopefully this year. Big possibility. And if you guys out there watching the stream right now want to come and attend, please do. It's awesome. And it feels really good to finally have live events going, since for the past 2 years because of COVID. Everything has been online, but it feels so good. It feels way better than I thought it would. Being at a live event again.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for more, to be honest. So hopefully we'll have more very soon. And I guess in closing, I want to mention a project that we're working on in GSA called Speedrun Academy, which just a few hours ago we had the beta launch.
Officially live.
Yeah, so it's basically a website that we're working on with the main goal of really breaking the barrier of entry to speedrunning, making it easier and more accessible for people to get into speedrunning, to just learn whatever game they want to, making the resources, more accessible, etc. And yeah, if you want to check it out, it's speedrunacademy.com. We also have, on my Twitter, I made a tweet talking about it, so you can check it out there. And yeah, that's pretty much it on my side.
Yeah, there you go. Sincerely, thank you so much, guys, on behalf of GSA, and yeah, we'll see you next time.
Yeah. Goodbye. See you later.